North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. AFC North will be decided tonight, 8:20, Acrisure Stadium, as the Steelers take on the Ravens. 5 o'clock tonight will be Fan Game Day from the Rivers Casino, hosted by Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, and Jeff Hathorn, getting you ready for tonight's contest. Catch that on the free Odyssey app as well. Penguins also in action today. They take on Columbus at 3 o'clock. Penguins aiming for their 5th win in a row, coming off a pair of wins against Detroit. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Sunday afternoon with Paul Alexander.
We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Yo, 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 yo. It is Paul Alexander with you on a game day. I like to think of this as a pre-game. You know, the real deal gets underway at 5 o'clock with Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and the Kaboom, Mark Cabali. That'll be from the Rivers Casino. What a weird run-up to this game. I mean, normally when it's Browns, normally when it's Ravens-Steelers, and it's for the AFC North division, it's for a playoff spot, it's all about the game. It's all about the matchups. It's all about what are they going to do without DK? What are they going to do without Mount Washington? What are they going to do about everything pertaining to the game? It seems to me as if it's about everything but the game. And strangely, the dynamic is very similar in Baltimore. Lamar's future, the coaching future of Harbaugh, and of course here, it's all about the coaching future of Mike Tomlin. And while here we have what most fan bases that don't understand us, what they talk about is, and there's some relevance, do not disregard this. There is something to this. We have a game tonight that will determine whether or not the team that we follow and that you root for goes to the postseason or not. Host a home playoff game. Yet, it just doesn't feel, it just feels like it's the same old, because when you're, and I don't know how many of you are left, those of you that are still beating the drum for Mike Tomlin, you have to be feeling very lonely. It has to be a very, very lonely feeling because you know what? They could have wrapped all of this up against a hapless 3-win Browns team, but they put up 6 points. Now, I will say that the guy that I pretty much all year during this football season had nothing but very good things to say. Aaron Rodgers was bad against Cleveland. Bad. And the way the game ended was even worse. MVS for your last 3 targets? No. Made no sense. And then those of you that want to put it on the officials, no. This is a 3-win Cleveland team. And you can't score a touchdown. You can't score a touchdown. Now, one thing I'll say about today's game, if Harbaugh and the Ravens, who will have Lamar back, if they make sure that King Henry touches it 25 times, I think it's game over. I know the Steelers have been much better of late against the run, but we also know we saw 299 yards in a playoff game last year registered by these Ravens against your Steelers. If they put their mind to it, that's exactly what I think they could do. They could just jam it right down the Steelers' throats. And meanwhile, they're not a good defense. They can't really rush the passer. They're just not, reputation aside, This is a really bad Ravens defense. But when you don't have anyone, and I mean anyone, I mean, Calvin Austin is going to be back, so, maybe there's a slight hope for a deep threat, although I don't see it or feel it with Austin. There's no threat to take the top off the defense. And I don't care how good or bad you are. This is still an NFL team, and this is still an NFL game. And when if you cannot present offensively one guy that needs help, one guy that needs at least a safety or a double or a bracket or anything that you want to do to take away a threat, the Steelers simply do not have an offensive threat. They don't have an offensive weapon that any defensive coordinator has to even think about, let alone scheme against. That's like a day. It's like a day at a park. You're a defensive coordinator preparing for this current Steeler team without Washington and without DK. I'll tell you what, I could drop a couple things on a napkin and go, yeah, just go do this. Yeah, I mean, Rodgers ain't going to hurt you with his legs. Maybe keep an eye on Freiermuth if they're smart enough to actually try to get him the ball. He's tough. He's dangerous. But the Steelers, for whatever reason, and Arthur Smith, for whatever reason, forget about him unless they're playing the Bengals. This team scored 6 points against the Cleveland Browns. And as I just heard Jeff Hathorn say, and I'll paraphrase, yeah, the Browns are a pretty good defense, but the Titans put up 30. The Titans put up 30. So what are we talking about here? But I know a lot of you think he's a curmudgeon, but, he's my curmudgeon, John Steigerwald. We worked together for a long time, actually. I've known John for a very long time, and I consider him a friend. And he says if the Steelers lose today, he believes Tomlin will resign. And I think he brings up a very interesting point. If the Steelers lose today, and keep in mind what's coming here in April, that would be the NFL draft. Could you imagine the embarrassment for the Rooneys and the Steeler organization if the entirety of the Steeler fans that turn out for the NFL draft in April on the North Shore and parts all around the city, they just spontaneously get into fire Tomlin chants like they did at Penguin games for Canada? I'm not sure the Steelers would want to endure that. That would be like an open wound. And that's another thing, tonight, think about what the Browns did. They jumped out early 10-0 and never gave up the lead, by the way, which is embarrassing beyond embarrassment. If that happens tonight, the Steelers crowd, the fans at Acrisure Stadium tonight, are going to get ugly. Everybody has kind of reached that unbelievable frustration, much like they did with Canada. And Chuck and Lil, I see, I'll get you in about 2 minutes. Just want to get some thoughts. My opening segment, I normally don't even open for callers. So I like to kind of set the table, see what's up. But just give me a couple more minutes and I'll get right to you. The point being that I think everybody's on to the fact that this isn't working here. And it's not going to change until a change is made. It's not going to change until the Steelers change it. Now, should the Steelers impress and blow out the Ravens tonight, win a playoff game next week? Okay. I run that back. I bring Rodgers back. I bring Mike back. I'm like, okay. That's what's been missing, folks, is the playoff victory, a push in the playoffs. If he proves that he can make that happen, although I'm doubtful because of what I saw last week against Cleveland, okay. See, I live in a world of common sense, a world of deductive reasoning, a world where performance and things of that nature can change my mind. Now, those of you that were just, Tomlin's the best no matter what, he's going to get hired in 2 minutes, and you'd watch what happened last week in Cleveland and you don't start to have doubts, you're not a critical thinker. You don't have an open mind. You've decided, and it doesn't matter what happens, you've decided he's a great coach. For what hasn't happened in the playoffs over the last 8 years, I've decided that it's not going to change here. It's not going to get better. Now, if Mike Tomlin wins today, wins a playoff game, all right, you've changed my mind because you've changed the narrative. You've changed what's going on. I am more than willing to roll with that. I just think it's been a really bad 10 years. 10 years of underachieving. He was handed a franchise quarterback, gifted a franchise quarterback, gifted a really talented staff and a talented roster. And you know what? To Mike's credit, he did a great job with it for 5 years, even 6 years, 7 years. Since then, it's just not been okay. It has not been above the line, as Mike would say. So I'm very anxious to see. Tonight is huge. Huge. The future of the franchise. And I know most of you in your lifetime have only known 2 or 3 coaches with the Steelers, and they think that's really cool. I love stability to a degree. Mike Sullivan had a great run as the Penguins head coach. It expired. Okay. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Dan Bilesma. Dan Bilesma did not get a contract for life because he won a Stanley Cup. Mike Sullivan won back-to-back Stanley Cups. He did not get a lifetime contract. Mike Tomlin won a Super Bowl a long time ago. He was awarded a lifetime contract for that. Chuck Noll won 4 Super Bowls. No lifetime contract for him. Bill Belichick, 6 Super Bowls. Nah. He also did not get the lifetime contract. I'm just trying to figure out why in God's name this guy has a lifetime contract when no one else in professional sports seems to have one. I don't get it. Maybe that's just me. All right, let's get to the phone lines. 412-928-9370. It's Paul Alexander on what I'll call the pregame show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Here's Chuck in the car. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call. I always enjoy talking to you, Paul.
Oh, that's likewise, Chuck. What's up?
Well, if the Ravens run the ball, I think they'll destroy the Steelers. They should have won the first game we played them. At the end of that first game, if they would have just ran Henry down the field, they would have ran the clock out and scored a touchdown, and it would have been all over.
Agree.
That's just what I think what's going to happen with the game. As far as Mike Tomlin goes, I am not a Mike Tomlin basher, but it's time for him to go. When you said you think if they lose this game, he'll resign, I hope he resigns. He's a great coach, but I believe
I think the word great, I think great's a stretch. I'll give you good. I'll give you good because you know what? Here's just a little thing that just kind of blows my mind. The 4 coaches that remain in the college football playoff, the Final 4, guess what they all have in common? They all worked for Nick Saban.
Wow.
And how about this? Of all the players that are in the playoffs in the NFL right now, all of them, and Mike Tomlin, the most tenured coach in the NFL, you know how many of those coaches work for Mike Tomlin? 0.
Yeah, 0.
You know how many coordinators in the NFL once worked for Mike Tomlin? 0. You know how many head coaches just working in the NFL right now works with Mike Tomlin? 0. So there's nothing going on in terms of great. You know what? A great coach does not lose against Cleveland last week. That's not what a great coach allows to happen.
I agree. I agree with everything.
There's nothing great about what he's done over the last 8-9 years. Nothing. There's nothing great about it. Oh, he won with Doug Hodges. He won with this and with that. Yeah, but he also had Mason Rudolph on the bench when he signed Mitch Trubisky, when he drafted Kenny Pickett. There's nothing great going on there. Nothing. Good, okay. Great communicator, good motivator. Great guy to have in front of your, on your podium and all that. Yeah, great guy, all around good guy, great coach. I'm not going there. There's nothing great about Mike Tomlin as a coach. Nothing.
I agree. I agree with you. I'll say good. then I totally agree with you. You're right. And I think it's time for him to go because I think there's so much pressure in professional sports to win and all that. I think if he went someplace else, it would be a good, fresh start for him. And I think we need an offensive coach. I watched that San Francisco-Chicago Bear game last Sunday night.
How fun.
Just watching those offenses. We are so far away
I know.
from being a great football team. All you had to do is watch that game and go, oh, my goodness, this is what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah. I mean, and that's Ben Johnson, who I have become one of the biggest Ben Johnson fans. You see his, post-game celebrations with his team?
Yes.
I just love the guy. I love his innovation. He has a quarterback that I'm not sure about Caleb, but I do believe that Chicago's certainly going to win a Super Bowl long before the Steelers.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
totally
positioned to do that. I mean, they really are. They have the right coach. I think they have a franchise quarterback. I mean, this kid can make all the plays, all the throws, sometimes his decision-making. But, again, we have to give quarterbacks, 2-3 years to figure stuff out.
When he first came out of college, I watched him play. I watched a lot of college ball. I watched Caleb Williams playing college. I was not impressed. Couldn't believe he won the Heisman first year in the league or whatever. But, boy, I was wrong about him. I think he's a real deal. He made every throw that you could make in that game. He just looked very impressive.
He has it all. I'm just worried about maybe the mental toughness and the decision-making. But skill-wise, he got everything you need.
Thanks a lot for taking my call.
You got it, Chuck. Enjoy the game tonight.
Happy
Always
New
a
Year.
pleasure. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you so much for the kind words. Chuck in the car. Good call there. Let's go to Lil in New Kensington. Hello, Lil.
Hey, how are you?
Now, Lil, are you Lillian or Lily?
I'm Lillian, but
My
I'm
grandmother's name was Lillian, and my niece is named Lily after her. So I love the name. Just love it.
all right, thank you. But you were talking a lot, hitting on a lot of topics and subjects. And let's just put some things to rest and just, I'm praying for the Steelers win today. I'm praying that they win this division, the North Division. But what do you think about, how the basketball players got paid for losing or not making that shot? What about players getting paid not to win?
You think that's happening?
Football players. Do you think it might have happened? Could have happened?
Oh,
Did it with the basketball?
anything's possible, Lil. You know why? Because when there's great money involved, people will do almost anything.
Right. So I wonder who looked at that. Did that win? That win that lost
To the Browns. You think some of the Steelers
Browns
took money to lose?
Was so pitiful. Yeah, I thought that, and different ones thought that they were paid to lose so that they could have this exciting game today.
Yeah, that's a pretty popular. That's a pretty popular conspiracy theory. I just think that the NFL, which is printing money, I mean by the billions, they print money by the billions. I don't think there's any way in the world they would allow that to happen. They can't risk that because here's what happened. No, here, Lil. Because back in the day, when the Patriots were part of Spygate and they were illegally taping practices and doing stuff, what the commissioner then, who's the commissioner now, Roger Goodell, did, he slapped the Patriots and Belichick with some hefty penalties, but he destroyed the evidence, and no one's ever talked about it again in terms of what really happened. So that scared the hell out of the NFL, because if you don't trust that the games, this whole league, by the way, and this is not a secret, it's all completely 100% financed by gambling, be it fantasy football or be it actual gambling. And I mean, now in the NFL, which used to fight off the Las Vegas connection and all the other things, now they're in bed with gambling. They're in bed with it, with FanDuel and this and that. So what they have to do, though, despite all of the money they make through gambling, they better make sure, for the gamblers' sake, that they trust they're betting on a fair game. They're betting on something that isn't fixed. Because as soon as that goes out the window, as soon as bettors think the NFL or anyone else is fixing games, they're done. They're not going to bet on something that's fixed.
They do it every day.
No, they don't.
do
They
it
don't.
every day.
No, they don't. Lil, I'm talking about once it got out. Say last week's game against the Browns, maybe Duggar and a couple other people took a couple mil to throw the game so they could have this game on Sunday night. As soon as that got out, gamblers are done gambling because they don't want to gamble on something fixed. The NFL has to always show that the games are determined on the field, that the officials are clean, the players are clean, and they will ban anybody and everybody that is caught doing anything otherwise.
Even last week.
Every week.
The officials were look to me as if they.
Well, that's because you look at it as a Steeler fan. That's why it always looks that way.
No. It looked as if the officials was calling plays that should have, or wasn't calling plays that should have been called.
Well, you know what? The Steelers were so much better than the Browns that they should have beat them anyhow. They should have beat them anyhow.
Right. They should have beat them.
Okay.
Big time.
Lil, thanks so much for the call. We're not getting anywhere with here. I'm not buying that the NFL's fixed because it's not.
Go Steelers, but look, those players, I bet you they be gambling.
They better not be, or they'll be banned for life.
We don't know.
You get caught? No, we do know. You get caught, you're banned for life.
Okay.
So I don't think they're going to risk that. I mean, they're not the brightest guys sometimes, but I don't think they're that stupid. Lil, thanks so much for the call. Let's go to Wayne in Carnegie. Hello, Wayne.
How you doing, Paul?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Well, first off, as far as the Mike Tomlin thing, you were saying about if he makes the playoffs, I don't think anything less than a Super Bowl gets him a shot to stay here. But even though that's not going to, I know he's not going to go anywhere.
Hey, Wayne, if he wins a playoff game, they couldn't. They will extend him in a freaking New York minute.
Well, I still think that's a bad idea. But
I don't necessarily think it's a good idea, but the fact that they've kept him through 9 straight years without a playoff win tells me if he would win one, that would certainly give him some playoff equity, and he'd be signed for another 3 years.
I don't understand how he convinces so many people that he's a great coach. I have nothing against the guy. He's a great guy. He's a football junkie. But, if you look at his record, look at all the big moments that he has not pulled off and all the big games that he has not won when he should have.
How about this? Hey, Wayne, how about this one?
Yes.
Over his last 5 games against teams that were 8 games or more below 500, like the worst of the worst teams in the NFL, he's 0-4-1 in those last 5 games.
Oh.
There's no way in the world you can call someone that's that a great coach. You just can't. Okay, he's a good coach. He's certainly, a lot of people love him, and I get it. People want to come here and play for him. Okay, but you can't call him a great coach when you lose those kind of games consistently. You cannot.
Right. I mean, that's like going to work. You want to go work for a nice boss because he's nice to you and he makes your life better. But
I guess it's like every day at Steeler headquarters is like having the substitute teacher, Yeah, work if you want. Hey, veterans, you don't have to practice today. Or, hey, TJ, take another month off if you like. We'll give you $41 million, but you don't have to practice. And Camp, take a Veterans Day. Yeah, we'll get you more money, too, even though you haven't won a playoff game since you've been here. But, yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's a fun little country club over there.
I agree.
Another indictment to proof what I'm saying. Minka Fitzpatrick, when he was still here, said, we just don't work hard enough. That's why we're not winning games we're supposed to, because we don't work hard enough.
Look at the last year, the playoff game when Kirk Herbstreit said, where's the fight in this team?
Correct.
It's just, people used to be afraid to come play the Steelers. They knew that they were going to get beat up, that we were just a tough team to play. We just don't have that reputation anymore. And
that was nationally. That was a nationally televised game where Kirk Herbstreit said, this is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They just look like they don't care. Where's the fight in this team? And you still want to call that guy a motivator and a great coach when his team in a playoff game just quits?
Yeah, I
Sorry.
agree totally. It's just and not to mention he's playing for a historic franchise that we spend money, we get players in here, and he gets to pick most of those players.
He picks all of them.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. He has complete control. So like I said, I have no hatred for the guy.
No, none. I agree. And you said, how do they do it? Here's how it happens. He is so unbelievably persuasive as a speaker If you went in there and you were in charge of firing, if you went in to fire Mike Tomlin, you said, Mike, make a case for yourself. By the end of that meeting, you go, you know what, Mike, I'll give you another 3 years. He's that
You're
good.
Probably right. He is. He's a great speaker.
He
right.
is that good. But you know what? The proof's in the pudding. You know what I mean? Right. It's like you could be the best salesman in the world, but you know what? If you're not bringing any money into the company, you got to go. And if you're not winning playoff games and you're the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, you got to go. It's bottom line.
Yeah,
he says all the right things.
I mean, yeah, you'd figure, a guy like him, his reputation is being tarnished with these last few years. He would probably just want to move on anyway.
Yeah, but you know what? It's funny, Wayne. Not nationally. Everyone's still like everyone still apologizes for Mike Tomlin. Everyone still loves him. They just love him. They can't get enough of saying the non-losing and longest non-losing streak. And who cares about non-losing? Who cares about 9-8 instead of 8-9? Tell me what's different between 9-8 and 8-9. It's a mediocre season. You don't celebrate that.
That's what
Come on.
People say we're spoiled because we're not
because we don't have losing seasons.
Much. Yeah, but we're stuck in purgatory. We can't get a good draft pick in the middle of the pack, and we don't make the playoffs. So what's good about that?
Not much. It is. It's just like a cycle, and it has to be broken. Wayne, thanks so much for the call. Have a very happy New Year. Let's see here. We got a lot of guys on hold. Steve, Greg, Dylan, Frank, Tracy. We're going to get to you after to take a break. Joel has an update, and we have plenty more to come. We're with you until 5 when we join Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Caboli for Fan Game Day, live from the Rivers Casino. All of that and plenty more right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This afternoon, Penguins take on the Blue Jackets at 3 o'clock. Penguins aiming for 5 in a row. Pitt basketball yesterday fell to Clemson 73-68. Next up for the Panthers will be Syracuse this upcoming Saturday at 2 o'clock on The Fan with coverage at 1:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays. Call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. $92.39. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STATION25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Only $59.99. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking. In addition, lose all the weight with Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Let hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings and lose the weight. Weight Loss Hypnosis, Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Green Tree, 11 a.m. Stop Smoking Hypnosis, 2 p.m. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you until 5. Then we go to Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, Mark Caboli, the Kaboom. Live from the Rivers Casino Fan Text Line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, never a fee. Never. Unless we get money for you. All right, we got so many calls here. Let's get back to it. Steve in Oakmont. Hello, Steve.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
I've never been better. How are you?
Good, man. Big fan of yours for a long time.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you.
Hey, I'm going to zag here with that. I think we're very lucky to have a coach like Coach Tomlin. We're in every game, every year, every season is meaningful. We have hope. You know, I know it hasn't ended the way that most fans have wanted to. But if you look at the guys that Coach Tomlin has had different starting quarterbacks every year. And every year we're getting to the playoffs.
I really appreciate that. I'm not going to go down this line of thinking because you know what? No one has had more power over his particular organization than Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, first of all, Kevin Colbert was an outstanding general manager, but he was also, he had no ego. There's no way he was going to jump on a table and say, I want this guy in the first round. He wasn't that guy. He was collaborative and he was a peacemaker. And if someone would have pushed hard enough, he would have probably said, okay, you're the coach. Okay. Mike Tomlin, every quarterback that's played for the Steelers since he's been here since Ben, it's him that decided that would be the quarterback. Everyone that's been drafted, it's him that's decided that. Every coach that's been hired, that means every single position coach that's never become a coordinator, every single coordinator that's never become a head coach has been hired by Mike. So I know it must be nice to say we've never had a losing season under Mike Tomlin. Okay. And if you can tell me what's different between 9-8 and 8-9, and you know what? Not lucky to have a coach like Mike Tomlin because you know what? Philadelphia didn't think they were lucky to have a coach like Andy Reid, who went to, NFC championship games and had winning records every year, and they really had good teams and gave them hope and played meaningful games. What they wanted in Philadelphia and which they've got in Philadelphia, they wanted Super Bowls. That's why they were playing. That's why they were coaching. That's what they were telling their fans. We want Super Bowls. And when Andy Reid, when they decided he couldn't deliver that, they said, you know what? We know you're a good coach, Andy. We do. But it's not working here. So what happened? He went to Kansas City. He's won 3 Super Bowls. And what happened in Philadelphia? They've won 2. When things aren't, no Steeler fans okay with no playoff wins in 8 or 9 years. None. And they shouldn't be. Nor should Art Rooney be okay with that. They want championships. Mike Tomlin's the one that coined the phrase, the standard is the standard. He's the one that walks by 6 Lombardis every day when he goes into the office. That's him. He's put that on him. So, Steve, being complacent with mediocrity is not, that's not professional sports. You got to play for championships or at least aspire to that. If you're okay with 8-9 and 9-8, or no, I'm sorry, not 8-9. That's evil. But if you're okay with 8-8-1, 9-8, 8-8-1, 9-8, a 10-7, if you're okay with that, then, that belongs somewhere else. I mean, that's not Pittsburgh. That's not Steelers. That's not the Rooneys. None of that is okay. And that's just mediocrity. I don't get it. I don't get why is that okay, Steve? A guy is here to win championships. And he has had, anyone that talks about the quarterbacks, he drafted Kenny Pickett. He signed Mitch Trubisky. That's no one's fault but his own.
I think the problem is the coaching staff. I would like to see him.
He hires every one of them. He hires every one of them, Steve.
They're the smallest and cheapest in the whole NFL.
Yeah, and Mike Tomlin makes $18 million a year. And do you think $18 million a year that mediocrity is okay?
No.
Okay. So while he's a good coach, while he's a great guy, I have no issue with his character, with his personality, with the way he conducts himself. He's entertaining. I like Mike Tomlin. He's not getting it done. And that's the reality of sports.
Who would you bring in?
I would bring in a young coordinator. I would bring him. Did you know Bill Cowher when he came in?
No.
No, that's who I bring in. I want like Andy Weidel and Omar Khan and the Rooneys, I want them to know who the next up and comer is. And you know who else I want? A guy that loves and embraces offense and isn't afraid of it. Mike Tomlin's afraid of offense, afraid of the middle of the field, afraid of committing turnovers, afraid of throwing the ball down the field. I'm done with being afraid offensively. He coaches in his fears. He lectures people about you don't live in your fears. He coaches in his fears. His only goal of his offense is don't turn the ball over. And we'll have Boz kick 3 or 4 field goals and we'll win. We'll win in a rock fight. That's not the NFL anymore. I want Ben Johnson. I want guys. I want guys that really want to attack offensively and put points on the board.
You got to have the guys to do that.
Well, go get them. You're allowed to go get them. The beauty of the NFL is it's capped. I mean, they have a draft. You have free agency. Go get whoever the hell you want. They haven't had a number 2 wide receiver in 3 years.
Very true.
But let's go spend $120 million on a defense that stinks. They have the highest paid defense in the NFL. Again, all Mike's doing, that is $20 million more than any other defense in the NFL. And they don't rank very high in any statistic because they're not very good. So it's been mismanaged. The money's been misspent. It's just been he doesn't evaluate talent or the ability of coaches very well. I don't extend that. I don't stay with that. I don't keep that. I move on from that. Period. There's nothing, but people say, oh, he's a great coach. Great. You put up 6 points against Cleveland last week and you're a great coach? No. There's nothing great about that. You're 0-4-1 against teams with 8 or more games under 500. You've lost, 4 of the last 5, and you tied the other one against Detroit. That's not a great coach. You know what I see happening in Indiana on the college level, Curt Cignetti, that is a great coach. He came in and just took it over and said, this is what we're going to do, and did it.
To get that quarterback, to get those players, we're going to need a 3-14, a 4-13 season. Is that what you'd like us to do?
Did you like Ben Roethlisberger?
Yeah.
You know what he came in after? 6-10. Did you still worry about that 6-10 now that you have Ben for 15 years, 2 Super Bowls? I'll take a 6-10 any day of the week. You give me a franchise quarterback. Now, there's no guarantees. I don't tank on purpose, but you allow the cycle. You allow the cycle to happen, and the fear of he'll get hired in a minute. Good. Andy Reid got hired in a minute. It worked out pretty well for Kansas City, and it worked out really well for Philadelphia. That is the model. Change is good. When things aren't working, you change it. You know what I mean? If you're unhealthy and you're not losing the weight you want, but you keep doing the same thing every day, guess what? It ain't going to change. The Steelers are a non-losing franchise. Until you're willing to change, that's all you're going to be. That's all you can say about this franchise over the last 10 years. Hey, they haven't had a losing season. Big freaking deal.
If you bring back Rodgers next year, I'd like to see him play another year.
And just continue the mediocrity? I'm ready to blow the whole thing up. I'm ready to blow the whole thing. You think Aaron Rodgers is going to win a Super Bowl here?
You get that wide receiver too. You get some of those coaching staff hires that I told you about. I think we could be a dangerous team.
Not at 43. Sorry. I'm sorry. He's not Tom Brady, but he's damn good. I have no problem with Aaron Rodgers this year. He's been fine. Although last week he stunk. He's had some other bad games, but no, I want the new young franchise quarterback. I want to see a team grow and become. I want to see the situation like going on in Denver right now, that's going on in Chicago right now, going on in Detroit right now, going on in Seattle right now. We just watch everybody retool, start over, do a little bit of a rebuild. We watch that all over the league, and we refuse to do it here. And we stay exactly where we are. We're like, remember quicksand? I feel like the Steelers are just in quicksand, but your head's just above the water. Your head's just above the sand. And you can just walk slowly through it, and your head stays above it, because that's what they do by not losing. Their head just stays above it. They don't go anywhere beyond that, and they don't go below that. They just stay right there. That's tired, man. I'm tired. It's like watching the same movie every day, and you know the ending. It's tired. I'm tired. All right, Steve. Thanks for the call. Thanks for the kind words, too. Very, very appreciative of those kind words. All right. Well, that was one caller. I'll be a little more efficient with callers going forward. Dylan, you'll be out of the gate. Greg, Jordan, and Tracy will get to you as well. Right here, this is the Paul Alexander pregame show on a game day right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5 o'clock tonight, fan game day from the Rivers Casino. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Cabali get you set for tonight's 8:20 kick from Acrisure Stadium. Winner heads to the playoffs as the 4 seed. The loser misses the playoffs. Penguins today take on Columbus at 3 o'clock. Penguins aiming for their 5th win in a row. Pitt basketball yesterday fell to Clemson 73-68. Panthers take on Syracuse next Saturday at 2 o'clock, right here on The Fan with coverage at 1:30. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 Weight Loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Welcome back. Rockin' and rollin', still hour number 1. We got 3 more to go after this one. Dylan and Cranberry, you're up next.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
I'm well. How are you? Happy New Year to you.
I am doing well, buddy. I'm going to read you a list of names here, Paul. First name's going to be Marvin Lewis. Second name's going to be Rex Ryan. Third name's going to be Chuck Pagano. Then Jim Caldwell. Then Super Bowl winning coach Gary Kubiak. And most recently, Mike McDonald. All of those coordinators, Paul, started with one team, and that was the Baltimore Ravens, and went on to head coaching positions. How many coordinators under Tomlin in 19 years have gone on to a head coaching role? Not a single one. It is time for him to go. I don't think people are talking about Darnell Washington enough. Missing him and Metcalf is going to be detrimental. And if Kenneth Gainwell and Jaylen Warren do not account for 225 rushing yards and 3 scores, Derrick Henry is going to smack those boys in the mouth. Paul, I'll let you go.
Dylan, thanks so much. And not only are there no head coaches on the Mike Tomlin coaching tree, there are no coordinators, meaning that he didn't have a great linebackers coach that became a coordinator somewhere else, a great wide receivers coach that became a coordinator someone else, a great quarterback coach that became a coordinator for someone else. None of that has happened. But he's a great coach? Yeah. Good coach, yes. Has a Super Bowl, yes. Went to another, yes. That is what good coaches do. Great. Do we use that word a little too loosely? You're 0-4-1 in the last 5 games against teams 8 or more games below 500. That means the worst of the worst you can't beat. And if they had beaten Cleveland last week, they're already in the playoffs and they're resting guys today. That was a must-win, in my opinion, for his career here. Needed to win that game, needed to host a playoff game and win that to save his job. Let's go to Tracy in Bridgeville. Hello, Tracy.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Yeah. Happy New Year to you.
Same.
Hey, I've been listening to you for a while, and I'm glad I finally got a chance to get in and talk to you. Let me just say, first of all, I live in Pittsburgh, been living here over 25 years, but I am not a Steeler fan. So I'm looking at this and just listening to the folks on your network and your fans are calling in. And let me just defend Mike Tomlin.
Okay.
Because listening to Steeler fan and the folks on this network, you all sound like the entitled trust fund kid who's complaining that his dad gave him a used Mercedes. The fact that you're minimizing the fact that he's never had a winning season, never had a losing season, that's not a small thing.
Hey, Tracy. Hey, Tracy. Can you explain to me? Please tell me the benefits of going 9-8 as opposed to 8-9.
I can absolutely tell you the benefit of that is that of the 19 years that he has been the head coach, 12 times he's been in the playoffs, which means 12 times you've had a chance to go and win the Super Bowl. Because
and you know what,
Tracy,
get to the
playoffs.
Tracy, of those 12 playoff appearances, how many times has he won a playoff game?
He's won 6.
No, he's won 4. 4 seasons. 4 seasons have a playoff win out of 18. 4.
Okay, but also that includes 2 AFC championship games and a Super Bowl win.
Correct.
Fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the first 5. Hey, Tracy, that's in his first 5 years.
Yeah,
What's he's done over the last 13? Hasn't had a playoff win in 8.
Yes, but remember,
how long do you get? No, all right, Tracy, you're the general manager of the Steelers. All right, now this is 8 years without a playoff win. Say this year's 9, then we go to 10, 11, 12. When does it end? Does it go forever? Because as long as he doesn't have a losing season, can he keep coaching?
Sure. You want to know why? Because if they win today, it'll be a division title. Oh, and of those 19 seasons, he's won 7 division titles. If
and you know what? In 19 of those years, the Browns have not even been like there. Like the Bengals were awful until Burrow. It's been a really lame. It's been a lame. Hey, Tracy, nice try. I'm going to give you all the credit in the world, but you know what? For someone that's not a Steeler fan, You make a really poor defense for Mike Tomlin. This would not hold up in court. It would not hold up anywhere. You, my friend, have been gavelled. You're done. Your defense was weak, and you know what? I'm throwing it out of court. Sorry.
Yeah.
Got to go. He made no points there. He had nothing. He had absolutely 8 nines to hold up. But just stop with non-losing. Non-losing in professional sports? Maybe it's good with the kids in checkers. Maybe it's nice and when you're 8 years old. When everyone gets in, everyone gets to play. Isn't it nice? It's pathetic that people actually believe that way. Our whole country's soft now. Well, you know what? Everyone should get to play. Everyone should get to experience winning. My gosh, it's pathetic. That's just so pathetic. Let's go to Greg in Youngstown. Hello, Greg.
He would have been off in 5 seconds with me. He would have been off the air because the guy.
He just seemed like a nice guy. You know what? I gave him enough rope to hang himself. Then he was done.
Yeah, I mean, you're like me. I've seen this team since '71 when I was like 6, and I've seen the changes on this team. And I remember, and again, the end of Noel from like '88 to '91, and it reminds me of '88 to '91 a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was like that team needed a major change. And Art Rooney wasn't going to get rid of Noel. He just wasn't going to. Dan comes in, takes over the team permanently. He's like, I got to make a change. He knew it. And we won a playoff game with Noel in '89.
Correct.
And won 10 games in '90. And we had a bad year in '91. But he knew this was over. Okay. And Noel was only 50-something.
Correct.
He's like, I need a change. And this is what we're at right now. It's the same thing.
I know.
Just, nothing against Tomlin and, how
it's
many
not personal
seasons he's had.
And Greg, it's not personal at all.
No,
it's not even a little bit personal. And you know what? Coaches are hired for what reason? They're hired to get fired. Exactly. That's the way it works.
And you and Papiani, probably only 2 guys on that network who actually, who were reporting on the Steelers, saw the big changes on the Steelers. The other guys have only seen Super Bowls and all that garbage.
And how about the drama the day that we showed up at a press conference from Dan Rooney as to whether it was going to be Tom Donahoe or Bill Cowher, and we didn't know. We didn't know who was going to survive that battle.
Oh, I remember that.
That was really wild.
And they warned, and they gave Cowher the warning. They're like, if you don't win, you're gone. I kept hearing that. I've read the Post-Gazette.
Yeah.
But right now, it's all about, what the problem is? It's social media. It's 24/7 sports. A lot of talking heads. They don't use any common sense. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to be exciting. It's supposed to be logical. And it's logical for this guy to leave. That's it. I don't want to hear back and forth.
There's nothing.
And this and that.
And Greg, here's what I tell people. They're like, man, you really get on top. I'm like, no, I just cite the facts. That's all I need on my side is, you know what? He said, he went to the playoffs 12 times in his 18 years. 4 times he won a playoff game. That's a horrible playoff record. I mean, don't making it there, that's good. But you know what? When people say he's a great coach, it kind of makes me a little upset because I've been around great coaches, and what Curt Cignetti is doing right now in Indiana, that's great coaching. What Nick Saban did at Alabama, that's great coaching. There's been great coaches. What Chuck Noll did in his first 10 years, that was great coaching. What Mike Tomlin has done here, it's good
Cowher
coaching.
Was great coaching.
He was.
Cowher took a team. I remember his press conference. They asked Cowher, what do you think? He says, I got enough talent.
Correct.
I got to build on this talent, but I have a really good base. And I think that's where the Steelers are at, too.
Yeah.
They got a good base. Just add on to the base, get a new coach. I guess they're looking at this guy on the Rams, their defensive coordinator.
Shula.
This young guy. And it's like, I don't care if they hire a defensive coach or an offensive coach. I just want a young guy.
As long as you get a great coordinator, it's okay. I mean, when there were certain coordinators here before retirement, things went pretty well offensively.
Exactly. I mean, listen, if the coach can bring in a whole new attitude towards the team, I don't care if he's a defense or offense or special teams coach. I don't care what he is. If he realizes I need an offensive coordinator, I got to change this team. Hayward needs to go. We all know this. Hayward needs to go. Probably Ramsey needs to go. A few other players, and just build on what you got right now. And I think they'll be okay. But everybody has this doomsday thing.
There needs to be a new.
We're never going to win.
Oh, there needs to be a new mindset. I mean, I remember Cowher Power, how that took over. And no one loved Chuck Noll more than I did. No one. I love Chuck Noll. But it was time.
How signing was that when Cowher came in?
Oh, the
everybody
jaw,
jumped
man.
on-
The jaw. Everything was just, and he was fiery. You know, Chuck was like a very stoic, I mean, but, guys that played for him, if he looked at you wrong, you were scared to death. He didn't need to yell. He didn't need to yell at all. Cowher just had that different fiery personality. Change is good, folks. Don't be afraid of it.
Yeah, there's nothing. You know what, though? That's funny. We could bring a new coach in next year and win 11 games. So people don't panic when you get a new coach because it's not what you think it is.
And it
Things
doesn't
can change really fast.
And Greg, here's another stat I heard on the way in today, which was unbelievable to me. For the last 20 years in the NFL, a team that finished last in its division has won the next year for 20 years in a row. Last to first for the last 20 years, someone has done it. So you know what? It's pretty easy to turn things. Look at Denver. Look at all the turnarounds we've seen in the NFL. Look at Chicago. I love when teams, hire the right coach, and all of a sudden, wow, where did they come from? How did that happen?
And nowadays, with all the passing in college football, it's easier to find a quarterback than it used to be because they're not running the wishbone and all that garbage. They're running pro-style offenses. So when you get a quarterback, usually you can get somebody that can run a pass and attack. So I'm not panicking. You know what? I want to change. I just want a whole different vibe on this team.
Correct.
So I'll let you go.
All right. Thanks. Enjoy, Greg. All right. Why don't we get to Jordan real quick before we get to the top of the hour break? Hey, Jordan, what's up?
Hey, Paul, you do a great job, man. Thanks for
God
taking
bless
my
you.
call.
Thank you.
I have never been more conflicted about a sports topic in Pittsburgh history, and I don't know exactly where I'd come down on it, to be quite honest with you.
But you know what?
'cause I see
Sometimes
both
the
sides.
complicated issues, you know what? They're not easy to reason with, and that's what makes
They're
them
not.
complicated.
And there's a lot of truth and nuance, because
Correct.
there are moments where I agree with you, and I say his philosophy, it doesn't win in today's football, and that angers me. And then the other side of me, and I teach with a Browns fan, and he hasn't cared in 20 years.
Nor will he.
And I get to care every week.
Yeah.
Every week I get to sit down and enjoy an experience with my family. So my question to you would be, if he wins 2 playoff games this year, is that enough for you to bring him back?
He wins one, I bring him back.
But isn't that living in mediocrity?
Well, no, not. I mean, my whole gripe, the reason I don't think he should still be here is his lack of playoff wins. And if he finds a way to win a playoff, and I would have, and again, it would be, and there would be other things that come with that. Okay, Mike, here's the deal. Congrats on the playoff win. I need a whole new offensive philosophy. I need a more aggressive offense. I need us to go down the field. I need us to do this. And you know what? I want more coordinators. Okay. I want a defensive coordinator that's going to run the defense. I don't want you running anything anymore because it hasn't worked. So there would have to be some caveats. And before Chuck Noll left, the Rooney said you got to get a new this, you got to get a new that. So they put some things in line for him that he would have to do to stay. And I think he's run out of time. And the common denominator over the last 10, 11 years of mediocrity, Mike Tomlin. I mean, he's brought in players, he's brought in coaches, he's brought in coordinators, and nothing has really changed.
Right. So
and that's
I
because
think
of him.
There might be the answer to my question then is I think I would keep Mike, but there would have to be serious changes on that staff. And maybe, you know what, I have PTSD because I'm a big Pitt basketball fan.
Oof.
And I wanted Dixon gone because he could never win the big one. And I wish I would have never wanted Dixon gone. Because now I've lived in 20 years and not cared. So people need to be real careful. I don't know if you want to sacrifice 10 seasons of never caring
but
for
there's
one
not.
Super Bowl. I don't think I would do it.
There's no way that happens. There's no way. There's no way that happens.
When's the last time Chicago's won a Super Bowl? Like you mentioned Chicago or Denver.
But look at them now. Look at Denver now. But you realize look at New England. New England's a good example. Okay, they had the guts to finally move on from Belichick, and people are probably in New England saying, "What's going on? What's going on?" How now you have Drake May and Mike Vrabel.
Right, and
you have the two right. See, that's what I mean. And Jordan, here's the thing: we got to hope that the Rooneys would go get the 2 right elements, and that's a head coach and a quarterback. Right. If you have those 2 things, if you have Mike Vrabel and you have Drake May, bam, hello, you have Bo Nix, and the right coach, bam. I mean, that's what you need. And we don't have the right coach, and we certainly don't have a quarterback. So until those things change,
that middle ground.
If those things don't change, neither will the outcome.
Yeah. Well, thanks for taking my call, Paul.
Jordan, you got it. Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it.
Yep. Take care.
All right. Let's get to the fan weather. What are we talking? Temps in the 20s at kick. Temps in the 50s next weekend. Wow. Western Pennsylvania weather. You got to love it. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Harry, sit through the break for us, and we're going to reopen the phone lines at 412-928-9370. It's Paul Alexander on the pregame show on game day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Colleen Wolfe with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The final week of the NFL regular season kicked off Saturday with a doubleheader that had major playoff implications. In the early game, the Buccaneers earned their first win since November, beating the Panthers 16-14 at home in the rain to keep their playoff hopes alive. The 8-9 Bucs win the NFC South if the Saints beat or tie the Falcons in Atlanta Sunday, while the 8-9 Panthers win the division with a Falcons win. In the late game, the 14-3 Seahawks clinched the #1 seed and a bye in the NFC by beating the 49ers at Levi Stadium 13-3. With the loss, the 12-5 Niners are now the 5th seed, but could fall to the 6th spot in the NFC playoffs if the Rams beat the Cardinals Sunday. Meanwhile, the Broncos can clinch the #1 seed in the AFC with a win over the Chargers. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription for 65% off. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered Futures Commission merchant and swap firm.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad, and I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back-end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
HD HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Tonight, just over 6 hours from now, Steelers, Ravens to decide the AFC North and the number 4 seed for the NFL playoffs. The loser of tonight's game will miss the playoffs. Fan Game Day is at 5 o'clock from the Rivers Casino with Donnie Football, Mark Cabali, and Jeff Hathorn getting you ready for tonight's contest. 6 games in progress right now in the 1 o'clock slate. Houston leads Indianapolis 20-10. Browns are up on the Bengals 14-6. Falcons blanking the Saints 10-0. Vikings up 3-0 on the Packers. Jaguars taking it to Tennessee 21-7. Dallas leads the New York Giants 10-9. All those games in the second quarter. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Right now it's hour number 2 with Paul Alexander.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Here's the deal. I'm with you up until 5. Then, Fan Game Day with Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, Mark Caboli, live from Rivers Casino. I really hope, and again, just so you know, born and bred here, grew up in the 70s when we were the city of champions, legitimately. 79 was one of the greatest years, my senior year in high school. Steelers win a Super Bowl. Pirates win a World Series. Life was good. And, you know, you're a fan for life. I've been doing this for 100 years. So things change in terms of your perspective and how you look at things. But if you think I would ever wish ill upon our Pirates, Steelers, Penguins, Pitt, anybody, I don't ever. So if they go on this miraculous run starting tonight and then run the table, there won't be a happier person in America than me. There might be some as happy, but none happier. So I don't root against anything Pittsburgh. I don't, and I won't. I'm just over the decade of mediocrity. That's it. And I'm not going to apologize for that. And I'm going to defend my stance. That's all. Period. Let's go to Harry in Westview. Hello, Harry.
Hi, Paul. I don't think Vince Lombardi had a lifetime contract, did he?
No, he just gets a trophy. I mean, you know, they named the freaking trophy after him, but no, he was like there 9 or 10 years. That was it.
Exactly. You know, I think I was watching the game yesterday, watching Tampa and Carolina, thinking both of these teams pretty much suck, but they could probably both beat the Steelers. But if you look at their records, you can make a rule up, the mediocre Mike Tomlin rule, where if you finish underneath 500, you're disqualified from the playoffs, and the team with a better seed gets into instead.
Well, you know, like certain leagues, you know, they do just take the top teams. They don't worry about winning divisions or anything else. But yeah, you know, that NFC South is pretty bad.
Yep. And hey, well, I never heard your reasoning for why they won't fire him.
There's been none. There's never been any
just,
reasoning.
Okay, I just never heard like why. I mean,
no, I mean every year.
I mean, why are they afraid of firing him?
After the collapse last year, you know, Art Rooney comes out and talks to Art II comes out and talks and said, hey, we know we have to be better, or there's going to be big changes. They didn't change a damn thing. Nothing changed. Didn't. Not one big change. So
another thing, they used to compare him to Belichick, blaming it on. Remember when he first started his perpetual mediocrity run here? He was losing to Belichick all the time, and they were always saying if it wasn't for Belichick. Well, now Belichick hasn't been coaching for a few years.
Yeah,
you know,
it is. I mean,
excuse making. It's always excuse making for him.
Well, they won't
on behalf of him.
They always think, and you know, when they had Ben, even though he was, you know, starting to, you know, show his age and maybe not have the same, you know, whatever, they kicked it down the can, meaning as long as we have Ben, we think we can win. So we're not going to actually do anything that resembles a rebuild. We're gonna retool and try to get it this year and try to win the. And I kind of admire that in a way. Every year they think that they're going to be able to, like this year they added Aaron Rodgers. We're going to go try and win. Okay, that's fine. But at some point you have to realize what we're doing isn't getting us any closer to a championship. And to me, if I'm running a franchise, I want to make sure that I am gearing toward a championship. No, you're not going to win one every year. You're not going to be competitive every year. That's the nature of the parity in the NFL. That's by design. The NFL created it to be that way.
If you have that formula, you're not going to do it via free agency, though. You have to do it through the draft, and they're failing at the draft.
The Rams won a Super Bowl by free agency alone. They made that happen. So it can be done.
You're right.
It can be done, but it's not sustainable. And I think the Steelers are more about, they love, just having the same, they love just being the same. They love that for whatever reason. They love the fact they've only had 3 coaches in 100 years. They love that. But you know what? You know what the Steeler fans really loved? Were Super Bowls. And there was a time when they had the most. And they're still sitting on 6. And it's time. It's time to go get after another one. And it may take a while, and I get that. But go get a franchise quarterback, get an offensive-minded coach, and go get after number 7. Go make it happen. That's all.
Oh, man. Have a great day.
All right, Harry. Thanks. You as well. Take care. Let's go to Simon in Shadyside. Hello, Simon.
Hey, how's it going, Paul? Thanks for taking the call.
You're very welcome. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I got to say, I can't get behind the mindset of people like Pony on the PM team who wants the Steelers to lose or who at least doesn't care about it. I can't make myself be indifferent about it.
Especially when the game starts. There's no way in the world I can root for my team to lose. I can't.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't do it. Although, I think it's by the tone. I think you can tell. I really would like a change in head coach. I really would.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to ask you about. I mean, you always hear, people say, Tom, when there's the culture of mediocrity, and I think it's fair that is the, common denominator among that string of first-round playoff exits. But as someone who, is just like a casual observer of the game, I'm curious to know, how is that, whatever you want to call it, the culture of mediocrity, whatever he has instituted in this team, how does that trickle down into the nuts and bolts and the play-by-play, and how could you translate that culture into why the Steelers have lost all these games? They've consistently had these first-round playoff exits, underwhelming first-round performances, even with the talent they have. I mean, why is that? Is it the timid offensive philosophy?
I was just going to say
that turnover-forcing style of defense they always hear about Mike Tomlin.
I think the game and the style, and it was Ben Johnson prior to playing the Steelers. And Ben Johnson's a real student of the game and a real offensive mind. And he said, it used to be whoever won the turnover battle, like 80% of the time, is going to win the game. And that, they have the MIT and they have the scholars now that do all the analytics and they crunch all the numbers. When do you go for it on fourth down? When do you do this? All that is available. So Ben Johnson made the observation that was like 3 or 4 years ago. Now it's the EPA, which is passing efficiency. And I don't even know how to compute that, to be perfectly honest. I'm not a math guy, but the most efficient passing game now wins about 90% of the games. And you know what? Aaron Rodgers has had a couple good games this year, but overall, the Steelers, with their inability or their unwillingness to throw the ball over the middle of the field, where you get great open receivers, you get tight ends on the seam, you get running backs, doing crosses, you have crossing patterns, you have the pick play that every NFL team runs. That involves the middle of the field, and I don't believe that Arthur Smith is permitted to run many routes over the middle of the field because they just don't do it. And I think until you're willing to push it aggressively, offensively, the Steelers are going to be mediocre. And they spend all their money on defense. They're the highest paid defense by $20 million in the National Football League. And sadly, they're not even close to being the best defense in the National Football League. It is misspent dollars and priorities. They have the wrong priorities. They haven't gone after a number 2 wide receiver. Okay, they spent big money on DK Metcalf. Turns out he's a knucklehead, not available for the last 2 games. But they haven't had anyone really, and people said, I remember, 8-9 weeks ago, what if Metcalf goes down? What if Metcalf gets hurt? Now, we should have said, what if Metcalf gets suspended? I mean, we didn't know that was coming, not on the bingo card. But they are completely without threats at the receiver position. I mean, Calvin Austin, he's just a little too small to be a big threat, pun intended. But the point being, there have been deficiencies on that offensive side of the ball that just have not been addressed. And they don't seem interested in, and that's Mike's philosophy. He doesn't want to turn the ball over. He wants to get into what they call these rock fights now. He loves one-score games. How about getting a great offense and blowing people right out of the freaking stadium? Why don't we try something crazy like that? How fun would that be?
I think you're entirely correct, too, about your point with the last caller as to why the Steelers are so reluctant to have it changed. I think there's just that kind of inertia within the organization, partially because of the historic nature of the franchise and the fact that they've only had, how many head coaches over the past however many years.
They've had 3 since 1969? Is that when Chuck Noll was hired, 69 or 70? And that's 3 coaches total, which I'll tell you what, I'd much rather be, Pittsburgh than Cleveland. I don't want quarterbacks and coaches changed by the week. That's ridiculous. Stability is good. But there's a point where, and I don't want to overuse and just kill the Eagles and Chiefs, but that's the example that's out there for everybody to see. And those of you that are both Steeler fans and Penguin fans, what happens when the Penguins change coaches? They normally win championships. I mean, that's kind of been a pattern for them. Now, the NHL, they get rid of coaches a lot more quickly than the NFL does. I get that. But come on. We're now heading into year 9 without a playoff win. That's time.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't know if it's so much, personal loyalty to Mike Tomlin on behalf of the ownership, so much as it is just, somebody like that who's been there so long. They know their way around the organization so well, and there's probably, certain operational costs to throwing out a coach like that and rebuilding. Well, but, maybe it's time to do it.
Imagine this. Say they get blown out tonight, Simon. They get blown out tonight. And there's going to be, we're talking about, pitchforks and, there's going to be, rioting in the streets for Mike Tomlin to be gone. That's going to happen. We know how that happens. We saw what happened with Matt Canada. It was embarrassing. I mean, everywhere there was chants in other countries about fire Canada. I mean, it was insane. And imagine hosting the draft with all these Steeler fans and all these NFL fans just taking over, downtown Pittsburgh. And they want nothing more than Mike Tomlin to be gone. Could you imagine how embarrassing that would be for the Steelers if during their moment of hosting the NFL draft, there was just nothing but unrest because they won't get rid of the coach that they know needs to be changed?
Yeah,
that would be embarrassing, man. That would be and John Steigerwald just did a really nice, post on X. And I know a lot of guys are like, not that he's not their cup of tea. But John's a very common sense guy. And he just said that would be tough, man. I would feel bad for the Tomlin family. Yeah. To be perfectly honest, if those chants would break out on the North Shore during the NFL draft with all the eyes on Pittsburgh, I don't think that's a look that anybody wants.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, that still seems kind of undignified, even if it is in theory like a justified reaction. But I think from the same tack,
well, how many? I mean,
want to fire him.
Fan is short for fanatic, and you know what? When you're in a group like that, you get a mob mentality. I mean, a lot of individuals probably wouldn't do that on their own, but all of a sudden that just starts, from a grassroots kind of organic way. It's just one person, just all of a sudden, man. You have 16 icy lights down already, and people start chanting "Fire Tomlin." You're hopping right on board. You're there.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
All right, Simon. Have yourself a great day.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Thanks for taking the call.
All right. And that would be a horrific look. It really would. Larry, I'm going to take a break right here. I'd love you to stick around and chat with me right after the break. And our breaks are short today. Usually come on into the new year with short breaks, but we'll see how that goes throughout the day. I'm with you up until 5 o'clock, and at that point, we're going to join Donnie Football. Jeff Hathorn and Mark Caboli, they're live at the Rivers Casino with Fan Game Day. All of that and plenty more. We're available at 412-928-9370. What would you like to have happen tonight? What do you think's going to happen tonight? Could you imagine if the Steelers lose tonight? What do you think the atmosphere would be in April for the NFL Draft? We'll talk about that and plenty more right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3 o'clock this afternoon, Penguins back in action. They will take on the Blue Jackets. That game being played in Columbus. Penguins aiming for 5 wins in a row. Pitt basketball yesterday fell to Clemson 73-68. Panthers take on Syracuse this upcoming Saturday at 2 o'clock. It's right here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 1:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband. He lost weight. More important, cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend went and she lost 20 pounds in the first 2 months. So does Mark Patrick hypnosis work? Oh yeah, it works. Nothing has changed my life more. Well, except maybe my husband. He's so proud of me. Makes me cry.
What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking or your money back. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Feels so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Now, during the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end January 5th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back. Happy New Year, everybody. I don't think I've had a chance to share that with you over here. I've been busy working, but not here as much. So Happy New Year, everybody. Let's go to Larry in Maryland. Larry, thanks for your patience. You're next up.
Hey, Paul. How you doing? Happy New Year to you.
Thank you, sir. I'm well.
So I'm a displaced Yinzer, and I've been listening to you since way back in the day when you used to have to pay a charge at bars that had KBL. So
yeah, that was a while ago.
Oh, yeah. So we've been together for quite some time. So I agree with everybody's opinion about the Steelers. Things need to be a change. And the coaching staff all needs to change. They need to get some younger thoughts in, some fresher blood in, some newer ideas. I do think Tomlin's a great coach. I think his message here has just gotten stale. And personally, I love the Tomlinisms. I enjoy that.
He's very entertaining. Most entertaining coach I think I've ever covered. He's extremely entertaining.
Absolutely. But yeah, changes need to be made.
He ain't paid to be entertaining. $18 million a year should be contending, not entertaining.
That's for sure. That is for sure. But as far as I agree with you. It's like I cannot root for any of our home teams to lose. I remember, it's like there was somebody called in from the Tank Brigade for several years. Oh, we got a tank. No, I can't root for my teams to tank. I want them to win. I understand the prospects of needing to get a great draft pick. But no, that's I just can't do that.
Now there's a way. There's the way that the Penguins did it to get Mario before the 1984 draft, and they just played really bad guys. As you know, they coached them to play as well as they could, but they knew they put out an inferior product, and they tanked kind of legally. They just had a bad team, and then thank God they did, or the Penguins probably wouldn't even be here today if they hadn't done that.
Probably not. They'd be somewhere out west. I can't even remember where wasn't it Kansas City that they were going
Kansas City was, they were going to build an arena for them. They offered that up.
Yeah. But the one thing I will say about the non-losing record, as I sit here in my Pirates jacket back in the days when we used to say muck the Fets.
Yeah, man.
Back in those days at Three River Stadium, I would go for 10 years of not losing seasons, of being at least in the hunt. I mean, I know it's mediocrity in football, but
and Larry,
suffering Pirate fans like me, it's like, come on, I'll take 10 years of not losing.
Larry, I've kiddingly said many, many, many times on these very airwaves, if Mike Tomlin would slide over and manage the Pirates, and he had 18, non-losing seasons, I'd have a parade every year for him.
Absolutely.
I would be all about that, but that just doesn't work here. That's not okay with the Steelers. Non-losing is not the standard. The standard is contending, winning playoff games, getting to Super Bowls, hopefully winning a Super Bowl. You can't demand Super Bowls. You can't expect Super Bowls. But you know what? You want to be in the equation and the conversation about contending for a Super Bowl. And they haven't done that for a long period of time.
Oh, I agree. And then you have all these people talking about what to do about the quarterback next year. You've got Will Howard there, and you've got Mason. Aaron Rodgers, they could go back to that same sort of thing, getting an over-the-hill quarterback to start. If you can't draft a quarterback and it doesn't seem like there's a good one, let Will Howard start, Mason be his backup, let the chips fall where they may, and if that doesn't work, then go better for the next year. That's what I'm saying.
I don't hate that. I would start Mason. I think he's has enough NFL equity where he at least gets that start. He hasn't looked good in his last couple performances, which is really sad to me because he really was never given a legit shot. In fact, They didn't realize, and that's another reason. Another indictment.
A lot of good potential until he got
the Myles Garrett situation. But to me, one of the bigger indictments on Mike Tomlin is the fact that he went out and got Mitch Trubisky when he had Mason Rudolph already, on the roster, and then it was Mason Rudolph that won three in a row to save his ridiculous non-losing streak. And he still didn't understand that Mason was the better quarterback. He stands up in the pocket. He throws the ball very accurately, or at least he used to, threw it on time. Very happy to step up in the pocket and make throws, take hits and make throws. I just think that, I'm not sure he was a star or a franchise quarterback, but he was certainly better than Mitch Trubisky. I don't think there's any question about that.
Better than what we have had. That is for
better
sure.
Than Kenny Pickett.
I like the Paul Skeens mustache this year.
Yeah, I do too.
So.
I like Mason, but I'm not sure. Maybe Howard. I have no idea what they have in Howard. Either do they, because he hasn't played a snap of real professional football yet.
Agreed.
Not a single snap.
Agreed.
All right, Larry.
Happy New Year, Paul.
Same
God
to you.
bless
Thanks for
you.
the
Take
kind
care.
words, man. I appreciate it.
Take care.
All right.
Bye.
Larry checking in from Maryland. Let's go to my buddy Dave in Rankin. Hello, Dave. What's shaking?
Hey, Paul. Happy New Year. How are you?
Same. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Well, this could be a very fateful game tonight. I don't know how they're going to win. I really don't, and I'm not rooting for them to lose. But my idea is if they're going to win this game and then be one and done in the playoffs, I'd almost rather they lose. Because I don't want to see that again. It's no fun to go into the playoffs and then almost
get blown out.
Almost surely lose,
Not just lose. Their last 4 playoff losses have been blowouts.
Yeah.
Blowouts.
Another blowhard, and I'm not calling you a blowhard, another blowhard radio personality in the area who I don't agree with him very often, but I agree with him on this. He said, if Tomlin loses tonight against the Ravens, they should fire him before he walks off the field.
That would never happen.
I know. But I do agree with it. I just think that the opportunity they had last week, and we already beat it to death. But
yeah, but you can't call someone a great coach when those are the games that you almost can come to expect.
Right.
I mean, and again, they call it now a Tomlin game, and he's 0-4-1 in the last 5 games with teams with 8 or more losses below 500. How do you do that and call? How can you watch that happen and say, "Oh, he's a great coach"? Great coach? No.
Yeah. I just think they're mesmerized by the rhetoric. You said,
it's unbelievable. It's so good.
The national media, the way they exalt him, it's just crazy. Is this the same guy we've been watching for the last 10 years?
Yeah, because he is so good behind the microphone. I mean, he's so good, and that's what a lot of people think. And there's some rumors out there now that, Mike's considering stepping down and getting into the TV thing. He'd be fantastic.
I'm sure he would, but he's not fantastic at his job anymore.
He's not.
Which, like you said, I think with a salary like his, he should be at least great.
Yes.
And he hasn't been great in many, many years.
No, and there's a lot of reasons for that. And primarily now it's scheme, philosophy, and really just a lack of game day masterfulness. I mean, he gets out-coached quite a bit. And it doesn't seem like his guys are all that motivated or all that prepared. I've been impressed with a couple things, and I think it was Aaron Rodgers, coming out of the locker room at halftime and making a really good, change offensively, going right down the field, scoring touchdowns. They're still they get outscored in the first quarter like by 1 million. I mean, it's just unbelievable. They're never ready to play. Well, and when you have that kind of time, you have that entire week just to get ready for that opponent, and they never appear to be.
So that comes down to bad motivational skills and bad discipline.
Bad coaching. It's just bad coaching.
Yes.
It really is.
I don't know. Like I was going to say, tonight I have to be up for work at 5 in the morning. I may not watch a snap of the game because my pillow sounds a lot better than sitting or agonizing through a loss.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not able to not watch.
Oh, I get it.
I can't not watch.
And especially at your job,
now, I would maybe at halftime, if it looked pretty dire, I could easily shut it down if I was getting up at 5 in the morning. I could easily do that.
Right.
But I'm gonna at least give it a watch and see what goes on. Dave, thanks so much for the call and your kind words. I appreciate it.
Take care, my man. You have a good rest of your new year.
Thank you. Have a great 2026. Let's go to Ralph in Newcastle. Hello, Ralph.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Real good. I was just wondering how many points we have to get down by before the fire Mike Chandler's can't start there.
See, that's what I don't hope for any of that. That to me, it's uncomfortable. I know it happens, and we certainly saw. I think it really did work as far as getting Canada, removed. But boy, where did Ralph go? He just disappeared there. But anyway, I don't know. I mean, I think if the same start occurs that that 10-0 start that Cleveland put on the Steelers last week and actually never recovered from, I think it starts mid second quarter, early second quarter. If the Steelers are down 10-0 or more heading into the second quarter, it could get very ugly. And as John Steigerwald pointed out on X today, should the Steelers lose tonight and not look good in doing so, he thinks that maybe Mike Tomlin would resign and go do a little TV. And then if he, like Bill Cowher, when he got into the TV thing, everyone kept thinking, for years and years, probably the first 5 years of Bill Cowher on CBS, when head coaching jobs were available, there was always a little speculation that maybe Bill Cowher might want that one. But he made it very clear, I'm good. And you can sound so smart on TV when you don't actually have to coach. Think about how smart we sound when we're fixing everything. We know who needs to be fired. We need who has to be drafted, who needs to start. We know all that because we're not really responsible for it. We get to be super smart. I'm super smart in this chair. You're super smart in your phone. You're super smart when you're banging on the keyboard on social media. We're all experts. We're all coordinators, head coaches, referees. We know everything. It's just a gift that we have. I'm not even sure, if you're anointed or you just claim it. But the way it works out is we know it all. And we judge everything as quickly and humanly as quickly as we can. And we don't really care what anyone says because we're smarter than everyone else. But I really do believe, sincerely, that it just has to happen. Change needs to happen. I don't know what we're doing here. We have an anonymous call. This is a little risky, but we'll give it a shot. Anonymous in Dormont. What do you got, Anonymous?
Hi, Paul. I have a counter perspective looking at Tomlin's record. And if you go back to 2007, they started 9-3, finished 1-3. 2009 started 6-3, finished 3-4. 2012, 6-3, finished 2-5. 2018, 7-2-1, finished 2-4. 19 started 8-5, finished 0-3. 20 started 11-0, finished 1-4. In 2024, last year they started 8-2 and finished 2-5, and this year they started 4-1, and they're probably going to finish whatever that math is, 5-8.
Yep.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years
of his 18.
Almost 40%, 50% of his years here,
and in collapse,
have been disintegrations.
Yeah.
I mean, collapse would be a polite way to
a precipitous decline.
Right. And again, that fellow before me was right. We do sound like entitled people when we complain about Tomlin because he seems like a nice man. And
I would say he is. Everyone that knows Mike is a big fan of Mike personally. Everyone.
Right. But, the standard that he talks about now is being, we're dead smack in the middle. We're very average. The
Correct.
Standard that he's created that he wants to talk about all the time. And, when you talk about him being a player's coach, How about the way he handled AB? How about the way he handled, the Blunt, the running back Blunt? I mean, there's just story after story.
And now we have DK Metcalf suspended. Granted, I mean, I don't know what Tomlin would have done, but why are guys so free to do stupid things under Coach Tomlin? Because they don't have to pay for it later. They don't get benched. They don't get told the way it is. Pickens was a problem, showing up late, sleeping in meetings. We showed up late for a Christmas Day game. So, at least they moved on from him. But here's the problem, and this makes me crazy, Anonymous. Don't draft George Pickens. He's a problem. He's a problem. And people go, well, Mike Tomlin handles those guys really well. No, he doesn't.
Well,
he doesn't handle them well at all.
In our group chat, he's coached zig when he should zag.
Yep.
He's demonstrated an inability to have the kind of instincts that you need to in a game day setting, in player selection setting.
Correct.
And in terms of player development. And I don't agree.
And it goes as far as challenges. I mean, he was the worst in the history of the game in challenging referees' calls.
Right. And I don't agree. You mentioned a little earlier that Kevin Colbert was a great GM. I think Kevin had some good years, and he has to get credit for the the accomplishments of the team. But when you have the likes of Ben Roethlisberger, all you got to do is just give him the ball and have him go. He could draw plays up in the dirt at Three River Stadium and Acrisure Field, and your team would be a 500 team with Ben.
Yeah, and Anonymous, let me make one point about the reason that the Killer Bees and Ben didn't win, more significant games is that's when the culture really had deteriorated in that those guys weren't playing for one another. They were playing for themselves. I was in those locker rooms for all those post games, and the Steelers would win a pretty significant game, and if AB didn't have numbers, he pouted. If Le'Veon Bell didn't have numbers, he pouted. If Ben didn't put up numbers. In fact, starting 11-0, they had 4 or 5, I think when they were 6-0, they had 4 games with a 100-yard rusher in that 11-0 season in 2020. Ben was unhappy with his numbers. He wanted to be in the Hall of Fame. So he started every run-pass option became a pass because he wanted to put up numbers. They were all about their own statistics and their own glory, and you're not going to win Super Bowls like that. And the coach has to somehow administer certain things to make sure the culture is different than that. And it's not easy because these guys are all multimillionaires. They make more than most coaches. So these guys, what happened, Cowher's team that was left over, he won with Cowher's players. No, he won with Cowher's culture. And that culture started to erode as the Farriers, the Bettises, the, Kiesels, and all those guys, Foots, all those guys moved on, and so did the culture. And it was never recreated or reestablished. And that caused a big problem.
I think there's a current example of that with TJ. TJ could I think everybody would acknowledge TJ could be a much more effective schematic tool if he were to move.
If he were willing to move around. But Mike's a player's coach, and he's not going to move anybody. That's BS.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. TJ, we're going to write a check for you next year for $41 million.
Yeah, you're going to do whatever the hell we tell you to.
Exactly.
I know.
Exactly.
Anonymous, I got to run. Thanks for the call, man. I got to run, brother. I got to get to a break. Rocky, hang in there. Joel's going to have an update. Then we'll continue with these rapid-fire phone calls. 412-928-9370. Culture matters in sports, folks. Culture matters, and they don't have one. They do not have one right now. Aaron Rodgers is trying, finally giving some leadership to the offense, but I don't think it's enough. And that defense just isn't good enough, as highly paid as it is. That's not working. Rocky, hang in there. We'll get to you out of the break right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6 games in the 1 o'clock slate, all of them either at the half or beginning the third quarter. Texans up on Indianapolis 23-17. Browns lead the Bengals 14-12. Falcons hold a 10-7 lead over New Orleans. Vikings up on the Packers 13-0. Jaguars rolling through Tennessee 31-7. And the Giants lead the Cowboys 16-10. Steelers take on the Ravens to decide the AFC North at 8:20 from Acrisure Stadium. 5 o'clock will be Fan Game Day from the Rivers Casino, hosted by Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Caboli, getting you set for tonight's contest. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Get up with Nick Callis and the Fan Early Morning Show every Monday through Friday from 5 a.m. to 5:40. Presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Rediscover your strength and confidence at Steel City Medical Center and get up with Nick and the Fan Early Morning Show every weekday morning at 5. The hottest tickets in town are at Rivers Casino. Don't miss DJ Polly D live at the Event Center on Saturday, January 31st. The reality TV icon and internationally known DJ is bringing his set back again to Rivers Casino. Visit riverscasino.com for your tickets, and we'll see you there. Black and Gold Football is brought to you by Schley Deck and Fence Company, composed of skilled professionals who take pride in their work, ensuring that every project is completed to the highest standards. Schley Deck and Fence, SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you until 5. That's when we join Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, Mark Caboli, live from the Rivers Casino. Huh. Okay. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, never a fee unless we get money for you. And that's what we're talking about, man. How about this? And Rocky, thanks for hanging in there. Be with you in 1 second. ESPN is openly wondering if 2026 will be the year of the Pittsburgh Pirates. What? And by the way, the Penguins, who are playing at 3, as Joel keeps mentioning, about 10 minutes from now, they've won 4 games in a row. And last night, or yesterday afternoon, against Detroit, in Detroit, they allowed 12 shots on goal. What are they, the Super 70s Steelers? 12 shots on goal? There's some stuff going on here that doesn't look too bad. Let's go to Rocky in Elwood City. Hello, Rocky. What's going on?
Thanks for taking my call. And you're right about everything, culture. And that's on the head coach. That's on Tomlin. He does not know how to handle these players. And in his defense, something I don't know. Who hires his coaches?
He does.
He hires his coaches?
He does.
Well, he don't have the only half-decent coach he got is his special teams coach.
Yeah, he does do a great job. But you never know when the head coach has such a strong presence. I'm not sure how much, real what are the boundaries? How far can these guys go in terms of enacting their play calling, are there certain things that they're restricted that they're not allowed to do? I don't know any of that. But know this, it starts at the very top. That's Art II. And for whatever reason, there's no accountability for Mike for not winning a playoff game in 8 years. So it starts there. And then I don't know what the budget is. And Rocky, I don't know what the budget is for him to go out and get good talent as coaches. Because I understand that they're a little bit on the cheap side in terms of how they pay their assistants.
Yes, and they do a lot of things wrong. Like they got rid of Pickens. How can you get rid of your only good receiver?
Because he's a cancer and a problem. He's a cancer and a problem. Yeah. You talk about culture.
I do understand that.
Rocky, that he is a cancer. He doesn't work hard. He doesn't play hard. And you know what? You need to make an example, and that's what he. Hold on. We'll have a conversation, and that's what he doesn't do. When he has guys that don't do what they're supposed to do, he doesn't hold them accountable. Period.
You're right. You're exactly right. But
why did they draft him? Everything, red flags everywhere. Great talent, horrible attitude, horrible work ethic. He came out with all of those red flags, and Mike thought he could fix them, and then he couldn't handle them. That's a wasted pick.
Yeah, along with a lot of his picks. Who makes the picks? Does he make the call?
He has the most control of any head coach in the NFL. So everything that happens, and I get a kick out of the national media, well, look at the quarterbacks that he's had. Okay. Yeah. Who decided to take Kenny Pickett in the first round? Mike Tomlin. Who signed Mitch Trubisky as a free agent? Mike Tomlin. Who refused to play Mason Rudolph when he was there the whole time that he signed Mitch and he drafted Kenny? Mike Tomlin. That's who.
I think they made a mistake when they got on they brought in the quarterbacks from Chicago. They brought in
100%.
Russell Wilson and played.
Russell had moments. They weren't awful. But there's nothing represents a good future. Nothing. I mean, Mike's going to be the coach. They don't have a quarterback. And here, just look at what happens in New England. They get Drake May and Mike Vrabel. You know what they're going to do relatively soon? They're going to win a Super Bowl. Chicago gets Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams. You know what they're going to do sometime? They're going to win a Super Bowl, at least contend for one. Right now, we still have a guy that thinks that defense is everything. Turnovers are all that matters. Never throw the ball over the middle field. That's your head coach, and you don't have a quarterback going forward. They're nowhere near contending for a Super Bowl. That's why you make changes.
Okay. They ain't got the talent on the offense to do that. And
they spend, hey, Rocky. It's hard to have talent on the offense when you spend all your money on the defense.
I agree with you there, but no matter what quarterback, you can put the best quarterback in the league behind that line, and they're not going to do anything.
Well, that line's improved, I think. I think it looked pretty good. They've had a couple of injuries that have hurt them, but overall, I think the offensive line has been pretty good.
Over the past, look at all these quarterbacks that get slammed by a bad line. And again, I say that's coaching.
Well, I mean, talent has a big part of it. I mean, anyone will tell you, any coach worth their salt will say, the guys are the ones that make the plays. There's no question about that. But you have to put them in a position to succeed, and I don't think Mike does a good job offensively of giving his guys the opportunity to succeed. If you're a great coach, you don't lose to Cleveland when that game sets you up for the playoffs and allows you to rest your players today. That is just a horrific loss, and it's pretty inexcusable in my opinion.
They're not prepared.
That's coaching.
He's out-coached in every game, even the ones that they win. It's terrible. It's terrible.
We've endured a lot.
Terrible.
All right, Rocky, enjoy your day.
Hey, you too. Thanks.
All right, take care. All right, that's Rocky checking in. Let's go to Jim quickly in Monroeville before the top of the hour. Hey, Jim, welcome.
Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Great show as always. Tonight's game, I'm going to try to put a positive spin on this. And I think what we're seeing tonight is what I really ought to just say we should expect, right? The Baltimore Ravens, Pittsburgh Steelers for the AFC North, winner takes all. Granted, we should have won that game against Cleveland, and this game tonight would be meaningless to a certain extent. But honestly, man, the best rivalry, in my opinion, in the NFL, maybe in sports, it's exciting. They've been there, done this before. And, I'm looking forward to tonight's game. I want to win, obviously. But, yeah, let's not forget, this is Pittsburgh Steelers, Baltimore Ravens. I mean, man, last game of the season for all the marbles. Yeah, I like us to come out on top tonight, 23-20. I think the issue in Baltimore is equal to here or even worse with their quarterback situation and Harbaugh. I think.
Yeah. I think it's very similar. They're like on a parallel path. I think they're very similar.
Yeah, and that doesn't. Hey, whatever gets in between a team and their game, we know it definitely can affect the game. So I think the drama that they're dealing with versus ours, I'll take ours any day of the week. Yeah, 23-20. Let's go Steelers.
All right, Jim. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Real quickly, we'll get to Stretch in the car before top of the hour. Hey, Stretch, what's up?
Hey, Paul. Thanks for taking the call. Real quick, I would just say that I feel good about the Steeler game tonight because every game that I thought the Steelers would get crushed, they've won. And every game when I thought they should win, they've lost this year. So I'm feeling like they can't stop Derrick Henry, and therefore they'll probably stop Derrick Henry. They'll probably win.
Remember when they went into that Colts game, there's no way they were going to stop the Colts from running the ball. No way they were going to stop the Lions from running the ball. And they did both. But the only thing that sticks in my craw
from the Dolphins.
You know what sticks in my craw is last year's 299 yards on the ground.
Yeah, brutal.
That one sticks in my craw a little bit. But you're right. They have been very unpredictable, to say the least.
But here's my favorite stat for the Steelers. When do you think was the last time the Steelers had a top 5 draft pick?
71 or 2.
You're close. 1970 was the last time the Steelers had a top 5 draft pick. They took a gunslinger out of Louisiana Tech named Terry Bradshaw.
Man, could he throw a football?
Oh, the Bayou Bomber. And I just think it's amazing what the organization has been able to put together, the sustained winning that they've been able to put together for that's 55 years, Paul, going on 56 years.
They're a great franchise and a great organization, but to use the word great, you can't go this period of time without a playoff win.
We'll see. That's why they play the game, Paul.
But as far as like when you associate greatness, that requires postseason performances, and there have been none for 8 years. So there's nothing great about that. You can say it's good and they've been solid and they've been reliable and their games matter late in the year. All of that is true. But do not associate great with that because there's nothing great about it.
On the other hand, I would also associate greatness with the nature of the men that you develop. And I appreciate that the Tomlin coaching tree doesn't have any fruit, but I would also say that the men who play for Tomlin, like Ryan Clark, like Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, that also says a lot about the nature of the coaching that.
Well, you have to also throw in Antonio Brown and George Pickens. I mean, you got if you're gonna cite the great ones, you got to also acknowledge the not so great ones.
That's right. That's right. And they got rid of him when they no longer.
Yeah, but they drafted him too. They drafted George Pickens when everyone knew the guy had issues because Mike thought he was going to be magical with him. No magic. There was no. Hey, Stretch. There was no magic there, man. Thanks. I got to go. Top of the hour. Come on. You can't pick and choose. Oh yeah, look at all the great, the great men that Mike Tomlin's done. They're developed by the time they get here for the most part. And I don't think that's not something I would associate Mike Tomlin with greatness, with the character of his players. I don't think there's enough discipline there. I just don't. I really don't at all. I think the Knoll and Cowher eras developed greater character in terms of that. If you want to give that kind of credit out there, I'm not going there on that. All right, John and Ed, please hang in there. I got to get to a break. Joel has an update here at the top of the hour, and then we'll get to your calls right out of the break. 412-928-9370. It's Paul Alexander with the pre-game show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Oh, and by the way, let me tell you about the weather. 20s at kickoff tonight. How about next weekend? We're into the 50s. So there's some warmth down the road. Fan weather brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Joel, take it away.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you're struggling with weight and frustrated with dieting each and every year, Mark Patrick Hypnosis can help. Join the over 500,000 people who have attended Mark Patrick Hypnosis with great weight loss results. Mark Patrick Hypnosis will be in Pittsburgh on Sunday, January 11th.
After this hypnosis, I want to eat good food.
Since August, I can honestly say I have not had one potato chip.
It was life-changing for me.
And I don't think about desserts like I used to.
Bridget, how much have you lost now?
I had lost a total of 83 pounds.
Holy cow.
It's easy, it's fun, very relaxing, and very successful.
And I would just say go for it.
Only $59.99. Lose all the weight you want. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Attend this program and find out how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your weight loss goals. There's limited seating, so get there early. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com. Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. 3 games in the 1 o'clock hour happening right now, or at least across the 1 o'clock slate. Colts have taken the lead on the Texans 24-23. Browns lead the Bengals 17-12. Falcons up on the Saints 13-7. Vikings blanking Green Bay 13-0. Jaguars all over Tennessee 31-7. Giants lead the Cowboys by a pair of scores 24-10. All those games in the third quarter. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. And now it's hour number 3 with Paul Alexander.
If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend.
That's cool.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Hour number 3 of 4. We get you right up to game day. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Cabole. They'll be live from Rivers Casino. Let's check in with John in Natrona Heights. Hello, John.
Hey, good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon to you.
I'll tell you what. I have to say that the one thing about the Steelers, it's like an ongoing Groundhog Day without Bill Murray.
No doubt.
Every year, it's the same exact thing. And all you hear is about Tomlin being a player's coach. And whenever I think about that, every time I hear, it's more like a player's coach is a buddy, where a coach should be a boss. A boss needs to be able to take control, and I don't see it.
No.
And as long as he's here, and winning records and winning seasons only count if that transposes over to postseason, and that hasn't happened in how many years? So
we're going on 9 years, and the question I have for those, John, those that have, look at what he's done, you're spoiled, you're entitled. Well, at what point, 10 years, 11, 12, 13, 14? I mean, is this infinitum? Does it go on forever that he doesn't have to win a playoff game? Or is there an actual point where, you know what, hey, Mike, we really need you to win a playoff game by X, or we gotta switch things up? When does that actually happen?
I totally agree. I think he has an infinite contract. So Have a great day, and go Penn State.
All right, John, I appreciate it. Yes. Those of you, we have a lot of time. Those of you that were bearing like, oh, my God, you should have never got rid of James Franklin. What's going to happen up there? Well, like the same thing for you Steeler fans. What do we do without Mike Tomlin? You know what? I think Penn State's on a great path right now. And it may take a year, maybe two, but you know what? If you don't think that Matt Campbell has more potential to win a national championship at Penn State than James Franklin at Virginia Tech, I want some of what you're smoking. Daniel in Wampum. Hello, Daniel.
Okay, how you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Okay. Hey, I'm trying to tell you, I'm 98% accurate on picking games.
98?
I'm very good in Pittsburgh.
Are you wealthy?
Yeah.
Or do you put money on it? You should be a wealthy man.
No, I don't. I do that. The bookies used to hate me. They didn't like me. They could never beat me. And I'm trying to tell you exactly the way it is. I don't care. People shouldn't bet on a game. Watch the game and get a little feel in the game. I really think I have never seen Tomlin this relaxed and calm. I really think something's in the cards. And I think you're going to have a good game with Eric. He's going to have a good game tonight.
Well, you know what? He was horrible against Cleveland, and he rarely has two bad games in a row, so you might be onto something there.
And I'm telling you one thing. I think Tomlin, when he started out, when they were having all these meetings, they should have sat down with these players. I know they're going to say, well, these guys are old enough. They should know. But if they don't know, he should lay down the rules and tell them they don't know what they're doing on the field. Please get back to me, and we'll take care of it. Instead of him pushing that guy, he gets fined, and he's not going to play. And I really think that Metcalf is a hell of a ball player. And I really think it's a big difference. But I really think the Steelers are going to win by a field goal. It's going to be 9-7 tonight. It's going to be that close.
That won't be fun.
Down to the last
that is not going to be fun to watch, Daniel.
Seriously, I think it is.
9-7, fun to watch?
I really think it's going to be a defensive game. I'm telling you, that defense is really – I think the defense is coming. I really do. I seriously think they ought to stack the linebackers tonight. Is put everybody on that line and just stop that. They're going to try to run the play right on the Steelers. And I think they're going to stack them up. That guy ain't going to get anything this night. I'm telling you.
You mean the same team that last year put 299 rushing yards on the Steelers aren't going to get anything tonight?
I'm telling you, this is going to be the old Steeler defense. They're coming in.
Okay.
I'm telling you, even.
So Daniel, though, you're not going to put. Are you going to put some money on this somewhere?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I haven't touched
For someone as certain as you, man, I can't believe you're not going to put some money on it. You're certain.
Well,
you're 100% sure.
I am bored. I really am bored. I'm really bored of football. I don't watch the Steelers. I love listening on the radio.
Okay.
And I really take pride in all our Pittsburgh teams. I really do.
Okay.
But I think the Steelers are going to win it. And I think they're going to win their first playoff game.
Wow.
I really think so. They're going to advance.
Okay.
They're going to win it.
And you don't really have anything because Mike Tomlin's relaxed. That's where all this is coming from?
Oh, yeah. He's relaxed.
He's relaxed.
There's something in the cards.
Okay. Something in the cards.
He
like
knows
what? Like, can you tell me what's in the cards? What's in the cards?
I think you're going to play some – I think you're going to see some trick plays tonight. I really do.
All right, Daniel, that's been an interesting call. We'll just leave that at interesting. There's something in the cards, and Mike Tomlin is relaxed. Let's go to Mike in Wilkinsburg. Hello, Mike. Is there something in the cards, and have you noticed how relaxed Mike Tomlin is?
Paul Alexander, how you doing, my friend?
I'm well. How are you?
Man, I'm good. Hey, I got something in the cards. I'll tell you. I'm so out on this coach that you could tell me that the Bills GM had a lobotomy and gave Josh Allen to us for a 7th-round pick, and I still wouldn't pick us to win a playoff game next year. I mean, I have a new name for this guy because I mean, it's like Mike Tomlin. It's like if you told me there's this great movie, right? There's this great movie, and it's got Tom Hanks and Will Smith and and all these great actors, right? And I say, okay, well, who's the director? And you're like, M. Night Shyamalan. I'm out. I don't care how talented the cast is or anything. If M. Night Tomlin is coaching, I'm not into it because the ending is always going to suck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Regardless.
And I say it all the time, kiddingly, Mike. I've seen this movie, and I hate the ending. I mean, that's how I always refer to Steelers seasons under Mike Tomlin. I've seen them. I've seen the movie. And, oh, by the way, my wife and I tried to watch a Denzel Washington movie last night, directed by Spike Lee.
Oh, no. Highest to lowest?
It was awful.
Oh, God.
Maybe the worst movie I've ever seen.
Well, then watch Chirac.
Jeez. That was
my
just
wife and I walked
awful.
out of there.
Oh, my gosh. Unbelievably bad.
Some guys have it, and then they lose it.
I had nothing, My wife kept saying, turn it off. I'm like going, I started it. I got to finish it. And I wish she was so right. I should have just bailed. Should have bailed. It was awful. Anyway, so even with Josh Allen, you don't think Mike Tomlin could get a Super Bowl here in Pittsburgh?
You could be like, oh, and you got Jared Verse, and that would be like, but there's a Sidney Sweeney full frontal scene at the start.
Yeah.
I'm still out. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it, dog.
Again, we've seen it, and that's the thing, Mike, and thanks so much for the call, and that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Let's go to Vince in Weirton. But you know what? We've seen it, and the ending's always the same. Vince, what do you got?
Hey, Happy New Year, Paul. A good friend of ours said to say hi, too. He's out in California right now. Sal Janela said to say hi.
Oh, Sal's the best, isn't he?
Good old Sal. He's still hanging. He's still dreaming about the past.
No, he's one of the great ones. I love Sal Janela. Good golfer, too.
Excellent. Hey, the reason why I called, I'm actually hoping the Ravens win the game tonight because I think it's time for Tomlin to, end his era here. And, whether the Roonies will take that decision or make that move is yet to be seen. But I think we've got a quarterback on the sidelines is yet to be proven. He's yet to even play a single play. But I think Will Howard, you can compare him to like a Drake May. You can look at him like a Jason Dart. I mean, but I think it's going to take another coach. I mean, again, the success that May had came from a complete, coaching change.
Or even maybe a Bruce Arians. Maybe, I mean, if Mike would just hire a very good coordinator on or both sides of the ball, for that matter, then there might be hope.
Point,
but he doesn't.
Mike's a micromanager, though.
Correct.
Paul. He doesn't give his. He has yet to have an assistant coach go on to take a job as a head coach. And if you look at all the great coaches, college and NFL alike, they've had other assistants go on to better themselves in other positions.
And it just means they're talented and they've had success, and no one's done that here. And keep in mind, when Mike won a Super Bowl, he inherited some great coordinators. That's the big difference.
Excellent.
That is the big difference, and he was told to keep them. And then once they moved on, and I mean, for heaven's sakes, they forced Bruce Arians out, made him say he retired. All Bruce did was go to Tampa and win a Super Bowl as a head coach.
But another point I wanted to make, it doesn't matter what team you're on. Every team has their own skeletons and problems. I mean,
of course.
The Patriots,
every family does. Every team does. But you know what? You don't keep it the same when it's not working.
Yeah, exactly.
Change.
And I think it's time to change the narrative here in Pittsburgh, and whether it takes us a few years bumbling around through getting personnel right.
Well, they need a quarterback. They need a quarterback. Will Howard's a nice thought, but that's all he is a thought. He's never thrown a pass in the NFL, for heaven's sake. So I don't I don't hook my hopes to a guy that's never thrown a pass in the NFL. I just don't. All right. Bobby the Legend, Will, Buzz, Emmanuel, you guys are all getting in and getting on, but I got to take a break first. Joel with an update, all of that and plenty more on the pregame show with Paul Alexander on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5 o'clock tonight, fan game day from the Rivers Casino. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Cabali get you set for tonight's contest. Catch the pregame show on the free Odyssey app as well. Pitt basketball yesterday fell to Clemson 73-68. Panthers take on Syracuse next Saturday right here on The Fan at 2 o'clock. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like health care, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on Friday, January 16th. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-939-1441. That's 800-939-1441.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. AQuickDrain.com. A quick drain service. PA number 074216.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back. 5 o'clock is Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, Mark the Kaboom Kabali, live from the Rivers Casino. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say never a fee unless we get money for you. All right. Let's get right back to the phones. A lot of guys on hold. I want to get to everybody. Let's go to Bobby the Legend. He's calling from Pittsburgh. Hello, Bobby.
PA, my main man, I tell you what, I've been a bookmaker all my life. That guy from Wampum, you got some real buttes that call this show. I tell you
how
what,
about
98%,
that, man?
My man, I want a shot at tell him I want a shot at the title. 98% picks, huh?
Yeah, well, he doesn't put any money down, so what does that really matter?
Oh, okay.
So there,
Hey,
that changes things, you know?
On a different trend here, have you been listening to the late night shows, the new format? You know, we lost a lot of good guys on there. Jody McDonald.
Oh, yeah, that was sad to see him go. No, I have not heard the overnight stuff. I have not.
I tell you what, I was, you know, I don't want to say anything. I'm kind of disappointed, but there's a couple of those guys that are really good.
Yeah,
And
Jody
I'd like to
Jody
listen to
Mack
them.
was one of them. I loved his show.
So I'm hoping for the best tonight. You know, you got to be a Pittsburgh Ginzer, but it's always a close game, couple points here and there. So I hope you're doing well. I hope you have a good New Year, and I'll be talking to you.
All right, Legend, thanks so much for the kind words. I hope you have a great 2026. And, you know, watching some of the former Ravens-Steelers showdowns, this isn't that. Instead of being, you know, maybe the Super Bowl will be determined by this game, coaches' futures may be determined by this game on both sides. Harbaugh and Tomlin, either one might be out with a loss. I think it would be Harbaugh more likely to be out than Tomlin. But the thing that's sad to me, do you remember when Peter King, the legendary Sports Illustrated writer, you know, his Monday morning quarterback column, it was must read. And after I forget which one of the Steeler-Ravens games it was, he said, shouldn't they just play every week? It's that good. It was. It was. It's not. These two teams are not who they were. Yeah, they're still the Steelers and the Ravens, but they're not the Steelers and the Ravens, if you know what I mean. Will and Monaca, what's up?
Hey, man, you know, as Steelers fans, we're spoiled and entitled. And you know who says that, though, right? Losers, okay?
Correct.
Steelers created championship teams. This is what we've come to expect, so it's not insane for us to expect anything less.
No.
This is, you know,
pressure is a privilege. Remember that, Will. Pressure is a privilege, and Mike Tomlin and that entire team should be feeling a great deal of pressure because they haven't won any damn playoff games since they've been here. I mean, Mike obviously has, but that was ancient history. Anyone on this current roster is not going to remember it as a great Steeler because they haven't won a damn thing.
Right, and then what's he always say? The standard is the standard.
Right.
What standard are we talking about at this point?
Non-losing.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? It's got to be better than that. That's what we come to expect.
100%. And, you know, that's that. If that makes me entitled, so be it. Spoiled, okay. And if you're not under pressure making $18 million a year to win a damn playoff game, you're stealing money. Or you're gifted money. Is it Christmas every year? Is every payday or Christmas that, you know what, Mike, you don't really have to do anything. Just don't lose, okay? Don't lose more than you win, and we're good. We're good. We'll extend you again. We'll get you more money. We'll take care of you. It's all good here in Pittsburgh. Come on.
It's what it feels like, and it just feels like he doesn't. It's just not enough. Even with they bring in the offensive coordinator, and it's like, what do? They're like, everybody, we're all questioning, why isn't there a number 2 receiver? Why isn't there? Right. And it's like, you know what? Because the whole plan is you take 2 safeties on one guy, and we just do the short stuff and chip away. It's not good enough anymore.
No,
it's not good enough.
I mean, look what's going on. New England went down for a little bit. Belichick won 6 Super Bowls, not 1. He won 6, and it was time for him to go. But it's not okay for Mike to go because, he's won a Super Bowl. Again, Belichick won 6. It was time for him to go. But now look what they have already. By doing that, by letting Belichick go and retooling things, they now have Mike Vrabel and Drake May. They're on a pretty good track, and maybe a little Super Bowl run here that, certainly here in Pittsburgh we don't like, we hate. But you know what? I appreciate and respect what they did. It was time. And it's time here as well to get a coach and get a quarterback and be a contender again. Don't be a non-loser. Be a contender.
And, tonight's more important because, like it just got brought up again, these coaches are playing for their jobs.
They are.
Who shows up tonight says a lot. I mean, the team's the team. The standard's the standard, all that. Okay, listen, these coaches are fighting for their jobs. This better be impressive.
100%. And, what better come along with it is a playoff win at home.
Yeah, and then that's got to follow it, too. I don't even think enough. I don't even think beating the Ravens, although it seems like a playoff game tonight, I don't even know that that's enough. It might be exciting, but say we just lay an egg in the first, we're back to the same thing again.
Exactly. It's the same exact ending, and it'll have a little bit of a caveat to it. Hey, we won the division. We hosted a playoff game. Yeah, that's nice, but if you get blowed out, what does that mean?
Yeah, I think it'd be exciting if we get a chance to win without DK, and then we can go into a playoff game and win with him. I mean, that says a lot. Honestly, I would like to see wins just for the guys on the team.
Exactly.
Aaron Rodgers even. It just sucks that it's become such a conversation about these coaches when, we have Aaron Rodgers, a Hall of Famer that could be playing his last leg, and we're not even excited for this guy.
No.
We're so concerned about losing our quarterback. We're not even taking, a Hall of Fame quarterback on his final ride, and no one's even talking about that. It's just all about Tomlin, and maybe that's where he wants to be. But
it's just a matter of Will, that when you look at the other teams out there that have the coach and the quarterback in place, they have the potential to contend. And until the Steelers have a coach and a quarterback, there's no potential to contend. That's just the bottom line. That's a fact. And
I think
that's painful.
Yeah, well, that's part of what happens when you have a seemingly arrogant defensive-minded head coach that only believes in paying paid defense, plus the oldest defense, plus it's not, for what we're paying these guys, they're not where they should be. So now when your big plan that you just always falls off, then what? What's left after that?
Correct. They don't have a plan.
So,
that's the whole problem, Will. There's no plan.
Right. And that's what's unfortunate. That's why it's time to go. It's time to retool. It's time to figure that out. And how much of it is this Rooney never hiring a head coach? How much does he trust in himself? There's a lot to think about.
A lot going on. Well, thanks so much. Enjoy the game tonight.
You as well.
All right, thanks. Will checking in. Let's go to Emmanuel in Carnegie. Hello, Emmanuel.
Hello, man. I think this is the first time I talked to you ever.
I believe we've connected before, but whatever. So. It's all good. It's all good.
Happy New Year.
Same to you, sir.
Yeah. I just don't want to bury his team yet. I believe in all the changes. It would be necessary if Tomlin loses again. But this is kind of like a de facto playoff game, so I think that will kind of break the buck for us just winning this game, and it will give us a lot of confidence and momentum headed into next week.
You get your number one receiver. If you win this game tonight, you do have DK Metcalf back. I mean, that's huge because you know what? They were derelict in their duty of having a backup number one or a number two or a strong receiver just in case there was a reason that DK couldn't play. And sure enough, that happened. And sure enough, they didn't have anyone ready.
Yeah, and that's the personnel issue. And I just saw 2 quarterbacks playing last night that we could have picked up without, literally tanking.
I
I
know.
don't believe in the theory of tanking unless you're out of contention. And we could have had Darnold. We could have had Baker Mayfield as well. So I'm not throwing in the towel yet. I'd like to see us play up a playoff game against Houston or maybe the Chargers. That's the 2 things that are really likely that we can beat. And then we go on from there. But you're right. The change is necessary if he doesn't win a playoff game or, doesn't get past Baltimore. But at the same time, I'm gonna ride with the Steelers one more time. This is a different team from last year, and there's different opponents that we're facing. The Kansas City Chiefs aren't there.
No.
The MVP version of Lamar is not there, and we're not playing the Bills with Mason Rudolph. So we got a chance. This is not Blake Bortles from 8 years ago. This is a different team. There's different
think about, Burrow was basically a non-factor in the division this year. Lamar basically a non-factor in the division this year. The entire AFC has been, the road has been basically knocked down for you. They cleared the path for you. If you play really good football, you can go as deep as you want. And, you do have Aaron Rodgers, who's a Hall of Fame, all-time great quarterback. If he can find a little bit of magic, yeah, it's all there. And, yeah, Baker Mayfield, to me, would have been the logical successor after Ben. He was available. Now, granted, he had a couple stops along the way that didn't work. But, man, this guy was beat up. He was injured, and he was treated horribly in Cleveland. I wish Baker nothing but the best because I just love his competitive spirit. I love his ability. I think he's a great quarterback, and he can help teams win. I don't think there's any question about that. But, yeah, the Steelers have made a lot of bad decisions along the way, and sticking with a guy that hasn't won a playoff game in 9 years is one of them.
Yeah, you got that right. And the funny thing about it is Baker's the last quarterback to win in Pittsburgh, I think, in the playoffs.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. All right, thank you for the call.
All right,
man.
Emmanuel, we'll do it again, I hope.
Yes, sir.
Happy New Year. There's Emmanuel checking in from Carnegie. Always like his calls when I hear him. And I think we've maybe chatted before, but maybe not. I'm not sure. Doug in the car, you're up next. What's up, Doug?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Doing great. How are you?
Well, I'm good. First of all, I want to go along with Tomlin should have been gone 10 years ago, but I don't understand all of the hate of the quarterback situation. I don't know why Will Howard just does not deserve his chance. There's been plenty of quarterbacks drafted before him that were bad. There's been plenty of quarterbacks drafted later than him that are really good. And your argument that not hanging your hat on a quarterback that's never thrown a pass in the NFL, well, to my knowledge, any rookie that's come into the league has never thrown a pass in the NFL.
Yeah, but how many great ones are from the 6th round?
How many great ones were from the 2nd, 1st, 3rd round?
Hey, no,
it's a crapshoot.
Doug,
it's a crapshoot.
Doug, it is a crapshoot, and there's a little bit of potential there. But to think that he's going to be the savior is very, very irresponsible.
The kid deserves a chance.
Sure. Again, so does the whole world deserves a chance. But to think because you have Will Howard, all of a sudden you're going to be okay, that's kind of lunacy to me. There's a chance that he's going to be good, no question. It took Trevor Lawrence how long? This year is the first year he finally looks like a guy that maybe was worth the number 1 overall pick in the draft. And it may work out. Sometimes it takes guys a lot longer to develop in the NFL, but they don't give guys a chance to develop in the NFL anymore as a quarterback. But I have no opinion about Will Howard because I haven't seen anything. He has never played at this level yet. So to hook anything, to put any kind of expectation on a guy that's never taken a snap at this level is irresponsible, especially when, so they pay millions of dollars in the NFL to scout. Millions. And if this guy did not get selected until the 6th round, there's some warts, man. It might be arm strength, might be mobility, decision-making. There's something that he doesn't do well, or he would have been picked sooner. No question.
All right, fair enough.
All right. Well, that was easy, man. I thought Doug was going to come back at me, but he just – and I think, just so you know, and Mark and Jeremy, I'm going to go to a break real quick, and I'll get you both. I believe the NFL draft is the most overrated thing, even though it's coming here to Pittsburgh, and great. I'm happy for the city, happy for everything. I've covered them in person. Okay, the NFL draft, they don't get it right very often, folks. The world is littered with first-round busts, multiples. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of first-round NFL picks haven't made it a year or two in the NFL. So, to think that a guy that was taken in the 6th round is going to be the savior of your franchise? Easy. Now, it could happen. We all know Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick. Yeah, sometimes it happens. But to think that it's going to happen, to make it like it's going to be a certainty, nah, you can't bring that stuff in here. That just doesn't fly. Mark and Jeremy, you're next. Joel will have an update, and we'll get right back to you right here on the pregame show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Scores across the 1 o'clock slate of games. Colts lead the Texans 27-26. Falcons up on the Saints 16-10. Jaguars lead the Titans 41-7. Jacksonville going to win that game. The Giants lead the Cowboys 27-17. Vikings blanking the Packers 16-0. All these games in the fourth quarter. And the Browns lead the Bengals 17-12. Myles Garrett recording a sack in that game to become the NFL's all-time single-season sack record leader with 23. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer.
Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. Well, we've got one more big NFL Sunday with a full slate of games, and it's time for FanDuel to spice it up and give you something extra. It's not another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to do something bigger. Place that perfect parlay, hit your go-to player prop, and now FanDuel's going to make it even better because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. All new customers get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you want to bet the game, get to FanDuel and put that bet in now. Sunday Night Football for all the marbles in the AFC North. The Steelers are a 3.5-point home underdog against the Ravens, and we've seen the way Mike Tomlin's teams have performed in playoff games. Pick your poison here on FanDuel, FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration registration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
As if things weren't bad enough, Myles Garrett, your new sack record holder, and our man Joe Burrow kind of did a little Brett Favre for Michael Strahan, if you recall that. Just kind of turtled a little bit, but there it is. Call me when you win a playoff game, Miles. We'll talk then. Let's go to Mark in New Jersey. Hello, Mark.
Hey, Paul. How are you?
Well, and you?
Good. I'm one of the many who think that Tomlin should move on. It's been long overdue. Other than the obvious stats, but no playoff wins since 16. Only registered a playoff win in 4 of his 18 seasons. 1-5 versus teams that are 8 games under 500 over the last 6. Out of 36 Super Bowl winning head coaches, he has the worst playoff record of any of the Super Bowl winning head coaches.
Wow, there's a nugget. Wait, let's get that one out there for me again. You have a new nugget for me.
Yeah.
Among Super Bowl winning coaches, he has the worst overall winning percentage?
Worst. There's 36 coaches in history that have won a Super Bowl out of those 36. And, of course, some of them, don't have as many games as him. But he's 8-11 lifetime in play. And his playoff record is 8-11. Yeah. That's a .421 winning percentage. That's the worst of any winning Super Bowl head coach. And out of those 11 losses, 9 of them we've given up over 30 points.
Wow, the defensive guru.
The last 5, yeah, exactly. Which brings me to my next point, which is what you mentioned today a few times. Out of those obvious stats, I think the biggest indictment of Mike Tomlin is the zero coaching trait.
Correct.
And and you look at the playoffs this year. I mean, Todd Bowles has 2 guys that are in the playoffs this year. Or I don't know about Canales, he might not make it, but he's got 2 guys off his staff that have become head coaches in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Between Liam Cohen and Dave Canales. Even John Harbaugh, who is on the hot seat tonight, at least one of his guys is the number 1 seed in the NFC right now.
100%.
And I blame Rudy on that one, because what owner lets a head coach hire the guy that just got fired from the Atlanta Falcons for the main complaint about Artie Smith was that he didn't utilize his offensive players.
Correct.
And then we're going to hire him as an offensive coordinator, and then people wonder why Pat Freiermuth doesn't get used. Well, guess what? Kyle Pitts didn't get used in Atlanta when Artie Smith was there. I mean, and in what universe is the guy that got fired as the Cincinnati Bengals defensive coordinator in Terrell Austin for giving up like the most yards over like 3 seasons? How on earth is he our defensive coordinator now? Mike Tomlin loves hiring people who were failures at other places. It should be the other way around. You should hire young, innovative assistants that were successes on great coaching staffs. Kyle Shanahan,
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
Yeah, you should actually hire people that might not be with you that long, because they're going to be so good while they're with you, they're going to get better opportunities.
Yeah, and you'll never hear Rich Eisen mention that not one of Mike Tomlin's assistant coaches, not only have they not moved on to be a head coach anywhere, they've not moved on to be a coordinator anywhere.
Nope.
I mean,
not one. Not one.
Not one. And
in 18 years, when you're that tenured as he is, that's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. It's an amazing stat, really. But then when you hear Julian Edelman say, "We love playing the Steelers because we knew what they're going to do every single time, and I knew I'd have 12 or 13 catches." That's why they run the same defense for the last 15 years, because they have no innovative assistant coaches on their staff. It's just Mike running his own stuff, and nobody will stand up to him. And then when we turn around over the past 5 years, whether it's Matt Canada or Artie Smith, and we wonder why we don't throw the ball over the middle of the field ever, and our offense is designed around 3-yard outs to the sideline.
Right.
That's the same thing. We have no innovative young offensive coordinators who are bringing like the modern NFL game to the Steelers coaching staff.
And along that same line, Mark, we had no sense of urgency that there was a need for a second wide receiver.
Exactly.
Because we don't
and
use
to
them
your point-
anyhow. They don't matter anyhow. We're going to get you into some sort of one-score game rock fight, and that's where we're our best, man. We want it to be ugly. We want to win that way. You know what? It's BS, man. I'm just so tired of the nonsense. It's non-winning. I mean, okay, it's non-losing football. We'll call it that.
Yeah, and every Steelers fan who's listening to this will tell you every game that we play is close. I mean, when do we ever have a laugher?
Right.
I mean, I feel like I'm in a cardiac arrest almost every end of the game. Whether we could be up by 20 and then we'll make it close at the end just because.
How about this
for
year?
whatever reason.
This year they had the lead at halftime in 11 games.
Yeah, I mean, and to your point earlier, the only way I'll feel like I have hope if Tomlin doesn't leave is if Rooney or the powers that be or somebody gets through to him that he has to hire an innovative defensive coordinator and an innovative offensive coordinator and let them do their job.
Yeah,
I don't
let
think
them
it will
coach.
ever happen.
No.
But that's the only way I'll have hope because the other caller mentioned, like, you could give us Josh Allen, and I'm sure Mike Tomlin would have him throwing 3-yard outs.
Correct.
And, trying to run the ball. How many times do we see Najee Harris run the ball up the middle for 1 yard and do it over and over and over, and nobody makes any adjustments? I mean,
and that, by the way, as much as I don't hold anything against Najee, that was a horrible first-round pick.
Yeah.
It was horrific.
That's the other thing. No, that's the other thing. Nobody's calling him to the mat for his drafts the past 4 or 5 years.
No.
Kenny Pickett, Najee Harris. Who drafts a running back in the first round anymore? Unless your name is, Bijan Robinson or,
Correct.
like a superstar. I mean,
Right.
So
I'd still
I
take
don't know.
Derrick Henry in the first round, but that's about it.
Yeah, I would. But I mean, I'm the most apathetic for a Steelers-Ravens, what is essentially a playoff game,
Yeah.
that I have been in the
Like,
past 20 years.
Yeah, normally, think about over the years past, man. When it was like late in the year, Steelers, Ravens, you were juiced, man. You could not wait for that game to get here. I'm the same. It's like, we'll see.
I mean, unless we go out tonight and we put a hurting on them, that's the only way I'll have any kind of hope or any enthusiasm for next week. But I don't think we're going to win tonight. I think they're going to run. The Ravens going to run for over 150. And we're not going to be able to generate any offense. So
that might be in the first half more.
Yeah.
Mark, have a great 2026, my friend. Thanks for the phone call. All right, that was a very good call. How about that? 36 Super Bowl winning coaches. Mike Tomlin has the worst playoff record of all of them. So again, the word great doesn't come to mind. Good? I'm okay with good coach. You have 18 non-losing seasons in the NFL as a head coach. You're good. Not great. Let's go to Jeremy in Connellsville. Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, Paul. Love your show, by the way. And Happy New Year.
Thank you. Same to you. Appreciate the kind words.
Couple things. Number one, and you can agree with this, we are built for mediocrity. We are built for the middle of the draft. You remember in the late 90s, early 2000s when Cowher was up and down. He had some really bad stinkers of a season.
He had 3 straight losing seasons and got an extension.
But what happened after those 3 straight losing seasons?
Yeah.
Those high draft picks helped him turn around. They hit on Troy Polamalu. They hit on Ben Roethlisberger. And I can't remember what the other first-round draft pick was that in that area. But they hit on 3 good first-rounders. He turned it around by being bad. And I said when Ben Roethlisberger retired, I said, all right, listen, we got to accept that we're going to be bad, and let's go and get the higher draft picks. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to hit on them, right?
Correct.
But you have better chances of drafting better players higher in the first round and second round than you do when you're in the middle of every year for the last 20 years we've been in the middle or the bottom. It's time to suck for a season or two.
Yeah, but you can't do it intentionally, and it just has to happen organically. Jeremy, thanks so much for the call. But that's the fine line. They think that they're so close to contending. And look at the last 4 playoff games they've had. Blowed out. So what's the point? Like, to say you made the playoffs? Is that a badge of honor? We made the playoffs, had no chance to win the game, but we made it. Mike Tomlin has only had a playoff win in 4 of his 18 seasons. I had a guy, try to Tracy. I'm not a Steeler fan, but I got to show you how lucky you are to have Mike Tomlin. No, you're not. You didn't. He's been to the playoffs 12 seasons, yeah, with 4 wins. That's 4 of 12. I'm sorry. That's not lucky to have him. That's not great. Okay, it's good, but it's closer to mediocre. Do you really want to say about anyone that you care about or anything you care about, well, yeah, it's mediocre? What? Pete in the South Hills. Hey, Pete.
Hey, Paul. How you doing today?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you so much for taking the call. Very similar to what everybody else has been saying. I don't expect the Steelers to win tonight. Would I be shocked? No. And probably because I think Baltimore is kind of in the same boat as the Steelers have been.
They are.
This whole year.
They have an MVP at quarterback. They have a 2-time MVP at quarterback that can't seem to do much in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the one big thing with the Steelers, if they do pull out a win here, they get a home game next week, potentially against Houston, if they can continue to hold off Indianapolis. Even though Houston's defense has been great, Houston has always been a team in the playoffs as well that, they have all this talent, they have all these expectations, and they kind of fall short. So I guess my entire point would be if the Steelers get to the playoffs, I need to see them win 2 games to really salvage a reason to bring Tomlin back, because I'm in the same boat as everybody else. It's the same thing over and over again. It's a continuation of Mike Tomlin not trying to be creative offensively or defensively, especially when you're paying so many people defensively who are going to be, future Hall of Famers. There has to be some sort of change, and I really do think the next 2-3 weeks, if the Steelers win, it's going to be a make or break for him, but they're just not going to make that change. Now, that's the frustrating part for, I think, any Steeler fan, is we know that there's not going to be change, especially after, as you mentioned, last year, there was no big change.
If there's a blowout loss tonight, there might be enough pressure. And here's a good point that John Steigerwald brought out on X today.
Yeah, I saw that. Yep.
I mean, I think that has some merit to it, because do you really want your fan base, while hosting the NFL draft in April, just crying, begging, maybe even chanting for a new head coach?
Not at all. Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
I agree. And the only kind of slight I would say about that is you're going to hear a lot of chants, obviously, in Pittsburgh, but the NFL draft is like the Super Bowl. There's going to be people from, probably every NFL team here, but at the same time, the representation of individuals, which actually might be a good thing, Paul, to be honest with you, if they kept him, and players from other cities that are there for their teams hear this, it actually might change the national narrative that Tomlin is actually not that great of a coach. So it's a weird thing to think about, but that could be a benefit, because they're not going to fire him. So it's an interesting dynamic, I think.
Well, there's talk maybe that, just to relieve all the pressure and the nonsense, maybe Mike walks away. If they lose badly tonight, Mike might just walk away.
Do you think he would, though, personally, knowing him, being in the business?
Well,
do you think that he would do that with his ego?
Yes. I think, I think the fire Tomlin chants, I mean, we saw what the Steelers did with the fire candidate chants. Mid-season, 7 games in, they made a change. So there is, and you know what? And the reason that's a bad idea to do that, now keeping Canada would have been worse, but hiring Canada, again, that's on Mike. So that's another one you want to talk about. Well, what about his offensive coordinators? Yeah, who the hell hired him? Let's go wake up, people. Anyway, you saw that I think that probably told the fans, listen, if you really want something to happen, you know what? Get organized and voice your displeasure, because it works.
I agree. Yep. And
that was they set a bad precedent right there.
Yeah, I agree. And the last thing I'll say just about tonight's game is if we don't drastically see an improvement on stretching the field out, even though we don't have DK Metcalf, and it comes down to an 18-15 game win or loss, I have no belief that they could beat anybody else in the AFC. They have to really put up a really strong offensive effort. Derrick Henry, if, John Harbaugh and their offensive coordinator feed him, if they can stop him or even just limit him to, maybe a touchdown, but not running around like he did last year, like he did against Green Bay, they have to have a definitive win tonight.
You would imagine, and Pete, listen, he had a career high in rushing against Green Bay, so I would imagine they're going to ride the hot hand. They're not that stupid.
I hope not, but I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too, but you can't be that stupid. I got to run to the break. Pete, thanks so much for the call, and Happy New Year.
You as well.
All right, thanks. Pete checking in from the South Hills. Yeah, I mean, come on. We've seen the movie. We know the ending. And regardless of what happens tonight, it's not working. And it shouldn't be, you have to just go back to 1 week. A great coach does not allow his team to lose that game last week. Does not. They had 3 wins. They had nothing to play for. All right, yeah, spoiler. But if you getting the chance to clinch the division, rest some of your players for a playoff game at home, if you don't get that done, you're not a great coach. Plain and simple. Joel with an update, top of the hour. Then we have one more full hour to go. The number to call, 412-928-9370. What would you really like to see happen tonight? What do you think will happen tonight? Is this team, with a win tonight, a dangerous playoff team? Did they have a chance to make some noise in the postseason? Who's going to be your quarterback next year? If they lose tonight, what direction do they go? Do you want Aaron to stay? Is Will Howard the answer? A lot of guys think so. Why? He hasn't made any bad plays yet. That's why everyone loves that guy. All right, Joel with an update, you with a call. We'll get right to you on the other side, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Oh, but before I let you go, how about our weather? Temperatures in the 20s at kick tonight. We're going to hit the 50s this time next weekend. Crazy weather here in Western PA. Fan weather brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
I'm Colleen Wolfe with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The final week of the NFL regular season kicked off Saturday with a doubleheader that had major playoff implications. In the early game, the Buccaneers earned their first win since November, beating the Panthers 16-14 at home in the rain to keep their playoff hopes alive. The 8-9 Bucs win the NFC South if the Saints beat or tie the Falcons in Atlanta Sunday, while the 8-9 Panthers win the division with a Falcons win. In the late game, the 14-3 Seahawks clinched the number 1 seed and a bye in the NFC by beating the 49ers at Levi Stadium 13-3. With the loss, the 12-5 Niners are now the 5th seed, but could fall to the 6th spot in the NFC playoffs if the Rams beat the Cardinals Sunday. Meanwhile, the Broncos can clinch the number 1 seed in the AFC with a win over the Chargers. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription for 65% off. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day and nothing worked until Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick Hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again, my blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Stop smoking, lose weight now without cravings, irritability, or your money back. Only $59.99. Join Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar and lose the weight. Stop smoking, feel great for only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Registration, 10:30 a.m. Stop Smoking Hypnosis, 2 p.m. Learn more at markpatrickseminars.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Just over 4 hours from now, Steelers and the Ravens from Acrisure Stadium, an 8:20 kickoff for Sunday Night Football, where the winner is headed to the playoffs as the 4 seed. The loser of tonight's game misses the playoffs. Fan Game Day just over an hour from now from the Rivers Casino will be hosted by Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Cabali. You can catch it on the free Odyssey app as well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now it's hour number 4 with Paul Alexander.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
And welcome back. It is the 4th and final hour. We'll take you right up to the 5 o'clock kick of Fan Game Day with Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Caboli. That'll be live from Rivers Casino as they get you set for Sunday Night Football in America. That's an 8:20 kick. And I think most people are in agreement. Sadly, it's the sidebar stories instead of what it used to be. It used to be this game would be for home field because both of the Steelers and the Ravens had already qualified for the playoffs. Maybe they were playing for the top seed in the AFC, or certainly, a home game or whatever. But there was more meaning because both teams were definitely going to the playoffs. Sometimes 3 teams out of the AFC North were headed to the playoffs. But this is all about the future of Mike Tomlin, the future of Harbaugh, the future of Lamar Jackson, the future of Aaron Rodgers. Is he going to play another year? He kind of hinted that there would be additional teams interested in him to play next year. At the end of when he's done this year, he's a free agent. And he did say to many that this would be his last year, but I think he's kind of backpedaled from that a little bit. So, unfortunately, my point being that it doesn't feel like this game is what everyone's talking about. It's the repercussions of the outcome. And that's sad to me. This used to be the thing, man. This used to be the game. Back when Peter King was with Sports Illustrated, he was writing they should play this game every week. It's just that good. Those were the days. Joe and McMurray. Hello, Joe and McMurray. What's up?
Hello. I'm just calling Happy New Year, first of all.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
And to answer the question about do we want Aaron Rodgers back, I believe we do, more for one reason than any other. Had his predecessor, Big Ben, been as willing to be the mentor to Mason Rudolph that Aaron Rodgers seems to be, we may not be in this quarterback situation that we're in.
That might have changed the entire trajectory. But you know what? Here's the real indictment on Ben. God bless him. He was a great quarterback when you need him to be, but he was not a great teammate, certainly not a good guy when it came to Mason. Whatever that emergency start that Mason had to make, Ben didn't even send him a text or give him a hint about, here's what I would do if I were you. He didn't even give him he didn't try to help his team or help his quarterback one bit when he wasn't playing.
He threw him nothing.
Nothing.
And Aaron Rodgers, by even Mason Rudolph's account, has been so willing to pass on his knowledge.
Yeah.
If Will Howard could be our next quarterback, who better to transition that? Because we're not getting a quarterback in the next draft. At least I don't think so. If Aaron Rodgers can give whoever is next in line to transition this to the future, I think it's worth keeping him for another year.
Yeah, if he's willing to do that, I would think that would be great. I have no idea. I'm just coming completely clean. I don't have a clue what kind of NFL quarterback Will Howard could be. I don't have a clue.
None of us.
And you know what?
None of us do.
If any of the teams thought he was going to be a really good one or a potential franchise quarterback, he simply doesn't last to the 6th round.
Correct.
But
correct.
We've seen it before, and we'll see it again. Look what Brock Purdy's doing. Look what Tom Brady did. But and every single first-round quarterback bust. I mean, you could do a human chain from here to California with first-round quarterbacks that didn't make it.
Exactly, and my point being that if we're not getting a quarterback in this next draft, which I don't see us doing, but if not, we need somebody to at least bridge this gap. And Aaron Rodgers seems to be very forthcoming with. I mean, that guy is a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, and back in the day, that's the way the Steelers were built, and that's a real, to me, shame on Ben. I mean, that's not being a teammate. That's not being. I remember talking to Mike Logan after they drafted Troy Polamalu, and he goes, "I guess I'm going to have to teach him to take my job."
Yeah,
and he was serious, and he was dead serious. He's I'm going to give him everything I can because you know what? And I forget. I think he was in Tampa. Did we get Mike Logan from Tampa? Or maybe Jackson, wherever, Jacksonville. Regardless, he said, when I got drafted there, I forget who it was, someone took him under his wing and, showed him the ropes, tried to help him become a better player. And that's what great franchises like the Steelers used to be. That's what they did. But that's when I talked about losing the culture, that's what was lost. People say, well, you know what, Tomlin only won a Super Bowl with Cowher's talent. No, but what he did win it with was Cowher's culture, because that culture was so, and I was around it every day. I covered every practice. I covered every game. I did about a 15-year run where I didn't miss a single thing that the Steelers did. I was at everything they did. And those guys, they always called themselves, and it was true, they were a band of brothers. They loved one another. They played for one another, and they won Super Bowls together because of it. Then when those players started moving on, retiring, moving on, nothing was recreated like that. Cam Hayward was a good leader, but that was just one guy on defense, and he wasn't exactly the most, he was a good leader, is a good leader. They never had a leader on offense. I mean, when you had the killer bees, you had all those guys wanted was their own numbers. It's like they were playing fantasy football against one another. They just wanted to have more numbers. When Ben started 11-0 in 2020, he was so angry that his numbers were so paltry. He hijacked his own offense. He hijacked his own offense to throw it on every down because the numbers weren't good enough. That's what I'm talking about. Culture has a lot to do with winning. It really does. And there's no real, and again, I'm not around it like I used to be, so I'm speaking from a distance. I'm not on the inside like I used to be, but I don't feel that there's a great sense. Now, Aaron, I think, has brought some leadership to the offense. Like you point out, happy to help. More than happy to be a great teammate. Seems like one of the really good dudes in that locker room. But I think overall, that's not Mike Tomlin's strength because he, as you said, everyone says he's a player's coach. Well, you know what? Players' coaches don't win. And we're seeing that. Players' coaches don't win. Maybe they can figure out a way not to lose, but they don't win. You need discipline. You need repercussions for things that aren't done right. You need to have absolute leadership in that locker room if you're not going to be the disciplinarian. Used to mess around. It's like championships are won when your best players are your best workers with the best character. That's why Sidney Crosby's won everything that he's ever been around. No one works harder than him in practice. So if you're goofing around in practice and you're on the third line, Sid glances over at you and you straighten up in a hurry. Michael Jordan was the same way. No one worked harder than he did every single day. That's why he won 6 championships. The Steelers won their championships most recently when those guys, they policed the own locker. The coach never had to set foot in that locker room. They handled it. Bettis handled it. Foot handled it. Ferrier handled it. James Harrison handled it. They all handled it. You see Harrison, what he says now about the Tomlin situation? Said, I never thought he was a great coach. He's maybe a good coach. That's from James Harrison.
Yes.
But no, I get in trouble when I say he's not a great coach. But James Harrison can say that? He was with him every single freaking day. I mean, it just, the overwhelming evidence is so abundantly clear. This ain't working for any more. They've hit the ceiling. This right now is the Mike Tomlin ceiling, and that's non-losing. It ain't going to get any better than that. It's time to change.
100% in agreement. And like I said, the word teammate seems to have gone out the door. That's what these guys are supposed to do, is bring up everybody around them. That's why Sidney Crosby, to me, is the ultimate professional athlete. Anytime he's had a deficiency in his game, whatever, he works so hard to try to correct that.
No, he did it with face-offs. He was below average.
And then he just way below average. That would be my main point.
100%. How about his backhand? He plays with a straight stick so he can have an equally good backhand as he does a forehand. Yeah, Sidney Crosby should write the book on how to be a leader, a captain, a representative. He's the greatest sports representative in the history of sport, I believe.
I totally agree with you. Totally, 100%. And that guy, he's like 37 years old, and
38.
he's still trying to 38, and he's still trying to get better.
Yeah.
And God bless him.
And no one outworks him.
We're lucky to have him.
Blessed. I would even say blessed.
Blessed. And we need somebody like that on the Steelers, and I agree with you. It just is not going to happen under Tomlin's regime, and that's a whole nother thing. We're tired of hearing all that.
And that's okay. I can easily say, hey, Mike, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, you did a great job. Thank you. Won a Super Bowl, went to another one, had some exciting years. Most of the games that you coached meant something. Thank you. But it's time.
It's time.
It's time. That's all.
100%. Yep.
I have no ill will. I wish him the best. I'd love him to become Andy Reid. I'd love him to go somewhere else and win a Super Bowl. That'd be great.
Exactly.
Have at it.
We can get someone to come in here, like Campbell up in Detroit and bring a whole new set of eyes to all this.
100%, man. All right, Joe, have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Rich in Wilkes-Barre, home of the baby Penguins. Hello, Rich.
Hey, Paul. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Hey, I work, the guy I work with, he recently retired, but he's a Ravens fan. And we were talking earlier in the year, and we said, for the past couple seasons, the Ravens-Steelers rivalry just doesn't feel the same anymore.
100%. Because they're not great anymore.
No, and one of the things I was telling him was, I'm 53 years old, and I said the sad thing is, for the first time in my life, I really don't care what the Steelers do anymore.
Wow.
The
apathy is the worst thing. That's what when you own a franchise, you want your fans to be mad when you underperform. You want your fans to be upset when you lose a big game. You don't want ever for your fans not to care.
You want them to win, but at the same time, it's just there's been so many seasons of disappointment, of mediocrity, that it's just like
and collapses. Think about how many seasons started with promise and just collapsed down the stretch. That seemed to be their MO. That 11-0, and I remember Colin Cowherd, out on the West Coast, just ripping the Steelers, going, I'm telling you, he just kept saying, I don't care what their record is. They're not a good football team. They're not winning anything. And then they just absolutely just folded down the stretch. And all these Steeler fans that were losing their minds. He should be fired. He should be taken off the air. My Steelers are 11-0. How can he say that? He said it because he saw it, and he knew that they really weren't that good. It was a mirage. It was mirrors and little tiny black threads that was holding everything together. And it was not sustainable. And it's how I feel now. Even if the Steelers win tonight somehow, that'd be great. We get to have another week of football. I love that. And they have a home playoff game. I love that. But I still would not be convinced they'd find a way to win that playoff game.
No, and like a lot of people will sit there and say, well, look at Cowher and all the losses he had in AFC championship games. And
yeah, Spygate had a little something to do with two of them.
Yeah, but one of the things they don't realize is Cowher always got us into the playoffs, and it was always like, all right, well, next year we'll get it. We'll get over that hump. You know, we always had the hope that we were going to do it. Now, I mean, like that loss to the Browns last week.
Ugh.
All right, you know, it's sports. You know, games like that will happen from time to time.
But not on the regular. They happen with Mike Tomlin on the regular.
Exactly. That's my point. This is always something like I went into that game and I'm like, they'll lose.
Yeah.
I just knew it.
Everyone felt that. I didn't. You know, I predicted a Steeler win. I truly did. I thought, no, they can't lose this one. Shedeur freaking, come on. Just come on. No.
Like this defense used to eat rookie quarterbacks for breakfast.
Well, that's when Dick LeBeau was the coordinator.
You know, he couldn't wait to get LeBeau out of there. Butler was just a face. He wasn't even really a coordinator. You know, he had Todd Haley.
No, he didn't even make calls on third down. You know, Butler, even when he was a coordinator, never got to call the third down defense.
No, and I mean, he had Todd Haley in there, which to me, I thought Todd Haley did a great job.
He did a great job. You know what? He convinced Ben to get rid of the ball and quit getting hit so much. And I thought Haley did a great job as coordinator, and then Bruce Arians was outstanding.
Yeah, and then they
forced him out.
You have Fichtner, Canada, and Arthur Smith, but yet people don't realize it's the same offense for the past three coordinators.
It's dink and dunk.
It's not the coordinators. It's what Tomlin wants.
Correct. Don't turn the ball over. No throwing over the middle. Don't take any chances. No high risk.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not working, Rich. It's just not working, Rich. I got to get to a break. Have a great 2026 and enjoy. Thanks.
You too, man. Thanks a lot.
All right. Rich from the home of the baby Penguins. Myles Garrett, your single-season sack leader. Took him 17 games. TJ did it in 15. We'll just leave that out there. And you know what? Burrow did he turtled. He turtled for Myles Garrett. 412-928-9370. Coming up, it will be the Fan Game Day with Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, Mark Cabali. They'll be hanging out over at Rivers Casino. Looking forward to that. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say never a fee, never, unless we get money for you. All right. Joel with an update. You with a phone call, 412-928-9370. It's the pregame show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Other news and notes from the 1 o'clock slate of games. Texans took down the Indianapolis Colts. Texans will face Pittsburgh/Baltimore, the winner of tonight's game. Myles Garrett, of course, setting the single-season sack record, taking down Joe Burrow in their game, and the Browns eventually beat the Bengals. Jaguars destroyed the Titans. They win the AFC South. Falcons took down the Saints, meaning the Panthers at 8-9, winners of the NFC South. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Barry and Steve Aronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA625.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent sin. All over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Just trying to figure out the music here. It seems kind of ominous, but kind of cool at the same time. Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you for another half hour or so. We'll kick it over to the guys at the Rivers Casino. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Kaboly, who I've always known as Kaboom. Absolute character. Wonderful guy. Jeff, hardest working guy in show business, and Donnie Football just keeps emerging. You know what's so funny about Donnie? We're Awaken 180 brothers. Took off more than 50 pounds. As he got smaller, he was getting bigger. Think about that. That's not easy to do. While in the process of getting smaller, he was getting bigger and bigger. And he was like me. I was over on the AM side all week while everybody was off. And he was over here. We were here every day just chatting, just talking, just doing our thing. But we both love it. And that's what makes this so fun. Popping in here, getting 4 hours with you on a Sunday. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for Karen. And we just had a caller from Wilkes-Barre, home of the Baby Penguins, saying he just doesn't care. The Steelers do the same thing every year, and he's just kind of over it. He's just kind of over it. And I'm afraid a lot of people feel the same. So here are the Steelers tonight playing for their playoff lives, win or go home. That's what's on the line tonight against the Ravens. 8:20 kick at Acrisure. Well, the Penguins right now are going to, try and make it 4 in a row, I mean. They've won 4 in a row. Yeah, try to make it 5 in a row, and they're playing some good hockey. They held Detroit to 12 shots. And I see ESPN, could this be the year of the Pirates? They signed a couple of bats already. They hopefully aren't done on the free agent or trade market. They have Paul Skeens and other great arms as well. So what's going on? What's going on? Just trying to figure all that out as we get into probably the strangest lead into a Steeler-Ravens game that I can recall. It's more about what happens if. All right, if the Ravens lose, is Harbaugh gone? If the Steelers lose, is Mike T on TV? There's a lot out there. And really what it comes down to is how do they look doing it? And if they do win tonight, doesn't it really have to be a playoff win? Yeah, they'll win another division under Mike T. That's great. Winning the division is always the first goal. Automatic playoff spot, automatic home playoff game. Yeah, win your division. So if they accomplish that goal they set out to do, yeah. But can we have another year without a playoff win, without change? And this is not in any way, shape, or form an assault on Mike Tomlin. It's not. It's just not. Someone called in earlier and said that, they really wanted a change for Pitt basketball, when Jamie just couldn't get to that next level, could not get to the Final Four. And Jamie had some great years taking over for Ben Haaland. But since Jamie's left, it hasn't been good. So I think that's the kind of thing that unfortunately scares Steeler fans. But you can't let that one example cloud your overall judgment. Look what happened, when Dan Bilesma got hired, they won a cup. When Dan Bilesma got fired, they won 2 cups. I mean, and I know I wear it out, but it's just right there for you. The Eagles had reached a point where Andy Reid was going to be a good coach, but they weren't going to win a Super Bowl with him, in their opinion. That's the conclusion they reached. So here's the beauty. Not only did Andy Reid go to Kansas City and win 3, after Andy Reid left, Philadelphia won 2. They're the defending Super Bowl champions, in case you didn't know. In case you weren't aware, they are indeed the defending Super Bowl champions. So why do you fear change so much? Because Mike's popular? Because people like him? Because he doesn't have losing seasons? Or any of those actual reasons to not make a change when you have this extended playoff victory drought? So I think you have to quantify. If you're Art II, you better quantify at some point, we're going to give Mike 2 more years to win a playoff game, and then we realize we got to make a change. At least lay something out there as if this isn't okay. Because right now, when you don't condemn, you condone. And everyone came out after last year's horrific playoff loss when the Steelers were accused of quitting in a playoff game. Kirk Herbstreit. These are the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have no life at all. It looks as if they've quit. Okay. That's on national TV. That's your last playoff game. Your most recent playoff loss. Big changes were promised. None were made. None. So they run it out there this year. They go get Aaron Rodgers. I mean, there's some great moments, some moments, and here we are. Another winning season for Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. But if it doesn't end in a playoff win, does it really matter? Steve in Fort Lauderdale. Hello, Steve. What's the weather like down there?
It's a chilly 72 degrees.
You know what, Steve? I don't like you very much right now.
I grew up in Mount Lebanon, though, so.
So you know the drill. You know the drill.
100%. Go with me here on this.
Okay.
I have been begging for a change, but I also am a realist. We know that Art II is not going to tarnish his dad's legacy by firing Tomlin. Tomlin's going to have to leave on his own, which we know he will not do because, A, I need your opinion on this. He's either too stubborn or too egotistical to admit defeat, and he's just not up to the challenge anymore. His players have gone tone deaf to his message. B, we're always going to be in this 9-8, like you said, 8-1, 10-7, if that, and get absolutely our butts handed to us in the playoffs, and we're going to be in NFL draft purgatory for the remainder of this time. We're never going to get that franchise quarterback. We got absolutely lucky going 6-10 and Ben falling to us. I watched that draft.
Correct.
He was incredulous sitting in that draft room by himself thinking, it looks surreal. I don't see, how do we get a franchise quarterback unless we absolutely have a horrible season? And that has never been the Rooneys. They hold this badge of honor of having 3 coaches in the last, 70-plus years?
Yep, 69. They hired Chuck Nolan in 1969.
It does not translate anymore. The fact that Tomlin has no coaching tree to speak of.
Zero.
Has to, it rings not hollow. It absolutely resounds catastrophically. He is so egotistical. He will not give any credit unless it's to himself. And he's living in the 80s where he thinks he can win with just defense and not fumble the ball. I cannot deal with this. I am not like this where I am apathetic with the Pirates, but I'm real close.
And Steve, I really think you touched on a couple things that, is they tune him out. No, his coaching philosophy is just dated. And to be honest, he had great coordinators when he started here. 2 great coordinators. And then he had Todd Haley was a good offensive coordinator. Bruce Arians was an outstanding offensive coordinator. So he had them, but they were forced upon him. He didn't hire them. They were already here. His inability to identify talent, certainly on the offensive side, and to identify good coaches or be willing to hire good coaches, or do we put that on Art II, not willing to pay for good coaches? I don't know. There's something going on as far as it's Mike Tomlin and that's it. There's no other real qualified, coaches on that staff. And that just doesn't get it done. You need innovative, very good minds. And I love watching Ben Johnson now. I mean, there's just so many great coaches in the NFL right now, and they're all offensive minded.
Would you want, if he wasn't such a PR nightmare, John Gruden? Because I think that guy just eats, sleeps, and breathes football. But I know what he did with the emails and everything like that.
Yeah, I think he's more trouble than it's worth. I want a young. Well, to be honest, and I hate saying this because it's like lazy, but did you know who Bill Cowher was before he got hired?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Came from
Did you know really Mike Tomlin before he got hired?
No, it just came from Tony Dungy.
Yeah.
Who, those guys, Schottenheimer and Dungy, are revered.
Yeah.
Now, granted, they don't have the Dungy got his title. Schottenheimer never got his, but that guy always had his players play for them for a really long time. But then sooner or later, the message went stale, and they.
Yeah, I mean, no one stays. I mean, come on, Jimmy Johnson 9 years, Lombardi 9 years. I mean, even things get tired. For Bill Walsh, he had to end up coaching at Stanford before he retired. I mean. There's a time, there's an expiration date on coaching. It's not forever. And when you haven't won a playoff game, and as long as Mike hasn't won a playoff game, that says a lot of different things. Mainly, what it says to me is the game itself and how you coach it has passed you by.
He'll never admit that, obviously.
Well, then that's fine. That's why, you know what, when you own the team, when you're in charge, you got to tell them the way it is. You don't keep extending him and paying him $18 million a year for non-losing seasons. You don't reward people for that.
No, that's a reflection on Dan II. Art II.
Correct.
Think he is he is one of the weakest owners. I hate saying it.
Correct.
I love the Rooneys.
And you know what? Art II is another great guy. I mean, Mike Tomlin's a great guy. Art II is a great guy. But you know what? Non-losing is not what we're here for.
Nope.
It's just not, Steve. Well, go enjoy that 72-degree weather. I gotta keep moving here, my friend.
You got it. Thanks so much. Happy New Year.
All right. Take care, Steve. Happy New Year to you. Sean and Anthony, quick break and a quick update from our man Jolie, and then we'll get to you, and we'll close out this portion before we send it to game day. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and the Kaboom, Mark Cabali. They'll be live at the Rivers Casino. But we're going to take a quick break. Be right back right here on the pregame show with Paul Alexander on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins also in action right now, trailing Columbus 4-2. Penguins coming in with 4 wins in a row prior to this game. A couple things from the 1 o'clock slate of games. Jaguars take down the Titans, and so they win the AFC South. Myles Garrett took down Joe Burrow to set the single-season NFL sack record, 23 total sacks. Falcons took down the Saints, and so the Panthers will win the NFC South with a record of 8-9. Texans took down the Colts, and the Texans will take on the winner of tonight's Steelers-Ravens game. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis, lose the weight, or stop smoking, only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you on this blustery Sunday. I don't know if you guys have had trouble knowing what day it is. I have. But it's okay. Well, this is wild. Someone just sent me. Anyway, no, that's for another time. Here's what I'm going to do right now, because I have this horrific habit of forgetting to get weather in before the top of the hour. And since this is my last hour, I'm going to get it in right now. And that way, Jolie doesn't have to get in my ear and go, Paul, weather. Because I always forget. All right, here is the weather. 20s at kickoff tonight. Don't worry about this. If this cold weather has you down, 50s next weekend. How about that? 50s next weekend. That's wild in its own right. Fan weather brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh Choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, let's go to Sean in Reserve Township. Hello, Sean.
Hey, how you doing today?
Never better. You?
I'm not too bad. Hey, I just wanted to mention two things. First of all, I do believe it's going to be brutally physical, and the older team is not going to fare as well. Just want to put that out there.
Yeah. But you know what? There's not much going on defensively for the Ravens. Don't think that Ed Reed or none of those guys are showing up. They're not very good defensively.
I guess you're right. That's true. Well, here's the main reason I called. Obviously, if the Steelers win or the Ravens win, they win the title.
Correct.
But correct me if I'm not wrong. The Steelers could actually win this title with a tie.
You know what? Sean. Hey, Sean, don't make my head hurt with stuff that's not going to happen. I'm not going to spend 1 second of time on something that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, Sean. It's not going to happen. So move on.
I know it might
come on. Sean, my point is stop with this line of what happens if they tie. They're not going to tie today. It's not going to happen. So if you have anything else, that's good. But we're not talking about what if they tie. They're not going to tie. Okay.
Oh, okay. We said that 6 years ago.
All right. He won't let it go. Sorry, Sean. We're not doing that. What if there's some sort of weather calamity that there's a delay or the lights go out? What if this happens? What? No. Seriously, Sean, really? Anthony, help me here. Do you know what happens if they tie? Sean, Anthony, that just here I am doing 4 hours, loving every minute, had great calls all day, good, really scintillating sports conversation about the future of both programs. How does this feel? What happened to the rivalry? All that kind of good stuff. Is Aaron Rodgers coming back? What's Mike going to do if they lose? He wants to know what happens if they tie. Stop.
Well, what I'm going to say is next weekend, that weather sounds beautiful for the wild card game here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
50 degrees.
50s.
Cannot wait to see that because they're going to win tonight. And
that's based on what?
That's based on Rodgers.
Okay.
I think he's going to rebound from that horrible game.
Because he doesn't have two he doesn't have two stinkers in a row.
No, I just think they're going to come through. They're going to be fired up for it. But you know what? I don't want him back next year, even if they get to the divisional game or even more than that, the conference game. I got my eyes on Malik Willis. I think under the last 2 years under Matt LaFleur has transformed that young man. Who, remember, he came from a small school, Liberty, and it took some. And he was supposed to be the savior down there in Tennessee, where there's no saviors coming from.
No.
And I think the young man, after watching him the last year, and especially in that last week against Baltimore, he was ripping them to shreds. Man.
Yeah, he looked good. He did. But is it sustainable? We've had guys have moments. Do you think that's sustainable? I'm not sure. You know, he's probably a little more accurate than Justin Fields, but I don't want to ever become enamored with a guy that can't deliver the ball on time and on target. Because the bottom line, Anthony, the bottom line is no matter how athletic, how much they can run, how much they can do that, if you cannot deliver the ball through the air on time and on target, you're not an NFL quarterback.
Well, the reason I say that is because under LaFleur, that is the prerequisite of what you should be first, a passer.
Yes.
And he happens to have those other skills to help him get out of danger.
Which I love. I want my quarterback to have too. But it better be like Justin Fields could never and will never deliver the ball on time and on target. So despite that beautiful arm, that beautiful athleticism, that unbelievable running ability, he's not an NFL quarterback.
No, he was Cordell Stewart.
No, Cordell could deliver. If they would have worked with Cordell, I disagree 100%. Cordell, was it 94, 93, 94? He had 21 touchdown passes and 11 rushing touchdowns. He was the real deal. No one knew how to coach him.
Yeah, 97 that was.
Okay, 97, whatever. Yeah, again, my chronology. But he really, his arm, when he threw it 80 yards in the air at Colorado to beat Michigan on a Hail Mary. 80 yards in the air. And he could throw it accurately, too.
Yeah, it was scattergun. I'll just say that. But his running skills were.
What he didn't do enough, and I spent a lot of time on Cordell, a lot. Believe me when I tell you a lot. What he couldn't do or didn't do, instead of buying time in the pocket to make a throw, once he was moving around, he looked to run. And the great ones, you know, the ball moves a lot faster than you do. Like, you know that as a basketball aficionado. When you do a fast break, that ball better not hit the floor. Because I can throw a pass to someone like that. If I dribble it to somebody, it's going to take me forever to get there. And he was so athletic. I mean, he was good enough to be a legit number 1 or 2 receiver in the NFL, which he was when he was slashed.
That we cannot dispute.
Legit.
At that point, I mean, he was incredible.
If they would have worked with him as a quarterback and just taught him the skills of in the pocket or how to move within the pocket to buy time to throw, I mean, he was like Major Harris in a lot of ways. He was ahead of his time.
Well, they tried. I mean, remember?
Well, they had three coordinators in 4 years. I don't know if that's trying. That's confusing.
Ray Sherman was a mistake. See, this is the difference. This is what you and I, who've seen this team for a very long time, know the difference between the coaches, from Noel to Cowher to the current coach we have now. Cowher made changes.
Heck yeah.
He fired people after a year. He brought LeBeau back.
Oh, and you know what? Hey, something else crazy happened too. His coaches got hired for other jobs.
Yes, they did.
Because he had good ones.
Gailey and Ron Earhart.
What a concept that. He hired good enough coaches that other people wanted them.
Yeah.
What a concept.
Yeah, I mean, they left here and became other. Yeah, that's true. But we haven't seen that, and that's been to their detriment. And I blame that on the owner because, listen, we know what Dan Rooney said to Chuck Noll when it was time to move on. Yeah. I mean, we were here. We saw it.
Correct.
We saw it in 91. 4 Super Bowls, regardless. He said it was time.
Yeah.
And he left.
That's it.
Yeah. And that's what you have to do. And
Correct.
It's time.
It's
regardless
time.
of how far they go, it's still time.
Well, if they win it all, I wouldn't mind if they kept him.
No, if they win it all, I still think that's when you go out when you win.
Exactly. Be Jerome Bettis. Go out with a Super Bowl. That would be the way to go. Go do TV and just relax. And you know what he could finally say? You know what he could finally say? It was his Super Bowl, because the other Super Bowl that he won, too many other people were given credit. Ben won it. LeBeau won it. He didn't get the credit that he felt he deserved, and I think that's been a chip on his shoulder forever.
Well, Paul, you go home, enjoy the game tonight, hug your beautiful wife.
Oh, yeah.
And just say, you know what? Thank God I'm alive.
I love it. I love it, Anthony. You're the best. Thanks for the call. Happy New Year. All right, that's Anthony in Oakland. Brian in New Brighton. Hello, Brian in New Brighton. What's up?
Good evening, Paul. Love the show.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So for me, I think this is going to be a really big tell-all for Tomlin, because what you're talking about with the offensive and defensive coordinators, I completely agree with, and that's the macro. But in the micro, I think the winner of this game is going to be somebody that changes something they've done this year. Because if you look at the Ravens' defense, they're awful against the pass, and our offense has been struggling, especially with Metcalf out. Our defense has been great against the run since Harmon's come back, and we've shut down big running backs, and the same goes for them. I just want to see if Tomlin and Harbaugh both, neither one like to break their mold and break what they normally do. Does one of them do it to win the game tonight? And I think if that happens, it will go far for my opinion on Tomlin.
Yeah. To me, it's hard to erase the last, the playoff drought. The playoff drought, to me, unless they go really deep into this playoff, nothing can erase the stain that's left on me.
I do agree with you on that, but I will give the one thing I'm 100% in agreement with you. The one thing this year that I will give Mike Tomlin credit for, he is in the last couple years actually, he's broke the mold on some of the things that he has done, whether it be play young players. Or it be giving, I think last game was a great example of this, is it may be, whether it's good or bad, giving A-Rod more leash to call calls at the line of scrimmage. And I think he's broke some of those things. So I'm a little bit optimistic, but that's just me being a fan too.
That's kind of desperation though, don't you think?
Oh, 100%. I ultimately think the DK Metcalf suspension is the scapegoat for keeping him for another year, like every other year.
Yeah.
There's always an excuse.
Oh, they'll find. Yeah, if they want to keep him, people justify everything.
Yeah, and they're notorious for justifying.
And Brian, let me be honest. I'm a great rationalizer. I mean, I can rationalize almost anything I do. I'm just that good. And the Rooneys and Coach T and everyone else and all the Tomlin apologists, they always find things to, try to pump up and kind of, fluff up all the nonsense. To me, it's real simple. You don't win a playoff game in 9 years, which it'll be if they don't win one this year. That's it. I don't need to know anything else. I don't care about anything else. That's it. We need someone that's going to win playoff games, and you can't. You got to go.
And I think you hit the nail right on the head, and I haven't heard it before earlier in the program when you said he is from the Dungy Schottenheimer tree, and that's what they were notorious for. Schottenheimer, the year before.
Oh my God, the fumble and the drive. I mean, yeah.
Well, and the year before he got fired in San Diego, weren't they like 15-1 or something like that? They were like unbelievable finish. The year before he got canned and never could finish in the big game.
Yeah, and that's a shame. That's a shame. It really is. Because Marty's, Fort Cherry, man. Marty Schottenheimer is one of the great guys that ever lived. God bless his soul. Thanks so much for the call, Brian in New Brighton. We appreciate it. I'm running out of time here. We got to get it over to the boys. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, and Mark Caboli. They'll be joining us live from the Rivers Casino as we get set for Winner Go Home. It's the Winner Go Home Bowl between the Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens. 8:20 kick, so I don't know how much time you have. Jason, I see you. I know you're trying to get in here. I don't know if they're taking calls in the next couple hours. Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. I apologize that we weren't able to get to you. Joel Nelson, great job as always. I saw your dad had a nice post about how fun it was to watch Indiana win. An IU grad. I didn't know Joe Buck was an IU grad. He's beating his chest a little bit too. I didn't realize that. But that's what I talk about. When I talk about great coaches, Right now, Kurt Cignetti and what he has done at Indiana, that is simply from great coaching and creating a great culture and blowing out Alabama. I want to see, with his Western Pennsylvania roots, I'd love to see them go all the way this year. I really would. It would be incredible. Joel, again, thanks so much for your help. For all of the calls, thank you so much. They are so much appreciated. And those of you that listen and don't call, I thank you just as much. Have a great week ahead. Goodbye, everybody.
I'm Colleen Wolfe with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The final week of the NFL regular season kicked off Saturday with a doubleheader that had major playoff implications. In the early game, the Buccaneers earned their first win since November, beating the Panthers 16-14 at home in the rain to keep their playoff hopes alive. The 8-9 Bucs win the NFC South if the Saints beat or tie the Falcons in Atlanta Sunday, while the 8-9 Panthers win the division with a Falcons win. In the late game, the 14-3 Seahawks clinched the number 1 seed and a bye in the NFC by beating the 49ers at Levi Stadium 13-3. With the loss, the 12-5 Niners are now the 5th seed, but could fall to the 6th spot in the NFC playoffs if the Rams beat the Cardinals Sunday. Meanwhile, the Broncos can clinch the number 1 seed in the AFC with a win over the Chargers. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year's sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription for 65% off. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Steelers, Ravens, 8:20 tonight from Acrisure Stadium for all the marbles. Winner gets the 4th seed of the playoffs and will take on the Houston Texans. The loser misses the playoffs. Earlier today, Jacksonville won the AFC South with a dominant victory over Tennessee. Myles Garrett sets the single-season sack record, 23 total sacks as he took down Joe Burrow this afternoon. Falcons took down the Saints, so the Panthers win the NFC South at 8-9. More headlines, 937thefan.com right now, live from a jam-packed, raucous Rivers Casino. It's Fan Game Day.
It's time for Fan Game Day. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slide Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread.
Let's get it right here. Let's get in that end zone. Let's go!
Fan Game Day is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, boys, here we go. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It is Fan Game Day live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook as we help get you set for the winner-take-all matchup in the AFC North. Week 18, Steelers and Ravens for all the marbles. Winner gets the 4 seed and will host the Houston Texans, who locked up the 5 seed earlier today with a last-second win against the Indianapolis Colts. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, Mark Cabali with you on the Fan. Our guy Gabe James here keeping us on the air on site. Joe Nelson back behind the glass for now in Green Tree. Seth Davis on his way in for the back half of the show. So this is it. A lot on the table. Steelers and Ravens. A lot of question marks around both coaches in this matchup. I'm sure we will dive into that at some point. We'll take a look at what has already happened around the NFL today and how that impacts the matchup for whoever wins this game tonight. But, fellas, something that I have picked up on all week long, just the lack of excitement that it feels there is for a game of this magnitude, because it just feels to me as if with both fan bases, they are tired of the same thing. It feels like on both sides they've been hitting their head off the wall. Now, the Ravens have won some playoff games in the last few years. The Steelers still going through what would be a 9-year drought if they failed to win a playoff game this season. But it just does not seem as if a Steelers-Ravens matchup with the division title on the line has a lot of juice from either fan base. Is that something you guys have kind of picked on over the course of the week? Jeff, I know that you've been on the air a couple of days, as have I, with the holiday break. But I'm just getting the vibe that there are plenty of people out there, fans of both teams, that wouldn't mind if their team lost a game like this.
Well, you get the occasional fan that's fired up, that's tried to talk themselves into this being a big game, but you're right. And I think from Baltimore's standpoint, and hearing enough from people in Baltimore, they have their best quarterback in franchise history. This is their time. I mean, it's now. And you don't have Mahomes. Allen's going to be on the road. Like, this is your time. And there's no Joe Burrow in the postseason this year. And here you are having to fight to get in because of such a horrid start you have. Yeah, you could feel it with Harbaugh. Like, they've had the two of the longest tenured coaches are also two of the coaches that are polarizing for their fan bases.
Yeah, you know, although I think it's more the we lead up to the game time, you're going to see a lot more excitement here. I think you'll see a lot of excitement in that stadium. I mean, here at the casino, it's pretty packed. So I do think there is a thought of one and done type of situation. Okay, we can get into playoffs, but then what? But if you're sitting here, and you said this early, Donnie, and if you're sitting here as a fan of the Steelers or a fan of the Ravens and hoping your team loses, just turn in your shirt, man. Turn in your number. Turn in your hat. You just can't go into – if you're call yourself a true fan, you can't say, well, you know, if the Steelers lose, at least they might get rid of Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin. That will be – no. You come out here and you try to win the game and see what happens. It's not like all these teams are invincible and – in the AFC, and if the Steelers would have somehow pulled out that win last week, even if it would have been on the last play Marquez Valdes-Scantling touchdown, it would be a whole different feeling right now. They could go in now winning 3 of the last 4 games and have 3 straight 10-win seasons. And we're sitting here moaning and complaining. I think many teams are like that. So I'm just saying, I'm part of that team. So, yes, you need to prove it more in the playoffs. But I'm also saying that you know what, you don't have it that bad.
I think fans throw that out there just to have a crutch. Like, hey, you know, Yeah, we lost the game. Yeah, they can get rid of all these people.
I know it. You know, I'm not falling.
I think
for
they're
going
to root for the Steelers, but I mean, Donnie, it's been discussed all week. The fascinating thing for me to see is second half Steelers down. If they're down double figures, what's it going to sound like in that stadium?
I don't even know if it takes the second half. I mean, my thought is if we're in the first quarter and the Ravens go up 10-0 in this game, it is going to be ugly in that stadium. I mean, if let's say the Ravens get the football, they go down and score, Steelers go 3 and out, or maybe they move the ball a little bit, then punt, give up another score, it's going to get ugly quick. So I think it's pretty integral to the Steelers' operation tonight. I mean, as it would be for any game, but even more so given the potential venom in the stadium to get out to a fast start. Or at least, if you're not going to score, you got to keep the other team scoreless too. Because it really could be a situation where the crowd turns against the home team. And then you got to be feeling pretty good if you're Baltimore at that point, because even though we have seen so many games throughout this rivalry, which at one time it was without question the best rivalry in football, and I probably wouldn't put it there right now. In fact, I know I wouldn't put it there right now because a lot of the great characters have moved on to retirement and some even into the Hall of Fame. But a lot of times we saw teams led by Ben Roethlisberger that trailed by 2 scores or more in the second half, and we saw those teams rally back and win big games. You think of 2010 divisional playoff game, the Immaculate Extension game, the game the very next year, a couple of weeks after the Ryan Shazier injury. All of those games, the Steelers trailed by 2 scores in the second half, sometimes even in the fourth quarter. But that wasn't a point of wavering because we weren't going through a stretch that we were going through right now, number one. And number two, that quarterback and a lot of those great players on those teams are now gone. So that's why even something like a 10-0 score, if we're 7 minutes into the first quarter and it's 10-0 Baltimore, I think it could turn that quickly.
I don't know about that. First of all, I think the Steelers tend to get off to a pretty good start. They're going to need to get off the start regardless of the fans or whatever. So I think this is really this is the reason why you bring Aaron Rodgers in, right? To be able to battle through stuff like that. I know it might be an uphill battle with some of the receivers he has to throw to, but this defense is as healthy as it's been in what? Month or so, maybe even more than a month. They've been playing pretty decent ball. So I actually think that the gloom and doom here of we have no chance against the Ravens is just a little bit out of line. The Ravens, I mean, I hate to tell you something here. Ravens stink. They're not very good. They're not very good.
Defensively.
You see what they did last week, and you try to project that into this week. There's no guarantee that that's going to happen. I mean, if the Steelers go and take away Derrick Henry like we think they're going to do, or, the Derek Harmons of the world, right, only 86 yards when he's in there, then you're putting everything on a quarterback who's had a bad year and who's coming off of injury. You have to like your chances right now, but they can't let it get away early. I think we can all agree with that one too.
Well, I think there's a couple things. First, unlike the last couple of years, I actually do go into this game thinking if it's close late, the Steelers have a quarterback that can win them a game.
Yep.
I don't know that they've had that since Ben in this series or in any game. That is one difference with this team, albeit without DK Metcalf, without Darnell Washington. They do have a guy who can make those throws that can lead them down the field. So that's obviously a positive. I think Hayward said it really well this week. Man, it's 2 teams with a lot of warts. And who's going to make more plays? I mean, they do. Both teams do, especially defensively. The Steelers have been better, but they haven't faced an offense like this. I mean, it's staggering what the Ravens have done on the ground against the Steelers in the last 3 games. If indeed it's a Derek Harmon, this will be the first time Derek Harmon plays in this matchup. I guess that will really test that theory if it's Derek Harmon as to why the Steelers are so much better in their run defense.
Because the Derek on the other side is a future Hall of Famer. I mean, he is going to go down as one of the best running backs to ever play this game. And we don't have a lot of guys like that in this generation, but he fits right in with the great running backs over the course of NFL history. You see every single time that Derrick Henry plays, a graphic pop up on the screen if you're watching on TV, or maybe a note that you get in a program that tells you Derrick Henry, first guy to do this since Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, LaDainian Tomlinson. His name is always around those Hall of Fame players. And if anybody wants to try talking themselves into, well, he's getting older. Today is his birthday, by the way, and he has played twice on his birthday over the course of his career. We'll get to some of those numbers later. This guy ain't slowing down. He last week he had a career high in carries in what was a must-win for the Ravens at Lambeau Field. He ran for 216 and 4 touchdowns. So I don't really care with him about he's over 30 years old. Now he's 32 years old. He's got to slow down at some point. I don't buy it with him. He's a player that's good enough. He's probably going to be playing around that same speed for a while. He's already defied the odds for the first 10 years of his career and for however long he keeps on playing. So that has to be your central focus, because as great as Lamar Jackson has been in his career, it is true that in the back half of this season, he's been nothing more than an average QB. Since Week 10, he has 4 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. So that's where you shut down their offense, I think, if you shut down number 22.
He did have his best game against the Steelers a month ago, though. He looked pretty good throwing the ball, so you have to look at that as well. But I think you can allow Derrick Henry yards and still have a successful outcome. You just can't allow him to just take over, 35 carries, 200 yards, 40-yard carries, 50-yard carries, running people over, stiffing arm. That's where you get in trouble. You keep him around the 14, 15 carries, 80-some yards, you can win this game. So you don't have to shut him down. You don't have to Jamar Gibson. You don't have to Montgomery him. You don't have to Jonathan Taylor him. You can allow him to get some yards. You can still win this game.
Well, yeah, I mean, even in that first matchup, and Jeff, I'll let you chime in, but even if it's like that first matchup, the Steelers won the game, just hold the guy under 100.
Yeah.
I mean, he had what? I think he had 25 carries for like 94 yards.
One came on a big run, right?
Yeah,
30
he had one big run.
You eliminate that big run, and that's what you have to look at. The big run, you eliminate, which they've been pretty much good at, Jeff, but not great. They've allowed time to time to get loose. If you stop that big run, you tackle well, which they haven't done consistently all year. That's the key.
Although it's been better. The tackling has been better in the last couple of games, especially on the perimeter. I mean, Highsmith is playing out of his mind this year. I think the corners are tackling better. I think Joey's really turning into a really good corner in this league, and he's tackling at such a different level than he did when he first came into the league. Now, all that being said, I think the Steelers' best asset would be what we've seen from Baltimore at times, where they get too damn cute when they have Lamar Jackson. Please get cute. Try to throw those deep balls. Try to be, show that Lamar can throw the football. Please, because if you give it to Derrick 35 times, I think this is going to be a bad night for the Steelers.
Yeah, I think that's a huge point to bring up, because John Harbaugh in these games, he does get too cute. He outsmarts himself. I mean, I do think the guy's a pretty good football coach. I often have he and Mike Tomlin attached at the hip. If you're ranking these guys, you could put them at 1 and 2. You could put them at 31 and 32. I have them pretty much attached to each other any time you do a ranking of NFL head coaches. But in these games, he has been outgunned and outsmarted by the guy across the field from him. So, I mean, Mike Tomlin's certainly not a perfect coach, but John Harbaugh in these situations, I compared it the other day to the water boy. Like, it's almost like he looks across the field and he gets intimidated by the coach on the other side. Like, I got to do something that's way outside the box to outsmart this guy. And Mike Tomlin lets him make that mistake, lets him make that decision, and things go south for Baltimore.
Red Bayou, is that his name?
Red Bayou.
Red Bayou.
Yeah, and you know what? I think Tomlin tweaked him in his news conference this week. I think Tomlin kind of dared him to do
Pony,
that
let's hear this one.
Because he said, no one's going to do anything different. There'll be nothing different in this game. We know what's coming. We know everything that Baltimore does. Like, he said that a couple of different times. I think Tomlin throws out red meat in these news conferences. I think he was trying to throw that out there to Baltimore. Like, come on, try something different. Throw a flanker, reverse screen pass.
Yeah,
come on.
I just don't know how much Harbaugh.
We know what you're bringing.
Jeff, I just don't know how much Harbaugh is nothing more than a figurehead, right? If you're a head coach and you see Derrick Henry not being in the game for the last 2 series a couple weeks ago, don't you say, hey, get 22 in there? I think he just oversees things. I don't know how much he really – I mean, I'd have to be more attached to what they do in Baltimore than I am. But to me, just how it comes across is I don't think he's in those meeting rooms drawing up schemes. That's just me.
Well, I don't think most coaches are, but
I know
day,
one is.
I mean, he looks very engaged game day. To your point, I don't follow them daily, but, I mean, he looks it's not like he looks distant when it comes to anything they're doing offensively.
Yeah, you hear the same things about him, though, time, clock management, personnel usage.
You probably do about every coach, though.
I mean, you hear somebody who really covers Baltimore talk to you, and you're like, wait a second, which coach are you talking about now? They're very similar.
Again, and that's why I always, put them really right next to each other anytime that somebody wants to rank head coaches. I feel like they do have very, very similar resumes, and they are both sort of running into what looks like a crossroads in their career, because the 2 coaches we have heard about more than any other this week about the prospect of them being on the move are these 2 guys. Like I would think that John Harbaugh is facing a little bit more pressure in this game, because I know that people from a Steelers fan's perspective are thinking, well, if they lose this game, they'll get rid of Mike Tomlin. That's not going to happen.
They're going to give him the key to the city, too, right?
The only way that Mike Tomlin is not the head coach is if he chooses not to be the head coach. We've been down this road before.
It's been like that for years, right?
Yeah. I mean, they've hit 9 wins. They've hit their magic number on the season. They've hit their quota, if you will. So it's not as if they're going to look at this game and say, yep, that does it. We're going to move on from this guy. Now, maybe they get into the whole contract, team option and everything in the offseason. That's going to be something big to look at. There's been so much speculation about, well, Mike could take a year off. He could go into TV, all of those things. I think John Harbaugh is actually on the hotter seat of the 2.
Absolutely.
Because even though they've won a couple of playoff games, they got to an AFC championship game. They were the 1 seed in that case. They have also failed a lot in the big games, and he has a 2-time MVP quarterback. And even though Lamar hasn't performed well in those big games, it's always the head coach that's going to get the blowback.
Plus, if there's any sort of beef between Lamar Jackson and John Harbaugh, are you taking the 63-year-old head coach who's somewhat underachieved, or are you going to side with your 29-year-old 2-time MVP quarterback? If Lamar wants John Harbaugh gone, John Harbaugh's gone.
Exactly.
Period.
Yeah, there's probably a truth to that. Yes, I would agree with that. And again, Harbaugh's got the best quarterback in their franchise history, the best running back in their franchise history, not their best defense, not even close.
No.
But offensively, they should have taken advantage of how this year has transpired. Instead, they may become another quote-unquote tragic figure in the AFC of this year, leading to somebody else surprisingly win the AFC. When you went into the year thinking that Mahomes, Jackson, and Burrow were going to be the 3 guys that were going to decide, this conference.
Yeah, I mean, now that you bringing up that point, that tells me that the team that will face the most pressure going into the postseason plays in Buffalo, especially.
They're a 7 seed? How about that?
But this is the.
How'd you like to be a 7, the 2 seed playing Buffalo in the first round of the? Oh my!
But this is also the first time for that combo that they haven't had to worry about Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow and possibly Lamar Jackson. So even though the Bills are looking at a 7 seed, they're going into this with the idea of this is probably our best chance to get this done. So I mean that's just another head coach that could be facing a bit of a hot seat.
And they're going to go to New England and play. I mean, that's got to be the Monday night game, right? Of all the potential matchups on the weekend, I mean, it could be, I guess, Philly and the Niners. That's a good matchup, but man, no.
I mean,
Buffalo, England.
unless CBS wants to lock that down. I don't know how the divvying exactly goes. I mean, that's something that we will find out later on tonight. Now, the winner of this game plays the Texans, and we joked before we got on air, the Texans are pretty much a shoo-in for that Saturday 4:30 game every time, but they usually do that as the team that is hosting the game, so I don't know if them being the road team will change that up at all.
Do you think the Saturday matchup is impacted by the fact that Seattle and the Niners and Carolina played on Saturday? Is that going to put them into a Saturday slot because they won't have a day shorter of rest?
I don't think they care about that. I think they go to the people that pay them the most.
Well, they care about these players, Mark.
They care.
Caring about these guys and making sure that they're able to make it through a season is priority one in the NFL.
You know, priority one, who pays us the most money to televise these games? You get first dibs. And so on and so forth all the way down the line. And NFL Network, you can have those Saturday games. I think there still might be on – maybe they're on Prime.
Well, I mean, there's going to be one Prime game. I can never remember if there's 2 CBS or 2 Fox.
There's going
to be a Monday night. There's going to be a Sunday night. So I think NBC at least has the Sunday night. ESPN will get the Monday night. Prime gets one of them. And then there's CBS and Fox that work themselves in. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think that the day that the teams played on really matters because, I mean, as we've seen in years past, as we saw last year, the Steelers were the team that got bit the most by it. But they made 4 teams play 3 games in an 11-day span. So I don't think they're overly concerned about if a team played Saturday at 4:30 in Week 18, they got to do it again in the wild card round, even though that NFC South versus San Francisco matchup, so the Panthers and 49ers matchup is probably going to be a bit of a bloodbath.
The Ravens and Texans already play? They played this year, right? I'm pretty sure
the Texans killed them. Lamar Jackson didn't play in that game. They had Cooper Rush start at quarterback.
I forgot. You two are the one. You two are the one think that Tyler Huntley would give him a better chance to win today. I forgot.
Is that what we said?
I don't know, but I'm throwing it out there like you did.
I did bring that up earlier this week, but I brought it up more. I brought it up more because it doesn't allow Harbaugh to get too cute. And it doesn't.
It's Tyler Huntley, Donnie. It's Tyler Huntley.
And they put up 41 points last week with Tyler Huntley.
But
Tyler did a great job of handing the ball off.
Yes. Because Harbaugh knows what will get the job done. And he said, you know what? I have a running back there that is going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. I'm just going to give him the football 35 times.
Or tonight, maybe you got me flipping sides here. You got to make Lamar happy because I don't want him getting me fired. So whatever you want to do, Lamar, you want to throw the ball 50 times, go ahead.
And sometimes when he ad-libs a little bit too much, mistakes happen.
Wait, I thought you said they're going to lose. What are we doing here? We're all in circles here.
We still have 3 hours before kickoff. We've got all kinds of time.
So we're like the Pittsburgh Steelers of pregame shows. We're very inconsistent. We don't know what we're doing. One minute they're great. Next minute they stink.
The Steelers are also a team that they're 20-5 in regular season finales since the turn of the century. 11-1 at home. That one loss came last year against Cincinnati. Which was a Saturday night game in Week 18. They are 14-4 in regular season finales under Mike Tomlin. They're 2-2 in finales against the Baltimore Ravens. Now, that being said, one of them way back in 2007. The other one was 2019 with Duck Hodges when the wheels finally fell off, or I guess the wings fell off Duck Hodges in that final week. So, got to take at least one of those with a pretty big grain of salt. The late season matchups have seemed to favor Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. Another note about this matchup since 2020, when the Steelers have faced the Ravens as underdogs, it's happened 8 times in the regular season. They are 7-1 in those games.
I did see that stat. That's one of the stats I've seen.
Why are we even covering this game then? Let's just go. Write it up right now, Jeff. Steelers advance.
I mean, they've got a chance to win this game. I don't think anyone's
they got
saying
a pretty
that they
good chance of winning
they
this
don't
thing.
have a chance to win this game.
I would give them probably 55% chance. A pretty good one.
55.
Let me tell you something. About a month ago, you'd die to be in this position if you're a Steelers fan.
I said that on Friday too. That if I asked you, regardless of record, if you ask any Steeler fan in August or tell any Steeler fan in August, hey, the Steelers will play the Ravens in Week 18 with the AFC North on the line, not a single person would turn that down.
Yeah,
but opinions change.
But October 1st, you'd be pissed because you're 3-1. Then you got the 4-1, and you'd be like, "Why in the world is this game? Baltimore's 1-5. Why in the world did this come down to this game?" And last week at Cleveland, you're like, "What the hell? How did you not beat
what
Cleveland?"
You're saying is opinions change when new information arises. I can't do the Starkey voice.
But yes, but again, it gets back to people really not caring about this game, even though the stakes are so high, because it's just the assumption of, well, who cares? They're not going to win the Super Bowl anyway. I mean, realistically, there's normally, half the teams that make the playoffs that have a real chance to win the Super Bowl.
What did Roger say in training camp? About 6 teams? Six teams have a chance.
So about half.
How would you like to be the Colts, man? I just see a stat that the first team in the Super Bowl era to be 6 games over 500 to end the season with a losing record. Can you imagine? Woo!
And it all turned for them on a day at Acrisure Stadium.
There you go. Steelers are Colt killers. They'll be coming next year.
Something that does
not just the quarterback, but the corner that you went out and acquired.
Who got hurt?
Yeah, what a year for Sauce Gardner. He was on 2 teams that went 1-7.
Speaking of that, did the Jets end up getting it?
Jets haven't shown up yet. I think they're on vacation.
Well, I think they've been on vacation since September 21st.
Any Josh Allen interception? Oh, Mitch Trubisky. No. Jets have not had an interception this year.
If you don't get an interception today facing Mitch Trubisky.
Magic Mitch is 15 of 19, 172 touchdowns right now.
You want to check in on the other battle of former Steelers quarterbacks?
Chris Oladokun.
Go to Vegas. Chris Oladokun, Kenny Pickett.
I mean, one of my worst takes of the year is, why don't you sign Justin Fields and give him a chance?
Oh, you ready for this?
I had that one too.
Man,
I think he already got benched, Kenny Pickett. I'm not quite sure, but him, and O'Connell got the same exact. No, that switched up. Kenny Pickett's already got benched. He's 1 of 4 for 3 yards, and now Aiden O'Connell's in the game.
Oh man!
Or he got hurt, I would imagine. Oh, Dukin got 6 of 12 for 29 yards. So,
you think Kevin Colbert's got that game on over every other one?
Well, here's the question: how many former Steeler quarterbacks are playing today? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, current or former, right?
Not Russ or Fields.
Huh. Did Russ play? Or
the biggest moment for Russ was when he got to share. He got to share the stage with his wife and Ryan Seacrest on New Year's Eve.
I think we'll. Hey, Gunnar Olszewski had a.
He had an incompletion.
So there's another one. There's up to 5.
Did you see that? He blew that throw. He had a wide open guy and he short-armed it.
Although he was 8 of 102 today, you know what? He would probably fit perfectly in this wide receiver room. Bunch of small white dudes.
The Bill Belichick wide receiver room. I was waiting for you to get there, Mark. All right, coming up, we will get to some of the key players that are out for this game. The Steelers certainly a bit shorthanded going into it. Maybe their most versatile blocker and receiver also. That wide receiver 1 still out for this game. So who is going to be the player that picks up the slack if the Steelers want to get on the scoreboard after scoring just 6 points last week in the loss against the Cleveland Browns? We get into that coming up next. You can hit us up at 412-928-9370. That's also the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We dive more into this Steelers-Ravens matchup coming up next. Winner take all in the AFC North, Week 18. Fan Game Day live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In Columbus, the Penguins currently trail the Blue Jackets 4-3, last couple minutes of the third period. Earlier today, Jaguars took down the Titans, and so Jacksonville wins the AFC South. The Texans are going to be the 5 seed. They'll face the winner of tonight's matchup between Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Falcons took down the Saints, so the Carolina Panthers win the NFC South at 8-9. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss hypnosis starts at 11 a.m. Registration 10:30 a.m. Stop smoking starts 2 p.m. Registration 1:30 p.m.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to Fan Game Day.
Making the connection, that's brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers wide receivers, the connections that we expect to see today. Well, I don't know with actual wide receivers how many connections we will see. Maybe a couple of short passes to Scotty Miller or Adam Thielen. But the Steelers without Darnell Washington in this game. The Steelers also without DK Metcalf in this game. It is Fan Game Day live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook that just exploded a few moments ago because the Penguins have rallied from a 4-1 deficit in Columbus to even things up. Ricard Raquel with a late goal. So if you're listening to Steelers pregame, we'll keep you some tabs on that. We'll take a look at what has already happened around the NFL earlier today. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, Mark Cabali with you from the Rivers Casino. If you're going to the game, park at the casino, stop by, say hello to us. Already had some young gentlemen a few minutes ago. Excited to see Mark Cabali. Probably hoping that it would be Pat McAfee and Tone Diggs sitting next to him, but unfortunately it was just me and Jeff
Tone
Hathorn.
A little bit.
A little bit. I think we could be
First of all, they're from Canada, and second of all, they thought we were a podcast, so I give them a pass because they're Canadians. Ribbed him a little bit about the last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup, and he blamed it on Gary Bettman, so that's about right.
The fix is in. The Steelers, speaking of the wide receiver core today and what they will be able to do offensively, just 6 points last week in Cleveland without DK Metcalf and without Darnell Washington for the back half of that game, guys. Somebody I think who has to get the football in his hands is Pat Freiermuth. And I don't know how you could play a game like this already down DK Metcalf and now down Darnell Washington. 88 has to see the football more than 3 times come his way.
You think? We've been hammering that for, a couple months now. Although I do agree with you, and I think he will. I really do believe that Arthur Smith and whoever comes up with the game plan, if Tomlin's involved, saw the errors of their ways last week and said, hey, this ain't going to work. We got to get these 2 guys involved. And how one of them is Freiermuth. What was he, 21 yards of reception last?
Yeah.
But Kenny Gainwell, what are we doing here now? I mean, that's the guy number 1. They got to get him the ball on the quick passes on the edge and let him do his stuff. He's the team MVP for a reason. And he was just totally not used, not looked at, not part of the game plan last week. And that's a huge mistake. You put too much faith into those 3s, thinking one of them could be a 2 or a 1. And that was obvious. I mean, Thielen, Scotty Miller are great at what they do. That's third down conversions. Other than that, I think MVS proved last week that he's.
And what's bizarre about that is one of the things you praise Rodgers for this year is finding the open guy. Like, it didn't matter who it was. His vision, he was finding the open. Well, and how many open receivers did he miss? Because he was tunneled in on MVS. And I get it, they have a relationship, but man, you're right. Freiermuth has to see the ball, and
I think he will. I think he will.
I don't know that we'll see a lot of zone from Baltimore. I think they're going to run as much man as they ran last time as the Penguins win. Some guy named Crosby scored.
He's pretty good.
But, yeah, they got him the puck in a key time. You got to get Freiermuth the ball at a key time, because if you can break
I think
the
Crosby
zone,
just took the puck and said, "I'm winning it."
I mean, 87 and 88.
Hey, they're in the playoffs right now. If the
That's
season
right.
ended
That's
today.
right. I mean,
right.
woo!
But
they're on a bit of a roll.
If you could beat the zone, you could also run the seam in man. That's my thing. I realize some of that was 2-minute, where defenses are going to allow more in the middle of the field, but there's still going to be more opportunities. The other thing I want to see, to Mark's point about Gainwell, put both backs in. Put Warren and split out Gainwell and make them think about what they're going to do. We saw it a lot in training camp. We've seen it occasionally during the season. But if you're going to give me options on who my my number one receiver is, make it Gainwell. Split him out and make him your number one receiver.
Yeah, I was asking Ray Fittipaldo and others about that earlier this week. They don't. It's not as if they have an abundance of great options. So why take one of your two better offensive players off the field every time you sub in Warren or Gainwell? Have both of those guys out there. I know they didn't do that a ton when it was Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren, but you have an opportunity to do that because you have Gainwell, who is, very good as a receiver. Jaylen Warren, a pretty good one too. But I mean, you got to have your best players on the field, especially when you're so shorthanded.
If you have Gainwell split out and you have Warren back protecting, you don't think that he would be open, just kind of sliding out of the backfield or running a screen to that side? Because they're all going to be focused on Gainwell. And that allows you the opportunity to do some things with Warren and get him the football as well.
I'm just looking at the pass by Carlson. Holy mackerel, what a pass. The Crosby coming off the bench to score.
You don't think guys give up on coaches?
But
he absolutely gave up on Mike Sullivan and didn't play for Mike Sullivan. Now he's playing again.
I forget what we were talking about. I was too busy watching the Penguins.
I mean, hey, there's also a point.
It's your team.
There's also a point to be made there about there is also a point to be made there about a change of direction and a breath of fresh air.
Hey, where's Calvin Austin?
When it comes to head coach.
Hey, when's Calvin Austin going to fit into this group? I don't know if they're 100% sure he can have a full workload today. I think they might be backing off a little, Jeff. I don't know.
Any doubt that Roman sits?
Oh, I would imagine absolutely he sits.
Do you have any doubt that Roman sits?
Well, even if he doesn't sit, I won't notice him out there anyway. He had to play 9 of the quietest snaps in football history last week. You guys could have told me he didn't get a helmet, and I would have believed you. I never once noticed him on the field. Not once.
He probably didn't notice you either, but I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, I was surprised. I saw him once or twice, but he must have snuck some in late when I was using their facilities. Sometimes I anticipate a 3-and-out, so I go before the rush to the facilities.
Anticipate a 3-and-out.
Yeah.
Wow, that's I guess kind of veteran. No, I haven't. Maybe I need to try that. Listen, I think Calvin Austin can make an impact. I think he runs pretty good routes. He does have the ability to get down the field. I don't know that Aaron's going to be. I'm curious on how Aaron approaches this. I mean, what is it that he said this week? I don't have stinkers back to back, and he had a stinker last week.
Well, he had a lot of stinkers that were around him too, but on the flip side of that, the Browns defense, you can't even compare them to the Ravens. Browns have players. The Ravens are flawed. Can't put any pressure on you whatsoever. Their secondary might be playing a little bit better, but they're flawed as well. Humphrey is not what he used to be. Even, who are you worried about on their defense right now? Hamilton's good, but I think isn't he a little
That's
banged
about
up?
it.
I mean, you're probably worried about Kyle Van Noy, right? Is that the guy you're probably worried about the most?
Who's been in the league for a dozen years.
So you're saying don't double team him and just let him go?
He also only has 2 sacks on the year.
His side?
Well, you know what? Apparently the Bengals were playing wuss ball today, too, until the end.
Travis Jones leads the Ravens in sacks. You guys know how many he has?
Probably not as many
6.
as Keanu Benton.
4 sacks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Leads the Ravens team.
This
Terrell Suggs used to get that in a game against the Steelers.
Who has more sacks? They're starting at 11 or Myles Garrett? Probably Myles Garrett has more than
Myles.
That's what I'm saying. It's night and day when you come to this. Now, it would be nice if DK Metcalf was there, was able to stretch the field and have 140 yards and a touchdown or something like that. But I think you have enough to adapt to this.
For reference, the Ravens defense has 28 sacks. Myles Garrett finished with 23.
I mean,
they beat one guy by 5 sacks.
We're not comparing apples and apples here with the Browns defense. We're thinking of the Ravens defense of 4 or 5 years ago. It's not that.
Yeah,
bad.
or any time in the 2000s or into the early 2010s. Yeah, I mean, and that I think is a point that, could be made about somebody like Calvin Austin, where, there is going to be time for Rodgers to throw. If you want him to uncork one, Calvin Austin is probably your best bet to get behind an opposing defense without DK Metcalf on the field.
Yeah,
you got to take a shot like that. Plus,
Aaron's a guy that doesn't really turn the ball over very much at all. I mean, you can knock on wood, but he has the all-time career, 420 straight pass attempts without a interception.
Yeah, and he has like the lowest interception percentage.
And even this year,
history.
he's up to 170. I had it somewhere, and I can't find it right now, so I'm trying to
stall. It's been another good year in that regard, no doubt.
He's at a crazy amount of number right now, so you could fill in so I can look for it here.
The mystery for me this year has been Jonnu Smith. How can a guy that had over 800 yards not have one game where he's had more than 28? How the hell can that happen? You would think there'd be at least one game where they gave him eight targets and sent him down the field, and he would have come up with something. I mean, Freiermuth had a 100-yard game.
Yeah.
Jonnu Smith has been an absolute nothing this
Here it
year.
is. Aaron Rodgers has not thrown an interception in 185 consecutive throws. Longest streak since 243 in 2021. His own record in 2018, Jeff. 402 attempts without an interception. So you pretty much trust him taking care of the ball for the most part.
And the note there to continue on about Jonnu Smith, too, when he does have the football, he hasn't been that yards after the catch player that we thought he would be. In fact, look at the yards per reception on the season. It's pretty laughable. He has 37 receptions for 220 yards and 2 touchdowns. One of those touchdowns way back in week 1, which was a shovel pass, so really not even a pass.
Rushing.
He has, when it comes to yards per reception, he is lower than both of the running backs that the Steelers throw the football to. Jaylen Warren has 8.6 yards per reception. Kenneth Gainwell, who leads the team in receptions, is at 6.5. So Jonnu Smith, who should be some sort of vertical threat. I'm not saying a guy that's going to be running goes every single time, but you would think occasionally we find this guy down the seam has 5.9 yards a catch.
So you're saying if you're betting Jonnu Smith take under 30 yards receiving this year?
Now, he's never had a better chance as a Steeler than today to have a bigger game. There's no Darnell, and it's against a team that's vulnerable to the pass. I mean,
we're saying that what sounds like what we're saying is Baltimore is kind of a flawed team, maybe more flawed than the Steelers.
I think that's what we're going to find out.
So basically, we're saying if Derrick Henry doesn't,
which team has more flaws?
If Derrick Henry does not totally win this game on his own, the Steelers will win this game. That's what it sounds like we're talking about, right?
Well, I think it's going to come down to turnovers because a lot of the turnovers, like not completing a catch in the end zone.
Third downs.
The money downs, the weighty downs.
Yes, weighty downs, stuff like that.
Well, speaking of those weighty downs, how do we expect them to use the Spartan package that they have fallen in love with, which I do like. I like they finally, kind of got up with the rest of the league there and started to run that formation. But now with no Darnell Washington, how will they kind of work that?
I don't know what we can say because it's
nobody's listening. Well, they've
got somebody.
They had Jonnu Smith last week, right? They brought him in. Then they called timeout.
Yeah, then they called timeout.
No.
Yeah.
Let's throw the ball down the field to Scotty Miller.
He threw to Scotty Miller. Which obviously everybody hated the play. You got to hate the decision more than the play because Thielen was wide open for an easy first down.
Yeah, I'm guessing he was assuming there was 10 minutes of line of scrimmage and he wasn't going to have much time. So it's a pre-snap read. I'm guessing.
Yeah, that seemed pretty predetermined.
Scotty Miller.
He didn't look at any other options. It was like, I saw Scotty Miller 101, and damn it, that's where I'm going to go with
Jeff,
the football.
tell us what's going to happen on the old tush push.
They've got a guy. It's not.
Is it an offensive lineman?
Cam said it's not going to be him.
Is an offensive lineman?
Although I think it would have been cool if it was Cam pushing Connor forward. He said he gets too many snaps during a game that it wouldn't be him.
I almost like the mystery mark. It's kind of like when the NWO told us we had a guy. We have a guy, and it was Hulk Hogan.
You know, it's sort of like
we have a guy. Don't worry, he'll be here.
Sort of like, you know, I'm not allowed to say anything, but on Friday I'd be like, yeah, man, I really think they should really look into that fake punt this week because you saw him repping it all week. I was right. Jeff ain't going to go there. So
I'm not going to go there.
Okay.
We made it this far into the season. on the last day of the regular season, like, yeah.
You think the Ravens interns listening to this, hey, this guy on the radio says XXX is going to be the pusher.
Of course they do.
Hey, that would be a pretty big flex for us if that was the case. If they're actually listening to this close with
if that's what their main
hours to go.
If that's what their main concern is, then they've got problems.
I know for a fact a couple of years ago, what's the dude's name in Cincinnati? Zach Taylor?
Yes.
Was shown a video of a practice video that one media member put out that was illegally taken that showed a defensive alignment that he then saw and applied to his scheme. I know that for a fact.
Oh. You said that was last season.
That was a couple years ago. Actually, when the Bengals were good, I think. When was the last time the Bengals were good?
That's why.
It wasn't last year. Probably at least 2 years.
I didn't know if it was the last game of the season last year because the Steelers couldn't do anything.
It was 2
and
or 3 years
Hendrickson had
ago.
3 sacks in that game.
So I know that for a fact.
So Jeff says they have a guy, and we will find that out if they run into
We'll
a
find that out as
fourth and
soon as we
short
get a break, right,
situation. Well, I may, but I don't want to spill the beans.
I was
either.
too cold on Friday, man. I'm like, I ain't staying out there. It was freezing
Listen
on
to
that
this
field.
guy.
Was it not freezing at Acrisure on Friday afternoon?
Yes,
that wind.
but you still had to be there.
I was there for a little bit, and you went in before me.
And then I went back out.
I went back out for the last 20 minutes. I'm not staying there for all 2 hours.
Incredible.
It was cold.
You got to dress for the cold, Mark.
The
I
field
didn't think
looks
it was going to be that cold down
especially
there. It was
brown,
cold.
but so do all fields this time of year.
Yeah, so the field's
You know?
going to.
But it didn't look potholed or anything like that. Like it looks like it's going to be okay, especially with. There's no precipitation, I don't think, coming our way, so I think we'll be good.
This is probably the best time for them to play on that field because it's hard. This week, next week, say, if they make it, a little bit of a warm-up, a little bit of a softer surface.
Yeah.
Should help the kicker a lot today.
It's also a day where it seems like it's just cold. Like the wind
was bad
It doesn't
Friday.
seem too strong today, though. I don't know how it feels out there right now.
I won't find out when I'm in the press box. You might.
Yeah, I'll find that out. But I mean, at least today when I've been outside, I thought,
Just
okay,
remember this,
it's not
Donnie.
too windy.
Just remember this, Donnie. When the Steelers are like second down and 12,
Mark's
you know
on
where
his way to
Mark's
the
heading.
bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm going. You know, there's the Acrisure facilities are like two urinals. So there's like there's apparently
That's inside information. You're not allowed to give that stuff out.
apparently there's so many media attending here that some people are going to have to sit in the cafeteria.
Yeah,
or the,
that's true.
So that bathroom
Probably
is
will
going
be
to
me.
look like woo. It's going to look like one of those county park bathrooms in the middle of July where you can't even walk in.
You got to beat Collinsworth to it.
We saw. Oh, Jeff was kissing up to him on Friday. I saw
was
that.
just talking to
you
him.
were kissing up to Collinsworth.
I just said, hey, don't these type of games don't it make you want to play again? And he's like, are you kidding? He's like, we played this game in Buffalo. It's 33 degrees, and I knew it was 33 degrees because it was freezing rain and not snow. And I had a streak of like 50 straight games with a catch, and we were losing. And Sam came up to me towards the end of the game and said, do you want to go in the game and get a catch? And he's like, hell no, I don't want to go back out there. And then he talked about
Didn't he play in the
San
coldest
Diego
game?
I was going to say, he would have
San
played in the
Diego
game against San Diego.
But he said the Buffalo was so miserable that it just was.
In other news, Jeff Hathorn has now joined the Sunday Night Football crew with Chris Collinsworth.
Hey,
I think be Jax.
I think Jeff
Jax
would be.
Hathorn.
Yeah, Jeff. I think Jeff would be a great sideline correspondent
Or
for
Jace.
them. Let's take a look at what happened around the NFL yesterday and earlier today, and with the games going on right now from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. A couple of divisions were decided, a couple of seeding arrangements were decided yesterday. The Buccaneers beat the Panthers 16-14. So for the time being, Tampa Bay was in first place, holding down the NFC South. However, a game that took place today, another 2-point game, the Falcons defeating the New Orleans Saints, means that the Panthers leapfrog the Buccaneers again because the division was a three-way tie. All teams 8 and 9. The Panthers with the tiebreaker go to the postseason. So Carolina will be the 4 seed in the NFC with an 8 and 9 record.
All right, so where's Tampa Bay on your list of busts this year?
Yeah,
I had failures this year.
I had them in the Super Bowl or NFC title game. My Super Bowl this year, Detroit and Kansas City.
Woohoo! Mine's still alive, and I'm going to keep it rolling. I had Philly and Buffalo.
Way to go on a limb there, Donnie.
I mean, Tampa
Coming
Bay.
from the guy that picked Kansas City and Detroit.
I mean, maybe Tampa Bay is showing like, hey, if you lose a coordinator, that's a big deal. Like coordinators might, in some cases, might be more valuable than the head coach.
Man, Tampa has to feel sick. They did what they had to do, and just because the Falcons, who was already eliminated,
they didn't do what they had to do.
Well,
they had a better team.
Well, they won the game that they had to win.
But also, before yesterday, they had won one game since the World Series wrapped up.
Yeah.
So
that's one of these days the NFC South will be.
They were.
Steelers play them next year, so all of a sudden they're straight the schedule. Won't be very good.
Yeah,
Tyler Shuck's going to throw for 4,000 yards.
Yeah, but the Buccaneers were playing with fire a lot early in the season, and those games just didn't go their way in the second half.
Their whole receiver crew, their running back, all their good players were actually hurt. Wirfs was hurt for a while. Sometimes it gets too much.
So the Buccaneers winners, but the Panthers take that division. The showdown for the number 1 seed in the NFC was last night. Seattle, a suffocating performance by their defense. They beat the San Francisco 49ers at Levi Stadium 13-3. Sam Darnold, the only quarterback in NFL history now to have 14-win seasons with 2 different teams as the Seahawks and Mike McDonald, former Ravens assistant, former DC in Baltimore, the 1 seed out of the NFC. Today's slate, Houston holds off a very pesky Indianapolis Colts team starting Riley Leonard at QB. The Texans win the game 38-30. They take claim to the 5 seed in the AFC. They will play the winner of the AFC North Championship game next weekend.
Do you think there are Colts fans saying, forget about re-signing Daniel Jones, especially since he's going to have some rehab? We got Riley Leonard.
There's absolutely people doing that because I bet if the Steelers would have been in a spot where they had to play Will Howard and he played like that against the Texans defense, no matter if they were full strength or not, we'd have
I was told
calls for it.
I was told by not a very good source leading up to the draft that they were somewhat interested in Riley Leonard. I didn't say anything because the source was kind of wonky. Then I was told afterwards, no, they weren't. So maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I would like to believe if he's good that they were interested in him and passed on him. I would have passed on him too.
We also had a pair of conflicting predictions going into the draft last year. One person said going into that Saturday that they would absolutely take Will Howard. Another person said 0 chance they would take Will Howard. Any guesses as to who the two people were?
I'm saying the 0 chances was Jeff Hathaway, right?
The 0 was Andrew Filipponi.
Oh.
And the person who said they would take him, you're sitting across from him, Mark.
Jeff?
I didn't think they were going to take him.
Me. I said on that Saturday that they would take him in the later rounds.
I still don't believe if this game meant nothing that Will Howard would have played. I don't believe it.
I don't really see the harm in it, though.
I don't think there was.
But you think Mason would have played?
Oh, yeah, definitely Mason.
Yeah.
I mean, Mason deserved it. Mason was at number 2. I mean, it's not like he's played 500 games in his career.
I bet
he's
you
played like 15.
I bet you Mason would have played a half and Will would have played a half.
I would have. I mean, you owe it to Mason that would have played him in this game, but that's a mute point.
The Browns, they beat the Bengals 20-18. Myles Garrett did, in fact, get the single-season sack record.
They carried him off the field. Did you see that? They put him up on the shoulders like Rocky in Rocky 4.
Like John Madden when he won the Super Bowl.
Yes, they carried him off the field. They won 5 games. And two of them just
Their last two games were basically their Super Bowl. They beat the Steelers, then they beat the Cincinnati Bengals. 20-18, the Browns win that game. Burrow kind of pulling the Brett Favre on the record-breaking sack from Myles Garrett, so he has 23, the all-time record. Michael Strahan and T.J. Watt at 22.5. The Falcons beat the Saints 19-17, and with that outcome, we already mentioned the Panthers are the champions of the NFC South at 9-8. The Vikings beat the shorthanded Packers 16-13. The Jacksonville Jags beat the Tennessee Titans 41-7. The Titans went up 7-0 in that game, but then Cam Ward left with an injury, and Liam Cohen's club picking up win number 13. Cam Little with a 67-yard field goal, so he has two of the longest in football this year. Also the guy to hit a 70-yarder in the preseason game. They win 41-7.
Do you guys believe in the Jags?
No.
Yes.
No.
I absolutely do.
You don't?
No. First round exit. Who they play? I don't even know.
The Chargers. Well, that's who they would play right now.
So, boy, you talk
about. Have you seen the Jags' resume?
I've seen the
pretty
Jags'
impressive
resume.
one.
That's fine and all, but you know what? You got two quarterbacks that have proved absolutely nothing. Some dude just flipped somebody off. I hope it wasn't me.
I think Trevor's got more around him than what.
You know what turned that around a little bit?
Oh, geez, Mr. Four-catch-a-game guy. Go ahead.
You go ahead and look at the numbers, Mark. You go ahead and look at Trevor Lawrence's numbers since that trade deadline.
Jacoby Myers is just doing nothing.
Oh, really? Because the Steelers have such an abundance of great targets right now.
What do you get paid? $15 million a year?
They got MVS.
Okay. You're going to go down this. You're going to go down this route. Jacoby Myers.
You knew. I've been waiting weeks to hit you with that one, Mark.
Okay, let's look at the yards Jacoby Myers have had over the past 5 weeks. 39 yards, 71, 45, 39, 44, one touchdown. Difference maker. Steelers win the Super Bowl. They had him.
He'd be their number one right now.
Well, he'd be their number. You know what?
He'd be
he
their
wouldn't have to be their
right
number
now.
one if somebody didn't punch some blue-haired freak in the stands. And by the way, this Cleveland Browns still carry Myles Garrett with his one tackle today off the field. What are you thinking? And number two is I don't have a problem with Joe Burrow taking a dive. I mean, it's a bad situation because it happened in number 23.
It wasn't as bad as Favre's either.
But you know what? You go through T.J. Watt's year. There's about 8 of those ones where you're like he runs out of bounds like half a yard and it's a sack.
Yeah.
It all happens. All edge rushers get those sacks. This just happened to be on the one that breaks the record with 3 minutes left in the game. I don't have a problem with it, but I have a problem that was the winner. Winner, chicken dinner.
Is Strahan going to be like losing his mind in 20 years and be at a card show and calling out Myles Garrett?
Like
and Joe
Mark
Burrow?
Gastineau.
Yes.
T.J. Watt. Well, Watt only did it in 15 games, and he probably should have had another one, right? That aborted snap, right? Is that what it was?
Well, it's an interesting debate that we'll all have because when they go to 18, then you're going to see a lot more records broken.
And I bet you the Browns will be crying then, well, we did it in 17.
The Giants doubled up the Cowboys 34-17. Dak Prescott only playing the first half of that game. Now all of the games that began at 4:25. The Rams with a 16-6 lead over the Arizona Cardinals in L.A. a few minutes into the third quarter. The Commanders lead the Philadelphia Eagles 10-7 a few minutes into quarter number 3. The Patriots holding a 17-10 lead over the Miami Dolphins, 12:30 to go in the third quarter. Lions shutting out the Bears 5 minutes into the third, 13-0. The Jets, they haven't really been present since the middle of September. They trail the Buffalo Bills, who have Mitch Trubisky at QB, 21-0 a few minutes into the third quarter. A couple of games still at halftime. A battle of 2022 drafted Steelers quarterbacks. The Raiders beating the Chiefs in a barn burner 6-3 in Las Vegas. The Broncos with a 10-3 lead over the LA Chargers as they get set to begin the second half And in that Chiefs-Raiders game, thank you, Jeff, for the assistance here, Chris Oladokun, the Steelers' 7th rounder back in 2022, the final draft pick of Kevin Colbert, 11 of 17, 58 yards in that first half, no touchdowns or picks. The Raiders going with a split set of Aiden O'Connell and Kenny Pickett. O'Connell 2 of 7 for 17 yards, no touchdowns or interceptions. And Kenny Pickett, a classic here, 1 of 4, 3 yards, no touchdowns, 1 INT, and sacked twice. So there you go. A look around what happened in the NFL.
Got breaking news, Donnie.
What do we got?
The end zones are painted gold.
Thought they were already gold.
I thought no, they weren't the other night.
They weren't in practice on Friday.
Oh, okay. So
they have no chance of losing now.
They should have went with the block numbers too, and then we could have really set it in stone.
So that's what they were doing. It looks like they might have used some paint on the field there, Jeff. We might have some green spots on the white shirts of the Ravens after the day.
Got to do what you got to do this time of year. Sunday night football. Make it look pretty.
Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Temps in the high 20s at kickoff. If the Steelers host a game next weekend, it could be nice because temps will reach the 50s by the middle of next week. Fan Game Day continues next. Steelers and Ravens, winner take all in the AFC North from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Winner of tonight's matchup at 8:20 will take on the Houston Texans next weekend in Pittsburgh. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now, in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
My name is Brian. I've lost 42 pounds on Awaken 180. I had a triple bypass in 2018. I had a hip replacement 2.5 years ago. My focus was just getting healthy and being consistent. With this plan, once you establish yourself, if I decide to cheat, I can cheat. I'm burning enough calories a day. I don't have any fear. You know, it's not really a diet. It's a lifestyle change. It changed my perspective on how to eat better and just kind of control yourself. And I hope what this does, I hope it enables somebody in their 60s that has poor health and no hope, that gives them hope. That's my goal.
Thank you so much, Brian. This is Chris Muller. Brian sharing his Awaken 180 story is the exact reason I continue to share my story with all of you. There's hope, there's a plan, and you will succeed with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
I'm Colleen Wolfe with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The final week of the NFL regular season kicked off Saturday with a doubleheader that had major playoff implications. In the early game, the Buccaneers earned their first win since November, beating the Panthers 16-14 at home in the rain to keep their playoff hopes alive. The 8-9 Bucs win the NFC South if the Saints beat or tie the Falcons in Atlanta Sunday, while the 8-9 Panthers win the division with a Falcons win. In the late game, the 14-3 Seahawks clinched the #1 seed and a bye in the NFC by beating the 49ers at Levi Stadium 13-3. With the loss, the 12-5 Niners are now the 5th seed, but could fall to the 6th spot in the NFC playoffs if the Rams beat the Cardinals Sunday. Meanwhile, the Broncos can clinch the #1 seed in the AFC with a win over the Chargers. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription for 65% off. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Get up with Nick Callis and the Fan Early Morning Show every Monday through Friday from 5 a.m. to 5:40. Presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Rediscover your strength and confidence at Steel City Medical Center. And get up with Nick and the Fan Early Morning Show every weekday morning at 5. The hottest tickets in town are at Rivers Casino. Don't miss DJ Polly D live at the Event Center on Saturday, January 31st. The reality TV icon and internationally known DJ is bringing his set back again to Rivers Casino. Visit riverscasino.com for your tickets, and we'll see you there. Black and Gold Football is brought to you by Schley Deck and Fence Company, composed of skilled professionals who take pride in their work, ensuring that every project is completed to the highest standards. Schley Deck and Fence, SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com. Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-939-1441. That's 800-939-1441.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's time for Fan Game Day. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slide Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread.
Let's get it right here. Let's get in that end zone. Let's go!
Fan Game Day is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is Fan Game Day live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook right here on Sports Radio 93.7. The Fan getting you set for the winner-take-all matchup in the AFC North tonight. 8:20 kick, so just about 2 hours away from that. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, Mark Cabali with you. A jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Every single NFL game on right now. There was the hockey game on earlier that the Penguins won in overtime. Sidney Crosby, the hero, per usual for the Penguins, and that team on a bit of a roll. We'll take you through some of the scores around the National Football League that are going on now, that happened earlier today, that happened yesterday. By the way, that Mitch Trubisky guy for Buffalo looks pretty good. Maybe the Steelers
He's going to be a
will
free
look into
agent,
him
I think,
in the
yeah.
offseason.
I will say this, Don. I feel a lot more energy just in the last hour in here. Like, I'm starting to get that, like, okay, this is a win-or-go-home game.
Is that because the guy thought you were Joe Starkey?
I still didn't tell him I wasn't.
Wait, so was that a real? The guy actually did think Jeff was Joe Starkey?
He said, "Is that Joe?" And I said, "Yeah, Joe Starkey's right there."
But I do agree with what you're saying, Jeff, because I feel that even the fans that want the Steelers to lose this game because they believe it will invoke the most change, I feel like by the time we get to kickoff, it's going to all be flipped. You know, Pony even admitted this the other day, how he said, I don't really care about how this game goes.
Yes.
You know, Crowley tried to get people into it this morning. Donnie tried to get people into it from 10 to 2. I just don't care about this game. But by the time that ball gets kicked off, I'm going to want the Steelers to win. I'm going to want Lamar Jackson to screw up. I'm going to want John Harbaugh to make a mistake. I'm going to want Aaron Rodgers to play well. I do think that people deep down, as much as they would want them to lose, it's just so natural that the team you've been a fan of forever, by the time it does reach kickoff, you're going to go back to what your allegiance really is.
To me, it's a defense mechanism, right? You don't want to be disappointed, so you're thinking about the worst. So if the worst does happen, in this case, if they lose, if you're a Steelers fan, you're like, well, I knew it. You know, I knew they were going to lose. And if they somehow come out and win, then you're happy. I think it's a defense mechanism, Jeff.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's I got something to fall back on if they lose. Like, oh yeah, I wanted them to lose anyway. When
I do that a lot.
When the kickoff happens, it changes. Especially if there's some kind of taunting or a first down point or something like. Then all of a sudden it's like, okay, all right, it's going to be like this.
I mean, I do really miss the older days of this rivalry. I mean, anytime you go back, watch one of those old games, and the characters were just so good, and you had villains on both sides. I mean, every Ravens fan.
One was an actual criminal.
Allegedly. But every Ravens fan hated Big Ben. They hated Hines Ward, hated James Harrison, hated Troy Polamalu, Joey Porter, James Ferrier. You go down the line. Every Steelers fan hated Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Bart Scott, Haloti Ngata, Terrell Suggs, Justin Tucker, I think, even deserves to be thrown in there. The characters from the rivalry in its heyday were just so good, and it got people so into games. Kaboom, what are you laughing at over there?
Just a picture that I probably shouldn't say on the air.
No, you shouldn't say on the air.
I'm not laughing at you, Donnie. I'm not paying attention.
Stay focused for once. Come on.
I don't.
No, I'm with you. I mean, and then you had Ed Reed and Polamalu. Who is the better safety?
Yep.
You had those and when the reality is you take either one of those guys, and then you'd have the hard hitters like Ryan Clark, to his credit, or what Hines would do to people, not even in just the secondary, but to linebackers, like how they had to have their head on the swivel because Hines would take you out in that game.
You go back and watch one of those old games, and it's like every play. Hines and Ed Reed, they were locked up like a couple of rams on a mountain. Every single play, those guys in each other's faces. I desperately want to see this get back to that. What if Pat Freiermuth catches one across the middle and he runs over Kyle Hamilton in the process, or vice versa? I want to see a little bit of chippiness out there. This is Steelers-Ravens. I want to see guys getting in each other's faces.
Well, if you're going to see chippiness, I would imagine you'd see it from a guy like Patrick Queen, right? He's like that in general, and he wants to stick it to his old team. I mean, Malik Harrison, there's another one. But I think the way the Steelers changed their way of roster building over since the Omar Khan days, you don't have those consistent people. You have turnover, a lot more turnover, a lot more free agency, and even along with the Ravens, doesn't allow foster those hatred with the other team so much, I don't think. You don't see Ray Lewis, you don't see 12, 13-year veterans very much on either side of the ball. That's why, who's going to get fired up is Cam Hayward. Do you think Keanu Benton cares or knows?
Well, and I'm
sure he knows, but he's probably not like Cam Hayward.
I think even more so than that. I mean, I know they played in the playoffs last year, but the Steelers weren't a Super Bowl contender. Steelers haven't been a Super Bowl contender since
probably like 20. Yeah, maybe 2020, probably like 2018.
But even that year, it was the start of the season, and you kind of saw how it had fallen off, and you didn't have a ton of hope that they were going to win it. I mean, that's what either team was a legit Super Bowl champion in the heyday of those matchups. The stakes were huge. Even when Brady was like, you were going to be the guy that was going to take on Brady coming out of that matchup.
And even the Bengals, there was a stretch where the perfect era and stuff like that they probably superseded that as well. What they've gone away from, and you hear people, you see older guys who played in this rivalry, it says it's not as physical as it once used to be. And
part of that's because of NFL rules. You just can't. I mean, like
you can't take anybody's head off.
Yeah,
the Hines rule.
I mean, you think back to how violent that AFC Championship game was in 2008. You're just naturally never going to get to see a game like that again.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that's going to happen again. That might
the officiating would fully take over.
But you look at the Ravens defense. Just look at their defense. Who's been there for multiple years that can fill that role of playing slobber knockers every single year, twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year?
Hamilton would be the closest.
Hamilton, Roquan Smith, maybe.
Yeah, Roquan. I should have
Roquan
mentioned that.
obviously played 4 or 5 years in Chicago, so you just don't have those guys anymore. I mean, the Steelers probably have more of them with the Watts and the Haywards, right?
And the reality is, you should look back at those times as like those are generational games that they had against each other. Like, you don't get that all the time. You don't get that high level of player or those type of players all the time. That's what made those matchups so incredible, and the best rivalry in the game for that time. Now it's probably might be Seahawks-Niners.
It's usually whoever's good playing important games.
I mean, next
weekend more important than this one, though.
It's going to be Pats-Bills. People talk about that as the big rivalry.
I think Packers-Bears is a potential matchup.
Packers have
next
lost,
week
4 in a row, 5 in a row now. They've fallen down the old.
You know who I think could stir something up tonight? Mason McCormick.
You're a Mason guy.
If you get 66, maybe he comes off a double team with Zach Frazier, and maybe he gets in Roquan Smith's face.
I talk to him about that all the time. I see what you do. I see what you do. You peek out of the corner of your eye and wait to see if nobody's around you so you can clean him up, and he just starts laughing.
He seems like the type, hey, I mean, I wouldn't want to mess with either one of those two. I mean, we've talked about the whole right side of their offensive line this year and how good they have turned in of a season.
If whoever's I might sound like Bill Cowher at halftime of a game, but whoever's more physical in this game, and it's not like if you can't be up for this game and be physical and have the juices flowing, you might as well just stop, just retire. I mean, this is everything. Your last game of the season, everybody's watching. You can win the division for the first time in 5 years, have a chance to play a home game. What else do you need to get you revved up and want to smack somebody's head?
Here's another thing for me. If/when Derrick Henry runs for 30 yards, has a 30-yard gain, and Baltimore, you're feeling that momentum, does the defense stay in what they're supposed to do, or do you see guys trying to be heroes and getting out of their gaps and causing a bigger problem? Like, will they stay disciplined in what they need to do when something breaks down? That's one of those things that I'm going to be watching for tonight.
You'd imagine it's going to break down at one point. Benton's going to be out of his gap. Queen's going to be missing the tackle, and you're going to pop off a 25-yarder. You're right. How they respond to that's going to be huge. But, hey, Derek Harmon's back.
I look at
so,
it. I look at as an X in this game is Malik Harrison.
He's a monster.
I mean, Malik Harrison could be an X in this game, where he's playing a ton of snaps because they're crowding the line of scrimmage and they're running 3 middle linebackers essentially because they want Harrison in there.
I was telling Hillgrove this morning, I said I'm going to tell Donnie this, is Malik Harrison's a better version of a Landon Roberts, just to make Donnie.
Is he?
Just to see Donnie.
You're asking the two wrong people here.
Is he?
These are the two wrong people to be asking that question to.
I'm not asking
dude,
a question.
Poor
I'm
Landon,
telling.
by the way.
I know.
Suffering in Vegas.
The guy gets to live in Las Vegas, but he has to play for the worst team in football. I mean, he was the type of attitude, though. He had his limitations as a player, sure. But, I mean, that guy had –
and he played through every injury.
He had the attitude that you want every defensive player to have.
Everybody loved that Landon Roberts. I just did that to tweak you a little bit.
Yeah.
But Malik Harrison, they brought him in basically to be a special teams guy first. And he's proven over the past couple of weeks to be a stud. And, hey, he's the guy that's practiced against Derrick Henry how many times last year. He says the only thing we should be worried about is that stiff arm. I was talking to him this week. So that stiff arm is well known around the Steelers locker room. Of be aware.
I think we're also overlooking somebody who has the is prone to make things a little bit chippy. Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, be chippy and be stupid too. Don't be stupid.
Well, there is a fine line. There is a fine line to work with. But you got to have. I feel like just for games like this, you got to bring a little bit of a different attitude. I know that Hines Ward was somebody that, he got in the grill of everybody they played, but he turned it up a notch or two when they were taking on the Ravens in big games.
We're talking about Jalen Ramsey now. Who is his biggest rival going against,
Well, he used to lock horns with Metcalf quite a bit when they were opponents.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you look at even teams like the Rams, and when he was in Jacksonville, I mean, who was he really going against? Like the really, really bad Houston Texans team. So this is almost something new to him, a rivalry that could get as chippy across the board as this could get, or should get, or I hope gets.
So Joey Porter Jr. wakes up this morning, and there's a call from Dad. What's that call like from his dad, amping him up for this game?
I would imagine that's something you couldn't see on the radio.
None of it. None of it. But you see some of that. Joey gets into these rivalries.
Yeah.
You see him. He could be chippy a little bit. He can bark.
I know that he was young, but he watched his dad play in games like this. I know he was a little kid, but even as he got later in his career, I know he moved on to the Dolphins. Then spent a season maybe with the Cardinals. Did he do that too?
Donnie, when he was here for coaching, he would be out there running, trying to cover Antonio Brown. So he would be there.
Or getting a flag on the Bengals. Yeah.
Yeah, he was also.
I'm talking about the kid.
Yeah.
JPJ would be, trying to cover Antonio Brown. So he was around that group a lot. Even the group, maybe the defense wasn't very good back then, but he was still around the Harrisons and guys
well,
like
he's
that.
been around Ike forever, and he's got Ike's number.
If there's one guy that knows what this is about, it has to be JP. I mean, if you're looking at that in particular of guys that knows the big games, you got the Haywards, you got the Watts, you got JPJ, you got Ramsey. I don't know how many you can say about the Ravens that have that big game mentality, or at least as much as it.
For whatever it's worth, it's Thielen's last game. Might be Aaron Rodgers' last game. Like there's a lot of
going to carry Thielen off the field.
And Aaron Rodgers, they'll carry both of them off.
Aaron's coming back, right?
Whenever they connect on the game-winning touchdown.
Why is Aaron Rodgers getting so much heat? The legendary David Todd's all over my rear end last night.
Who's giving him heat?
David Todd's all over my rear end saying I said Aaron Rodgers was the team MVP this year and Gainwell was too.
I thought they got it right with Gainwell.
Oh, well, I'm not.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Aaron.
Aaron might have just tapped out too and said, no. Who knows?
Well, Ben only ever got it, once?
Yeah, but they didn't like Ben, I don't think. I mean, I'm just telling you how it is. But if it was Ben, he would have won 15 times.
Yeah.
But Gainwell did deserve it, and that's what made last week so frustrating. 7 carries to MVP, right? 7 touches, 9 touches.
Now, do you guys think this is it for Aaron Rodgers?
No.
If the Steelers do lose the game tonight, he kept it pretty open-ended. He hinted in the discussion with you guys earlier this week. I thought that the key line there was when he brought up how, well, in that first year with the Matt LaFleur offense, but then I got into the second and third year. That made you think a little bit. So do you guys think this is it for Aaron Rodgers if they lose this game tonight, or is he back here next year?
Impossible to tell right now. A lot of things have to be figured out first. Number one is the head coach going to be here? Number 2, is the offensive coordinator going to be here? You would think yes and yes.
Yeah.
And number 3 is, does he feel he still wants to play? And I think that's last on the list because, to me, I think he would be still wanting to play.
They also
but if Tomlin's gone, he ain't coming back.
Yeah.
If Arthur's gone, he's not coming here. So
they also have to actually hold him to somewhat of a timeline because, you can't let it dip deep into the summer because I think you have to get an answer from the guy before you hit free agency or the draft.
Free agency's full, though. You got Malik Willis. What is he going to get?
He's going to be the guy.
What is he going to get, $10
He'll be
million?
the guy. The
2 for
sought-after
20,
free agent.
He's going to be the poor man's version of Justin Fields.
I think there's a good chance that it happens. And I don't know what Aaron's going to say when he goes back with his wife and gets a little time away and really thinks about it. But he mentioned the other day he feels like Benjamin Button, that he keeps getting healthier other than the wrist. He's been pretty healthy this year, even though he has taken some hits. I think he really does like Tomlin. I think he likes Arthur. I don't think that's made up. I think he does like the organization. I think he likes playing here. You're spot on, I think, with what he said about LaFleur and how he went from being a game manager, that's what he called himself that first year, to being an MVP the next year. Now, I don't know if that's realistic at 43 that he would become an MVP, but in his mind he might have that. And the biggest thing is the Steelers want the next young quarterback. I don't know that they believe Malik Willis is that, but they ain't getting that in the draft this year.
No. Because they're going to pick between 18 and 22 like they always do.
Even if they were to move up to 10, there's nobody. Because even if I don't know if I believe in Moore, but Mendoza will be gone in the first pick, and Moore's going to be in the top five, and they're not moving up to the top 5.
Unless you do that trade Pony was talking about. Give up a first-round pick the next 10 years, give them – what was the other ones? It was like one of the craziest.
And you're certainly not going to have sights on Ty Simpson after his Rose Bowl performance.
I don't know any of those guys. It's like, seriously, of the guys
Arch
that are coming
good.
out.
Arch looking good now.
Well, he's going to stick around.
I'm just saying for next year.
None of them. I don't even know if Moore's a guy.
Come on. Will Howard, your guy.
I'm saying coming out in the draft.
Yeah, but you're not going to get anybody in free agency, I don't think, that's going to be a difference maker. I mean, you talk about the ultimate stopgap, that would probably be Malik Willis. He ain't turning into Sam Darnold. He's not.
So is what Malik Willis did in those 2 games just LaFleur, or is that the emergence of a guy who could, and everybody gets compared to Darnold? I think Sam did more in college at a higher level than what we're seeing, but
the guy was the 3rd overall pick.
When you get a Sam and a Geno that do some of the things that they did as a rebirth, then there's always that thought of like, well, maybe Malik could be that
Darnold
guy too.
Also played,
and then he had Ice-T with Mike Tomlin. You remember that?
And he had wings.
And
He
wings.
had wings with Mike Tomlin. I can hear it now.
That Southern iced tea. He likes that iced tea.
Sam Darnold did play for the Jets and Carolina Panthers, so it's not like he had much help around him.
Yeah, but what he's putting together, I thought, I was convinced that, all right, it was a Minnesota system with those receivers, that offensive line, that running game, like he's going to go to, and he went to Seattle and
Same thing they're doing in Seattle. He did in Minnesota. Really good running game. Really good wide receiver.
Really good offensive
Really
line.
good defense.
I don't even know that their running backs are great, but their offensive line is really good, and their receiving core is
just
legit.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think he comes back, but I think those first two things are, you get rid of one of those, which Arthur Smith still has a year left on his contract, so he ain't going anywhere.
No, and I don't see how you throw it over to Will unless you're going to roll the dice that you're going to tank a year, because Will hasn't even played in a preseason game, let alone anything.
And someone didn't play today.
So I think one more year of Aaron brings you into what is probably going to be a crowded quarterback situation, although who knows, maybe all those guys will stink next year and there won't be really any quarterbacks to buy into in 2026.
We still got another guy on the roster you can't count out. Skylar Thompson. No, Mason Rudolph, baby. He's only 30. He's in the prime of his career, maybe.
When it comes to...
I'd start him next year if Aaron's gone.
When it comes to them running the football tonight, they didn't do it as much as they should have in Cleveland. Did that have to do with the sudden absence of Darnell Washington in that game? Will they be afraid to go heavy on the run tonight if they want to try to control this game? I know they have Spencer Anderson at their disposal, but will they hold back on the ground attack that's been pretty good? I mean, they got two guys that can run the football pretty effectively. Will they hold back against that?
I don't think they should. I mean, once again, Cleveland's defense is a little bit stouter than Baltimore's defense. So I think they ran the ball decent. They just didn't run it enough last week. And they weren't getting those chunk gains. They were getting 6-7. 6-7?
He did that on purpose.
No, I didn't.
Wyatt's listening at home, like, yeah.
They told me that's. I'm a creeper. No, what they ever told me something because I use it now that it's out because I use it, or I don't know, whatever. But it's buried in my head. But if they need to break a couple of runs like they did in Detroit, and I think they'll stick more to it. But small throws, quick throws, tight ends, Gainwell, Warren. That's where you're winning this game.
I think not only a lesser defense in Baltimore than you saw in Cleveland, but you got 73 back. Now you've got Seumalo back, so you have Anderson out. Even though you don't have Washington, you can put Spencer out there, and even if Spencer's not in the game, you have more confidence running the ball because Seumalo's back.
Yeah, definitely. He can play the role of Darnell Washington in the run game. Now, what do you do with Jumbo? I mean, Andrus Peat, I guess, right? I don't know. Maybe you don't see Jumbo today. Maybe Jumbo is Spencer Anderson as your tight end. Period. Not those double Jumbos.
Fan text line, you can hit us up there at 412-928-9370. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We have a loaded final hour, a great chat with Rob Long, who covers the Baltimore Ravens. He is on the morning show on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. We talked to him right around 7 o'clock. Also, this is potentially the final game, so a bit of a season recap coming to you to finish this show up in the next hour. Coming up, we'll get some final thoughts from Jeff and Mark, allow them to get across the street to Acrisure Stadium for this 8:20 kickoff. We will also take a look at what has already happened in Week 18 of the NFL season, and perhaps a question about the future of Mike Tomlin as Steelers head coach, depending on how this game goes tonight. That is all up ahead. We are live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It is Fan Game Day right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tonight's game between the Ravens and Steelers, winner wins the AFC North. They also get to host Houston Texans in the first round. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Get up with Nick Callis and the Fan Early Morning Show every Monday through Friday from 5 a.m. to 5:40. Presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Rediscover your strength and confidence at Steel City Medical Center and get up with Nick and the Fan Early Morning Show every weekday morning at 5. The hottest tickets in town are at Rivers Casino. Don't miss DJ Polly D live at the Event Center on Saturday, January 31st. The reality TV icon and internationally known DJ is bringing his set back again to Rivers Casino. Visit riverscasino.com for your tickets, and we'll see you there. Black and Gold Football is brought to you by Schley Deck and Fence Company, composed of skilled professionals who take pride in their work, ensuring that every project is completed to the highest standards. Schley Deck and Fence, SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com. Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and lose the weight or stop smoking. Only $59.99. Weight loss hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree at 11 a.m. Stop smoking hypnosis at 2 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. Walk-ins welcome. Register 30 minutes before.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-939-1441. That's 800-939-1441.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hi, my name's Robin Fletcher. I've smoked for 46 years. I went to a seminar in March of 27 and seen Mark. My best friend came with me. We both went to it, and neither one of us smoked a cigarette in almost 7.5 months. I took my 3 sisters and my brother-in-law and my sister's best friend and them went. None of them have smoked a cigarette, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
My name is Jen Carpenter. I went to a Mark Patrick seminar, the Stop Smoking, and it worked. A friend of mine also went, and he still no longer smokes, and it was just amazing.
Join Mark Patrick Hypnosis and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Only $59.99. Hypnosis designed to work without anxiety, irritability, or weight gain. Only $59.99. Become a non-smoker. That's right. Hypnosis Sunday, January 11th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Green Tree. Stop smoking hypnosis, 2 p.m. Weight loss hypnosis, 11 a.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to Fan Game Day.
Fan text line, you can hit us up there at 412-928-9370. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Donnie Football, Jeff Hathorn, Mark Cabali.
The answer to Mark's question was no. Could he make it in 5 minutes to the bathroom and back?
Yeah, now he's over there socializing with people. Maybe if he sees me, I gave him the wave here. Oh, Bubba from 100.7's over there.
Is that who it is?
Yeah, he's giving me the wave. Seth Davis back behind the glass in Green Tree. Gabe James here keeping us on the air, on site, as we are live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. If you're coming down to the game, park at the Rivers, stop by, say hello to us. A loaded final hour, a chat with Rob Long from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Rob never one to sugarcoat anything when it comes to his Baltimore Ravens, so a chat with him coming up in a little bit. We also have a season recap in store for Steelers. For the Steelers 2025 season, and Mark Cabali back over here with us. Mark, you get some like wrestling intel from Bubba?
No, we were talking
over there.
We were talking about Bubba Burgers and the cheese logs and stuff of that ilk. He goes, yeah. I said I had to buy some to bring home. He goes, put them in the air fryer. I said, yeah, like they made it that long. No way. So Bubba's really worried. He gave me the game plan. He says if they can stop Lamar Jackson from running, they can win the game. So that's Bubba's theory.
What is the future for Mike Tomlin? Always so much speculation in these last few seasons especially. It's as if every day there is something coming out from a different outlet, no matter how big or small the insider may be, how much of a following they may have, of what Mike Tomlin will do after this season. Is it all dependent on the game tonight? If the Steelers lose this game, do you guys foresee any sort of movement with the Steelers head coach? I will at least start. I think he's back here in 2026.
I think for a guy who is private with his private life as much as Mike Tomlin, tends to have a lot of stuff told about him or said about him around week 18 of every season here, of his intimate knowledge of what he may or may not want to do, which leads me to believe that some of this is 1 + 1 sometimes doesn't equal 2. It's equaling 3 here. I almost wanted to go down, Jeff, and write down every insider's theory over the past couple of days, from the Notre Dame coach to he's absolutely coming back to he wants a stake in the team. Man, a lot of information is coming out of a guy.
Taking a year off to do TV.
He's going to go to Fox, and he can do that. It's just been constant. And I think the only thing you really got to think of right now is, do they pick up that option, the 2027 option, right? Which is due,
March 1st.
That's the only thing that you have to really think about. If they get whipped this game, maybe Art Rooney says, I don't know if I want to do this quite yet. Mike, hang with me. We'll make some alterations to the contract, and if we'll do you right if it gets to that. I just can't have that publicly out there. If they win, then you pick it up and don't. I don't think if you're Art Rooney, and if you go in there and you lose 2 games to Baltimore and Cleveland, to miss out on the playoffs, and the first thing you do is saying, yeah, we're picking up that option because you did such a great job. I think he has his finger on the pulse a little bit better than that. I think that's the only issue.
I think it's typically not a big announcement or some news conference or even a release.
But it comes out.
You just find out about it.
Yes.
Right. There's not anything from the club saying, hey, we picked up the option or any of that stuff.
Right? Jay Glazer.
It's none of that.
Jay Glazer comes out and says, well, Mike Tomlin didn't have his contract picked up. Then you know. Right now, I mean, like I said, there's 4 teams. If the Steelers win tonight, 5 teams over the past 3 years have won 10 games. That's it. And that's some of the better teams in the league. And I mean, we're still talking about the Buffaloes, the Rams, the Bills. Teams like that are the only teams that have had as much regular season success as the Steelers have the past 3 years. I understand the playoffs. I understand it. But how can you fire a guy that's win you 3 straight 10-win seasons?
And I will say this. Mike is good on doing media. National media love him because of the phrases he comes up with. He doesn't do that because his desire is to be an analyst. Like, this dude just loves to coach. Like, he loves throwing that stuff out there, but he's not throwing that stuff out. Like, Ryan Clark would throw that stuff out there because you knew that that's what he wanted to do when his playing career was over.
Yeah.
I don't believe that with Mike Tomlin.
I've said this a number of times already. I might be the only one, but I think Mike Tomlin would be a really poor Sunday analyst. You know, can you imagine him mucking it up with Howie Long or Rob Gronk? I can't see him doing it. I just don't see. Can you see him fly into Cleveland to do an interview with Deshaun Watson like Cowher would do or something? I just don't see it. I don't think he would be very good at that.
Well, if you do remember way back when, Bill Cowher was also going to take a year off to do TV and then get right back into coaching. And then he realized, yeah, that's a pretty nice gig. I'm only working a couple of days a week. There's no pressure.
Couple months a year.
The problem is I don't know about you, Jeff, but I don't see Mike Tomlin as a guy that doesn't want to work. He wants to work.
Yeah.
He enjoys it. He enjoys the grind. If he takes off a week, he probably gets a little fidgety. When am I going to get back to work? Yeah. So now he only has to work 1 day a week?
No, I get your thought. I mean, you kind of thought Cowher
yet.
Was that way too,
Yeah.
but I really think Mike is not a. I mean, but maybe they throw some kind of Tom Brady money at him that just makes it stupid for him to say no.
That very well would be it. I mean, if you're making as much as you can make coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers, it is to go to the Fox studio once a week. But then what do you do with your life? There's only so much you can
Whatever
go
you
on.
want.
You can go on a boat and go up and down the Atlantic Ocean or wherever he does, down at Hampton Roads, what he does with his boat. There's only so long you can do that. And he doesn't come across as a guy that would do that. Would he take a year off? I don't know. I just don't. I don't think it's a point that's worth even talking about.
Yeah, I think he's right back here in 2026. But I mean, with all of the talk surrounding it, I mean, it is something we have to touch on. The inactives are out for Week 18 for the Steelers.
Uh-oh.
Roman Wilson, Caleb Johnson, they're the 2 headliners. Trey Flowers, Jeremiah Moon, Jack Driscoll, and Will Howard would be the emergency 3rd QB. But again, guys, Roman Wilson and Caleb Johnson, a couple of 3rd-round picks. They're healthy scratches down the stretch of the season. I think Wilson, though, the more polarizing of the two, because even with so many injuries and, the suspension to DK Metcalf, lack of targets on the Steelers' offense, no Roman Wilson, another headline.
It's, as they say in soccer, it's a pretty clean sheet there. And when it comes to stat-wise, you're not missing very much. James Pierre is back. Where does he fit in at? I guess he goes right back to the starting spot, right?
Or if not, I mean, he's at least in the mix.
That's
and
huge.
And John can be your third running back, so you don't need another running back.
Come on.
He's on the practice squad.
Is he? They put him back down and bring him back
on the practice squad.
The notable inactive for the Ravens, I mean, they have a list of guys too, but their notable one, which we knew yesterday, Rashad Bateman, will be down for this game. So they don't have a huge abundance of targets either. They have DeAndre Hopkins, who is well into his career. Zay Flowers, their big wide receiver. You still have Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews as well. So there you go with the inactives on both sides.
Mark Andrews really hasn't hurt him a lot recently.
No. For how much they're prone to get hurt by tight ends.
It's more Likely and Flowers, which then brings, can JPJ keep up this past 2 months on Zay Flowers? What he's been the past, 6-8 games, whatever it's been, and transfer that to Zay Flowers. Then you're very limited what you can do offensively if Lamar's hurt.
You know, they have done a better job on tight ends, just as a quick aside. Like, there hasn't been a lot of complaining about how they've played tight ends. I mean, Duggar screwed up that lollipop to Fannin. But,
I think I figured that out. I don't think he realized how terrible of a throw that was going to be. And
Fannin played it like Willie Mays.
He's like, okay, I'm going to go behind. Wait. I think he just didn't realize it was going to be that poor of a throw.
He looked like Polanco out there in right.
Oh, man.
Oh, don't give us those memories. All right, guys, before I let you guys get across the street to Acrisure Stadium, Mark, we will start with you. Your final thoughts on this game, who wins it, and who gets the game ball?
I think Kenny Gainwell's getting the game ball here. I think he's going to be used like he was used in Ireland, like he was used in Detroit, like he's been used every single game except maybe when they needed it the most last week. I think Pat Freiermuth's going to get his catches. I think that's the two big guys. Aaron Rodgers will bounce back. I think the Steelers somehow, let me put a little asterisk on this. I've been wrong every single week, but I think the Steelers will win this game. I had it 21-20 on a missed 2-point conversion by Mark Andrews, but that's been taken already, so I'm going 21-17 Steelers.
Jeff?
Wow, I'm stunned. I mean, especially with the energy in here, like, I want to believe. Like, you get around the team and you hear all the stuff that they're saying and you want to believe. The reality is, in the last 3 games, they've given up 736 yards rushing to the Ravens. In 3 games. The last time they went to the Super Bowl, the Steelers gave up 1,004 yards rushing in a season. They've given up 736 in 3 games to Baltimore. I'm not going to.
back.
Yes, he is. I'm not going to overthink this. Derrick Henry's the MVP gets the game ball in this game, and the Ravens win this game.
Such a hater, Donnie.
Final score?
Come on, Joe.
26-14. I think Baltimore gets a score late. I think it's going to be a 1-score game for it. But
I think Jeff just wants his season to end. He wants to have
coming
clean out. He's coming out clean out lockers next week, and head over to the Pens game and pick games.
Well, where are those rose-colored glasses,
man? Well, we also.
Let me see I see the rose tint on those glasses.
Did I not say that I've been wrong every single week?
That's what I was waiting for. Wrong every week. So maybe he has secret intentions in there. So I guess I'm the one to break the tie. I'm gonna pick the Steelers to win this game, guys.
All right,
I'm gonna ride with my guy as the X factor. Pat Freiermuth gets a touchdown in this game, maybe even 2, since he will have to be utilized a little bit more, almost out of necessity, given the lack of targets that the Steelers have out there. But I'm thinking 26-24. The Steelers get the win. I don't know if it's a last-second field goal by Chris Boswell, some heroics there. But I'm going to go with the Steelers to win this game. Mike Tomlin, since 2020, 8 times he has been an underdog against the Ravens, including earlier this year in the regular season. 7-1 in those 8 games outright. The Steelers have won those games. So,
I hope you guys are right.
Mitch Trubisky with 4 touchdowns.
Hey, the Jets scored, and they went for 2 and got it. So they're playing down 35-8.
Yet they have not had an interception. It doesn't look like that's going to happen.
So Jeff picks the Baltimore Ravens to win, claim the AFC North, and end the Steelers' season. Mark Cabali and I go the other way. We have the Steelers winning this game. Well, I'll let you guys get to it, get on the road across the street to Acrisure Stadium and what will be a pretty packed press box. So I want to let you guys get in there pretty early. A chat with Rob Long from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore coming up next. Then we have, since this could be the final game of the 2025 season, a season recap in store after that. I'll take a look quickly at some of these scores around the National Football League from Week 18 so far. 2 games yesterday. The Buccaneers beat the Panthers 16-14. Seahawks beat the 49ers 13-3. Texans 38, Colts 30. So the winner of this game will play the Texans next week in the 4-5 matchup in the AFC. The Browns beat the Bengals 20-18. Myles Garrett sets the single-season sack record. Falcons 19, Saints 17 with that outcome. The Panthers at 8-9 win the NFC South. The Vikings beat the Packers 16-3. Jacksonville over Tennessee 41-7. The Giants double up the Cowboys 34-17. Rams lead the Cardinals by 10 with 5 to go in the fourth quarter. Raiders lead the Chiefs 9-6 with about 5.5 to go in the fourth quarter. Commanders and Eagles even at 17 midway through the fourth. The Patriots have run away from the Dolphins 38-10 late in the fourth quarter. The Broncos lead the Chargers 16-13 with 11 minutes to go. The Bills blowing out the Jets 35-8 with 7.5 to go in regulation. The Lions and Bears even at 16, 3.5 to go in the fourth quarter in Chicago. So a chat with Rob Long from 105.7 in Baltimore is next. Season recap to follow. This is Fan Game Day live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
How about our weather? Temperatures in the 20s at Kick tonight. We're going to hit the 50s this time next weekend. Crazy weather here in Western PA. Fan weather brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable, legal solutions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Timing is everything. It's the new year and time to get moving on resolutions like taking better care of your health. Individual and family coverage from UPMC Health Plan can help you do it. The countdown is on. You only have until January 15th to get a plan that will be there for whatever the year brings. Don't drop the ball on getting great coverage. To get started with one-on-one support, visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, is ready for football season. Want to join the fun? Download the BetMGM app to get started and place your bets with them all season long. Whether you're cheering on the Steelers at the stadium or watching the game at home or at your favorite sports bar, you'll always be able to get in on the action with the BetMGM app right in the palm of your hand. Plus, BetMGM has all the action you need every Sunday and every other day of the week. No matter what your favorite sport is, there's nothing better than a Steelers win, and there's nothing like the thrill of winning at BetMGM. Enjoy the best parlay selection options, boosted odds specials, daily promotions, and so much more. Enhance your game day experience by downloading the BetMGM app today, signing up with them, and experiencing the football season like never before. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or bird seed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins rally from down 3 goals against the Blue Jackets. Crosby scores the game winner in OT to lead the Pens to their 5th straight win. The Penguins' next game is Thursday against the New Jersey Devils. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's time for Fan Game Day. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schleideck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread.
Let's get it right here. Let's get in that end zone. Let's go!
Fan Game Day is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Game 272 of 272 on the NFL regular season slate. Steelers and Ravens for the AFC North title. The winner wins the division, gets to host a playoff game next weekend. The loser goes home with nothing. And the best person to give us a viewpoint from the other side is our guy Rob Long from the Big Bad Morning Show from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. And Rob, I want to credit you. I mentioned this in my text to you yesterday. You called this way back in early December. You said no matter how these next few games go or how we think they're going to go, these two teams are going to play with the division title on the line in Week 18, and we can talk again then. And here we are, Rob.
Here we are. I mean, isn't this how it's supposed to go, though? I also said on our show 2 weeks ago, if it comes down to that, it'll be the last game of the year because that's what the NFL wants. I'm not sitting here with a conspiracy theory saying the games were set up to be this, but I do mean that the NFL would love nothing more but for this to be the final regular season game of the year. Say what you want. I know about historic rivalries and of all that nature, the Bears and Packers, and more years, more history, but this is by far the best rivalry in the National Football League. And this is more proof. Look at all the other games that mean something in Week 18. But yet this is the game that the NFL chose to be the final game of the season, this is gold to them. This is TV gold to them, honestly. And I would have it no other way either with the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, for years, it's been pretty easy to just toss at least one of these Steelers-Ravens matchups into primetime. So, hey, why not make it for the division title in Week 18? Can you believe, Rob, that this is the first time that in the final week of the regular season, it's a Steelers-Ravens matchup and it's for the division title, with all the big games that we've seen over the last 3 decades?
Divisional rounds. I think we were even facing the wild card round. I know we're facing the AFC Championship game, and yet this is the first time we've done this. I heard someone say that, and I had to fact check. I'm like, no, that can't be right, and it is right. And just another feather in the cap of this rivalry. I'm pumped. I don't think I've been this pumped for a regular season game in quite some time.
What is the vibe that you have gotten from some Ravens fans this week going into the matchup? Because there are plenty of people in Pittsburgh that are feeling apathy towards this whole thing. Like, who cares if they win, they'll lose in the playoffs. What's the feeling from Ravens country?
Excitement, but a lot of negativity. Negativity over what's the future of John Harbaugh. Negativity over Lamar Jackson being out with an injury and now back. Negativity over if he's healthy enough to help him or hurt him. There's a lot of questions with this game leading up to this game, which I'm not surprised because I know how Ravens fans are. The sky is always falling with us. The Ravens will go on, let's say this year, I'm not predicting it, but if they win the Super Bowl this year, moments after they win, the question will be, well, what are they going to do next year? You can't be, this team started off 1-5. And I don't think the fan base has gotten out of that 1-5 rut. And it's so many, this organization is almost at a crossroads. Mike Preston with an article that he wrote about Lamar. There's just a dark cloud over this team right now. I want to say team, not the organization. There's a dark cloud over this team right now. And I think a win Sunday and then with that home playoff game, I think M&T Bank Stadium will be electric, but there's still that dark cloud with so much uncertainty over what's next.
Okay, so I would say the feelings between the fan bases are pretty similar because we've certainly had some people fired up, excited for an AFC North championship game in Pittsburgh on Sunday night, but plenty of people who have either texted in or they take place in the YouTube chat or they call us and say, yeah, I'm not really excited because they could win this game and then, that's not going to lead to any change. Next week they'll get blown out anyway, so I guess the feelings are pretty similar, Rob, among the two fan bases. Where is the crossroads with Lamar Jackson and the Ravens right now? How much do you buy into some of the reports out there?
I don't. To be honest with you, I don't. I mean, Lamar Jackson falls asleep in meetings or Lamar Jackson fell asleep in a meeting. Those are two different things, two different narratives. I don't. I'm with Marcus Spears. Where was this when the guy was winning 2 MVPs? Where is this now? Where does this come from? I'm not doubting anybody's sources. I'm not that guy. I know Mike Preston. He contributes to the Big Bad Morning Show for Monday Morning Quarterback. I believe that he really has some sources. However, I question the motive of the sources. I question the timing of everything. For me, I want to see more. This to me is a big nothing for me. Let's win this game and go on from there.
Well, wasn't there a lot of chatter like that around around the time he got his extension? Like, oh man, Lamar wants to be traded. He feels like he's done in Baltimore, and then you pay the guy, and everything's hunky dory.
No, I mean, just Lamar is the most, in my opinion, the most polarizing Baltimore Raven that I can remember in franchise history. And as I said before, Lamar Jackson is different. So I think a lot of people can't take it. They can't take the Southern drawl. They can't take the hair. They can't take that his mom negotiated his contract. They can't. There's just so many different things about Lamar, and people tend to be threatened by what's different. They can't accept what's different. They're threatened by, if you don't do it the way they've done it, then you're wrong. Well, he's hit a home run. His mom did negotiate his contract. She got him a no trade, no franchise tag. What agent is going to get him better than that? You don't have to like it. You don't have to accept it. But to me, it just seems like because this guy does not, walk by the beat of the same drum that everybody else has, he's instantly done it wrong. And I think that's a big problem with Lamar. He's not he's not your classic prototypical NFL quarterback in so many ways. When he first came, he's a running quarterback. He can't throw. Well, at one point he had the highest passer rating in NFL history, so he disproved that. And now because he can't run, he's no longer effective. Well, if his legs are healthy enough to throw, Lamar can beat you with the arm. It just seems to be so much doubt with this young man. And the question is work ethic. How can you have a bad work ethic when you've gotten better every year? He's hurt. That happens. Injuries happen. But to me, the story does not match up to what I've seen. You know what I mean? The story has to pass the eye test. Just like he had to pass the eye test, the story does. All of those reports don't match up. And that don't mean crap to me, because name me a team where you had a franchise quarterback who didn't have a different set of rules. You tell me Ben Roethlisberger didn't have a different set of rules? You mean Aaron Rodgers, when he was winning MVP for Green Bay, he didn't have a different set of rules? I bet you they did. Troy Aikman didn't have a different set of rules. These guys, they have different sets of rules. And people who get upset about different sets of rules are people who never were good enough to have a different set of rules themselves. That's what this is to me. Again, I believe that Mike Preston really had references. He still really had some guys that gave him some information. What I question is the motives of the people who gave him the information.
Keeping Lamar Jackson as the subject of conversation here, the reports from Baltimore that he did practice today, the first time in 2 months, Rob, that he participated in a full week of practice, so he is all set to go for the AFC North title game Sunday night in Pittsburgh. What percentage would you say, if you had to put a number on it, how healthy is Lamar? What are we going to see on Sunday night from him?
He's probably the healthiest he's been in over a month, because he also practiced on Wednesday, and we haven't seen that in a long time either. I don't think he's practiced on a Wednesday in over a month, to be quite honest with you. So he's probably the healthiest that he's been. Maybe that week off did him some good. If I give it a percentage, maybe 80-85%, but it's week 18. How many people are more than 80-85% right now?
Yeah.
You know, if you've been playing every week, to say, well, is he 100? If he's not 100%, he can't play. Well, that means nobody on the field should play, because nobody on that field is 100% right now. You don't play 17 games. You don't play 14 games in the National Football League and finish up in week 18 100%. I would say I would give it 80-85% to play along with it, but my real answer would be he's healthy enough to win this game on Sunday.
That was a higher number than what I was hoping you would say. I was hoping that number was more like 60 to 65%. So now,
you know why? Because you know he's a factor. And if he is 80-85%, you know that's a dangerous Lamar Jackson. It's funny that his opponents and the fans of his opponents are more afraid of him than the confidence level of his own fan base.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's just like the self-loathing nature that some fans have with their teams, or what it is. I mean, I was thinking earlier this week, like, okay, if Lamar's like 50 to 60%, you know, if they get a really dinged up version of this guy, then, you know, maybe he'd be prone to ad-libbing too much or making mistakes. But you're telling me 80 to 85%, that's as good as you're going to get in January of a football season. So, yeah, that changes the calculus a bit for me, Rob. I mean, that tells me they're getting a good player.
I only say that because he practiced on Wednesday, and that's been a long time since you even said it. He said a full week of practice. A guy that's hampered by injuries, that's a game time decision. He's not going to a full week of practice. It tells me not only is he healthy, but this game means a lot to him as well.
How do the Ravens look otherwise on the injury report?
I think the majority of the guys that you would honestly say you need to go into this game are healthy. My question is the guys that weren't banged up in the first place. Can Marlon Humphrey do his job? Ken Wiggins, not get burned over the top. The good thing is there's no DK Metcalf to beat him on those go routes like he was doing a couple of weeks ago. But I don't think health is an issue for the Baltimore Ravens going into this game.
I mean, that's got to be a great feeling for any football team going into Week 18, let alone a game that's for the division title.
It does, but I believe the Ravens have had one of the best rosters in the National Football League for the better part of 3 or 4 years. And that does not always produce wins in situations where I feel like they should win. They're 8-8. You tell me what about this team other than injuries that says they're an 8-8 football team. When they're healthy, I think they're one of the better rosters in the National Football League. Now, as much health much confidence I have in the players, I don't have that same kind of confidence in the coaching staff. Will you see a situation where Derrick Henry is not in the game late in the fourth quarter and you tell me there was only 6 plays? Or will you see a situation where Derrick Henry is toting the rock 30-plus times to prove to you that, Derrick Henry's a Hall of Famer who's still, I wouldn't say at the top of his game, but he's not coming down. He's still better than most running backs in the National Football League at his age. And, by the way, Sunday's his birthday. So if the game plan is the game plan, I feel confident. I just don't feel confident in I said it before. I think the Ravens coaching staff agenda, not a game plan. It's almost like they want to prove things more so than they want to go and take what the defense gives them.
Do you still feel pretty strongly about that? We talked a month ago, and that was a point that you made about Todd Monken and the Ravens offense and, taking Derrick Henry out of the game in very questionable spots. And here we are, final week of the regular season. You are coming out of a game where Tyler Huntley had to play, but, man, Derrick Henry had as good of a performance as he's ever had.
Let me be crystal clear, because you brought up the wrong name. You brought up Todd Monken. I saw Todd Monken as an offensive coordinator. I saw him at Georgia. This is not Todd Monken. We've had the same problems with multiple offensive coordinators. We've had this conversation for years. This starts from the top. This is John Harbaugh. He's a wonderful coach. He's a winning coach, but I've never drank the Kool-Aid of John Harbaugh. I think John Harbaugh is a product of a front office that is masterful, that is absolutely masterful. And when you are a chef, even if you're not the best chef, if you get the best ingredients, you're going to make a good meal. And there are better chefs who can make better meals, but it's hard to screw up a good meal when you have the best ingredients. Well, that's what John Harbaugh has been. He's been a coach operating, in my opinion, with the best ingredients, so it's hard to mess that up. I don't think they're coaches in the National Football League. To me, I say you win because that coach is going to out-coach you. I've never felt that way about Harbaugh. I wanted to take you back to the Super Bowl. Ravens fans were upset because the lights went out. And this conspiracy theory of the Ravens being up because the lights went out. Let me give you another way of looking at that. When those lights went out, the reason the 49ers came back is because the better coach had time to adjust. The better coach did. And the better coach put his team in a situation where they almost won that game. So that's how I look at it. I'm not a believer that he is the coach that you say you win because of him.
Do you think he is coaching for his job on Sunday night?
No, I think that's ridiculous. I think if there's a decision that's going to be made on John Harbaugh, that decision has already been made. You're 8-8. You're 8-8. You mean to tell me because you went 8-9, now you can get rid of him? No. If you're going to get rid of him, that's already going to happen. Whether you go 8-9 or 9-8. You go 9-8, you win the divisional game at home, and then you lose on the road. Does that change things? Really? I don't think so. I think whatever's going to be whatever is decided with John Harbaugh, in my opinion, I think it's already been decided. We're either just finishing out the season and they part ways. And by the way, and I don't think you're going to fire John Harbaugh. I think there'll be a mutual agreement to part ways. Either mutually part ways or he's back next year. I don't think Game 17, Week 18 is a decisive factor for that. I just don't believe that. That one man has been almost 2 decades on your staff.
I assume that the fan base has had him on a hot seat for quite some time, but especially this season, because going into 2025, and maybe it was a bit of overrating the team, but at the same time, the Ravens, I believe, in the betting markets had as good as odds as anybody to win the Super Bowl, and here they are having to play a game for just a shot at making the playoffs with an 8-8 record going into Week 18. So I can't imagine that the fans are very thrilled with how he's done as the head coach.
Let's go with the timeline. 2 years ago, you lose at home in the AFC Championship game. Last year, you lose it on the road in the divisional round. This year, you're fighting to get in. The arrow's not pointing up. That's for sure. The arrow is not pointing up. You're not getting better from where you were 2 years ago. So, I don't know what more has to be done for us to realize that sometimes change is good for the sake of change. I'm sorry. I'm a believer in that. Sometimes you just need to shake some things up and move in another direction.
There's a lot of that conversation in Pittsburgh, obviously, how the last handful of seasons have gone since it's been a lot of the the same thing, losing in the playoffs. Now, when it comes to these matchups head-to-head, especially in the last 5 years, let's just say in the 2020s, Rob, it feels like, more kind of jumping on John Harbaugh here, it feels like he almost outsmarts himself in these games against Mike Tomlin.
I would agree with you on that. I would totally agree with you on that. Mike Tomlin has had his number also in the past, 3 or 4 years. It always seems like Mike Tomlin is one step ahead of him in crucial moments. But you can say the same thing about Andy Reid, one step ahead of him in crucial moments. So that's the big issue with me. It seems like the better coaches normally are.
This stat I saw today from ESPN, so I will credit them over there. I didn't realize it was this good in favor of Mike Tomlin. Since 2020, Rob, against the Ravens as an underdog, Mike Tomlin's teams are 7-1 against the spread. They are 7-1 outright against the Ravens in these matchups since 2020. That's nuts to me.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is nuts, and to me, it's telling. Again, if you look at them against the better coaches, it's not that egregious, but the scale tips on the better coaches in the National Football League.
Is there somebody on the Steelers' offense or defense that you've kind of gotten the feel that either colleagues of yours, you yourself, or some of your fans and listeners are worried about on Sunday night?
So you're telling me the last 8 times you guys have been underdogs, right?
Since 2020, the 8 games as underdogs.
Eight games, yeah. Underdogs. 8 games.
Yeah.
So the answer to that question is no. No. Does that give me the confidence that I can say, without being on a shadow of a doubt, the Ravens will win this game? No, there's no. I'm sorry. I hope not to sound arrogant, but no, there's no one on your roster that scares me. None. DK Metcalf, if he's playing, it scares me because of the matchup. I don't know what Watt is going to be his situation for Sunday. I've not heard. Unless you have some information on that, he would scare me. But I don't know what his health status is. A punctured lung is nothing to laugh about. You can go from a puncture to a collapsed one. So I don't know his health status. Other than that, there's no one who scares me. I'm not saying the Steelers are pushovers, but if I were the coaching staff of the Baltimore Ravens, or I'm the defensive coordinator, I would say, go rattle Aaron Rodgers. Ravens pass rush is not the greatest, but that would be my game plan. Rattle Aaron Rodgers. Your defense, I would be run the ball. I would run the football effectively because I think that's how the Ravens could win. There's not one person on the Steelers staff that scares me.
Rob, I won't make you give an actual score prediction unless you want to, but just your feel for how this will go Sunday night in prime time, and maybe who the X factor is, who gets the game ball.
Come on. The X factor is going to be Lamar Jackson. Let's be honest. With Derrick Henry's success, he's a Hall of Famer. He's going to Canton. There's no doubt about it. He's going to Canton. But Lamar Jackson is the factor. If Lamar Jackson can play Lamar Jackson-style football, even if he only throws 20 times like Tyler Huntley, keep in mind, Tyler Huntley threw the ball 20 times and just had over 100 yards. Meanwhile, the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers threw the ball 21 times and hit like 250. Tyler Huntley, I don't think attempted a pass more than 12 yards. But I think maybe one. Lamar Jackson, in those same 20 pass attempts, is going to have 250-plus yards. I don't want him to throw the ball all around the field, but he is the difference maker in this game. I think the Ravens win an ugly football game on Sunday. Ugly not in the sense of it won't be fun to watch. Ugly in the sense of I don't think it's going to be a lot of scoring in this game. I think both teams, this is going to be your classic Pittsburgh Steelers AFC North game. I think if you didn't know how poorly these two teams played throughout the course of the regular season, if you didn't know, you won't know on Sunday. Because I think these two teams are going to play like two teams that deserve to be in the postseason. And I think the Ravens win a very close game.
Rob Long from the Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Rob, as always, thank you so much for taking the time. Great stuff, man.
Have a good, happy New Year.
You too. Thank you, Rob. There he goes.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The winner of tonight's game between the Ravens and Steelers will will welcome the Houston Texans in the first round of the playoffs. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to Fan Game Day.
Fan weather that's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It will be in the low 20s tonight, feeling a little bit colder than that. Fortunately, tomorrow and this week it warms up a little bit. We will have some days in the 40s, maybe even cracking 50 by the end of next week. So we will see what it's like if the Steelers are back home next weekend for a potential home playoff game. But this could be it tonight, and this is Fan Game Day right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football with you live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. This could be the final game of the regular season. It could be the final game of the Steelers season, and it could be the final time that we talk in pregame mode before one of these games. We get 18 weeks of this every single season. 17 games are guaranteed. We are not guaranteed to be talking about a game next week. So with that being said, and with this game being the Sunday night game on week 18, this is normally where I would do my pick segment for the rest of the week. But all of the games, I just gave you the score updates a little bit ago on the games around the NFL, the two very meaningful ones that were yesterday afternoon and last night. All of the other games on the NFL slate earlier today, we ran down those scores for you. I am going to give a bit of a season recap. If you maybe forgot some of the big moments from the Steelers this past season, we're going to run through what happened in some of these games throughout 2025 as we have dipped our toes now into 2026, and the Steelers playing for what would be their second division title of the 2020s. So way back when the Aaron Rodgers era started in New Jersey, technically, MetLife Stadium against one of his old teams. It was a game where Justin Fields played the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers played against the New York Jets. And this game ended up being way too exciting for the casual NFL fan. It had Steelers fans, per usual, on the edge of their seats. It was a 34-32 win. The Steelers, in comeback fashion, get the job done. Justin Fields and Breece Hall looked outstanding in the game. The Steelers were really unable to stop them. It was kind of a sign of things to come for their defense that has been improved over the last handful of weeks of this season. But Justin Fields had a couple of touchdowns through the air. He had a touchdown. He had two touchdowns on the ground, so he was great. Probably the best game that he played all season, and in fact, it was. Way back when, the Steelers' first touchdown of the season, that was scored from Ben Skoranek on a touchdown pass from Aaron Rodgers. Chris Boswell, you may recall, was the hero in this game, a 60-yard field goal nearly at the gun for Pittsburgh to win it 34-32. And another sign of things to come, a forced fumble from Kenneth Gainwell on a kickoff that allowed the Steelers to take advantage late in this game. So they started off 1-0 with a win over the New York Jets. It was a 3-point spread going in. They did not cover that, winning the game by just 2. Then it was week 2, the home opener for Pittsburgh, and it's been a tough place for the Steelers to play early in the season. It's very weird. They have lost, I believe it's 6 of their last 8 home openers at Heinz Field / Acrisure Stadium, and that trend continued this year in 2025. The Seattle Seahawks came in and won the game going away 31-17. This may be most memorable for the gaffe made by Caleb Johnson on one of the kickoffs in this game. He allowed the ball to just roll past him, roll into the end zone. The Seahawks recovered it, and they got 6 points out of it. That was the real tipping point in this game when the Steelers were keeping it competitive. Seattle took advantage of that. They won the football game by 2 touchdowns. The loss with a little bit less sting now because you see how good of a team the Seahawks have been in 2025, one of the best teams in all of football. Another team that's been one of the best in football, the New England Patriots. They were a very hot playoff pick going into the year. I didn't know if they were quite there just yet. Well, they proved me wrong. Drake May, likely going to be your MVP for 2025. The Patriots on the road in Foxborough, a place that Mike Tomlin had won just one time in his career back in 2008, and it was not against Tom Brady. That was the year Brady was injured. The Steelers went into Foxborough. They won this football game. They forced 5 New England turnovers. Some of them you could say were unforced errors, but hey, the Steelers took advantage, and when they had to have it, they did. Aaron Rodgers leads Pittsburgh down the field late, and the Steelers win the football game 21-14. We saw DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin with touchdowns in that game. And another game where we would see DK Metcalf with a touchdown was the very next week. The Steelers, with what people dubbed for the Roonies as their Super Bowl of the regular season, they went to Dublin. It was the first NFL regular season game to be played in Ireland, and they took on the Minnesota Vikings. This game ended up being way closer than what the score indicated. The Steelers won the game 24-21. They would move to 3-1 on the season. But if you recall, Pittsburgh dominated for about 55 minutes of this game, and then a couple of very late scores from Minnesota made it look a lot better than what it was. But it was highlighted by the 80-yard touchdown from DK Metcalf in that game. A couple of turnovers forced by the Steelers defense. They were flying around. A really cool atmosphere to take that one in Dublin. They would get a bye week after that following the international game, so a very early bye week for Pittsburgh in 2025. They would come back week 6, a 23-9 win against the Cleveland Browns, a really ho-hum type performance. Nothing super to be highlighted from this game, although they did shut down Myles Garrett, and that was part of the game plan. It was a winning game plan in what was a 23-9 win. 3 first-half field goals from Chris Boswell. It was only a 9-3 game at the half. Connor Hayward with a touchdown grab from Aaron Rodgers, and then DK Metcalf with another one for Pittsburgh to open up the fourth quarter. They would take a pretty dominant 23-6 lead, and it would finish 23-9, another field goal for Cleveland before the game was over. So things were looking good. Pittsburgh was 4-1, and the Ravens were falling behind. But you just had that feeling, at least I did, that the Ravens would find a little bit of their stride, and the Steelers were about to run into a pretty difficult portion of their schedule. So with a 4-1 record through the first 5 games in the first 6 weeks of the season, they go on the road. Thursday night football within the AFC North, a spot where they never win, and they proved us right again. A 33-31 loss in Cincinnati to open up week 7 of the NFL season. In that game, they allowed Joe Flacco to go off on them. Joe Flacco, yes, that guy. One of his best games ever in the NFL. 342 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Jamar Chase, you may remember, he was targeted 23 times in this game. 16 receptions, 161 yards, and a touchdown. T. Higgins also got his, nearly 100 yards and a touchdown for him. Chase Brown, who to that point in the season had been getting shut down left and right, he had 11 carries for 108 in the game, so he ran pretty wild. Aaron Rodgers, he had 2 interceptions in the game. One of them a weird deflection, so not really on him, but he had 4 touchdown passes. Jaylen Warren, 16 for 127, one of his best games, maybe if they just kept it on the ground a little bit more. things would have gone differently. Pat Freiermuth, a career highlight for him in that game, 5 receptions for 111 yards, and he had 2 touchdowns, one of them nearly 70 yards to give the Steelers the lead late, but they would be unable to hold on. So 4-2. They go to week 8, and they take on the Green Bay Packers. This was the ultimate revenge game for Aaron Rodgers. He gets to face the team that he played for 2 decades and won 4 MVPs with. He won a Super Bowl with. Sunday Night Football, Acrisure Stadium. The Steelers with a 2-score lead at halftime, if you recall, in that game. And then the Packers just went off on them in the second half. They looked unstoppable, but it was a 16-7 halftime lead. And if you're a Steeler fan, you're thinking, okay, a couple of field goals, 3 field goals from Chris Boswell, a touchdown to DK Metcalf. I like where they're at. The Packers would outscore the Steelers 28-9 in the second half of the game. Tucker Kraft had a masterful performance. Josh Jacobs had a touchdown. At that point in the game, I believe Jordan Love completed, or at least at one time in the game, Jordan Love completed something like 20 consecutive touchdown passes. So now we're starting to see things unravel a little bit. 4-3. The Ravens are starting to draw closer. They're picking up a couple of wins as we reach the midway point of the regular season. In Week 9, the first weekend in November, the Steelers are taking on what was at the time the best team in football. They were doing things historically on offense, and yes, I'm talking about the Indianapolis Colts. I said going into this game, the Steelers were going to get bludgeoned. They were going to get bullied out of their own building. Jonathan Taylor would run all over them. And, folks, that did not happen. The Steelers were the team left holding the hammer when the game was over. Through one quarter, it looked like I was going to be correct. The Colts, if you recall, they dominated the first 15 minutes. Daniel Jones had a quarterback sneak to give the Colts a 7-0 lead. But then after that, it was all Steelers. A Jalen Warren touchdown run, Pat Freiermuth touchdown catch, a Boswell field goal, a 17-point second quarter. Pittsburgh had a 10-point lead. Then another Jalen Warren touchdown in the fourth quarter, followed by a Chris Boswell field goal. It was 27-10 at one point. And again, the Colts adding a couple of cosmetic scores late to make it look closer than what it was. I know that had people a little bit frustrated after the game that it was only 27-20 by the end, but it was really a 27-10 game. Pittsburgh dominated throughout. So that got them back on the right foot, 5-3. They were able to get back on the horse a little bit before they went out to L.A. Sunday Night Football against the Chargers, and a team that they very well could see in the postseason beat them up. This was a game that was long over before the Steelers made it just a 2-score game, but it was 25-3 virtually in this game. Pittsburgh could do nothing. Aaron Rodgers had one of the worst games of his NFL career, 16 of 31, 161 yards, a touchdown, 2 interceptions. Roman Wilson had a touchdown in this game. That's how you know it came in garbage time. A guy that's been on the side of a milk carton all season, really the only person with any sort of highlight offensively. Alex Highsmith had a couple of sacks in the game. The Steelers were able to get after Justin Herbert, but it didn't really matter. The Chargers were in control for the duration of that 60 minutes. So now we're starting to see the Jekyll and Hyde thing, going back and forth on it. 5-4 going into Week 11, a potential game to get back at the Bengals for what they did a few weeks earlier, about a month earlier, and they were able to do that in a big way. A 34-12 win in Week 11 against Joe Flacco and those Bengals. They did get lucky. They got to avoid Joe Burrow both times here in 2025. Flacco, a much different story in the second game. 199, a touchdown, and a pick. Jamar Chase held in check big time. Just 3 grabs for 30 yards in the game. Something of note, Aaron Rodgers was injured in this game. That's when he suffered the wrist injury right before halftime. Mason Rudolph stepped in and played a pretty crisp second half, 12 of 16, 127, and a touchdown for the Steelers. Kenneth Gainwell, who had been slowly building a pretty impressive season, he was great for the Steelers in the pass game. 7 grabs, 81 yards, and 2 touchdowns. The big man, Darnell Washington, also had 4 receptions for 67 yards. So a big win to get the Steelers then to 6-4 before they had 2 more tough tests coming in front of them. Week 12, they went to Chicago. The Bears having one of the best seasons they've had in about 15 years. And Chicago, a place that Pittsburgh has not had really any success in. They haven't won a game there since 1995, and that trend would continue. And Aaron Rodgers did not play in the game. He was ruled out with about 90 minutes to go when the inactives list came out. I remember being on air on Fan Game Day talking to Mark Cabali, thinking that there's no way they hold Aaron Rodgers out of this game. Well, they did, and that's what happened. Mason Rudolph got the start, 171, a touchdown, and an interception. The Steelers did run the football well that day. Kenneth Gainwell, 10 carries for 92 yards. He had a 55-yard run on a little wrinkle that they put into the tush-push play. Jaylen Warren had 18 for 68 and a touchdown. A splash play also in the game from T.J. Watt. He had a sack and forced fumble that resulted in a defensive touchdown for Pittsburgh. They held the Bears' run game in check, what's been a pretty good run game. Kyle Monangai, the rookie, 12 for 48 and a touchdown. But it was Caleb Williams, when he had to have it, he made some big throws. Wasn't super efficient. He was 19 of 35, but he had 239, 3 touchdowns, no picks. They were unable to turn him over through the air in that game. And DJ Moore had 5 grabs for 64 and 2 touchdowns. 2 of the easiest touchdowns you will see a guy score in the National Football League. So a 6-5 team comes back home Thanksgiving weekend. And folks, again, here come the Baltimore Ravens. Another win for them as they begin to climb closer and closer to the Steelers this whole time. And this was the fever pitch from the fans in 2025, and maybe of all time in Pittsburgh. Never would I ever expect to hear fans chant for the firing of a Steelers head coach. I know they've only had 3 in the last 50-plus years, but I never thought we would reach that point in an actual football game, and that is what happened on that day, the final Sunday in November. The Steelers, another game where they had a halftime lead of 7-3. Hey, we're holding the Buffalo Bills in check. I know it hasn't been a phenomenal season for them, but we are holding these guys in check, and then it got very, very, very ugly. Turnover after turnover, the Bills scoring a defensive touchdown on the first play of the second half. Then another interception thrown by Mason Rudolph, who had to step in momentarily for Aaron Rodgers. Things got very ugly in the second half. You got the fire Tomlin chants. You got the booing of Renegade at the game. They should have never played it. And that put the Steelers to 6-6 on the season. And that was the point where you got people saying, you know what, just lose the rest of these games, get the better draft pick, move on from Mike Tomlin. I don't want to do this thing anymore. And in true Steelers and Mike Tomlin fashion, when this team is down on the mat, they do tend to rise up for some big moments. And they had a massive game the first weekend in December looming in Baltimore, and the Steelers and Ravens were fighting for AFC North supremacy in this game. Who would have control over the AFC North entering the season's final stretch? Both teams were 6-6, and the Steelers come out on top in the game 27-10. They led 17-9 at halftime. They added 10 more points in the third quarter. The Ravens would score the final 6 points of the game from a couple of Tyler Loop field goals. And then it was the controversial call in the end zone on the Isaiah Likely touchdown, no touchdown. They called it an incomplete pass. And what stands as a very underrated play by Joey Porter Jr. on the season. A couple of other notes in that game. DK Metcalf had a huge performance, 7 receptions for 148. No touchdowns. Jaylen Warren had a 38-yard touchdown reception in the game. The Steelers could not really run the ball. Gainwell only had 15 yards. Warren only had 13 yards. Aaron Rodgers, you remember the bootleg he would score on. He hit the discount double check in that game. He also had 284 and a touchdown through the air. Baltimore ran the football well, and Pittsburgh managed to hold on. Derrick Henry had 94 yards. Keon Mitchell had 76 yards. Lamar Jackson had a touchdown run in the game, but again, he was prone to a mistake and a turnover, and that is something else that helped the Steelers get the win. So Pittsburgh had the advantage then in the AFC North as we entered the final 4 games of the regular season, that final little quarter of the NFL season. Week 15, it was a Monday night football game at home. The Steelers never lose in these spots, but you would have been surprised going back at the amount of people that said, well, the Dolphins have won 4 straight. They are pretty red hot. I think they can come in here and beat the Steelers. We had plenty of people saying that. It was about a 50-50 split, the amount of people that said Miami would waltz in here and beat the Steelers on a cold Monday night in December. I never thought there was much of a chance. I have missed on a lot of these games this season, but this one I had pegged pretty well. Pittsburgh dominated, a 28-15 win, but again, besides a couple of cosmetic touchdowns very late for Miami, it was a 28-3 game. This baby was long over, and it took some time to get out of the gate, but then Pittsburgh really got rolling. Connor Hayward scored on the tush-push play in the second quarter going into halftime. Marquez Valdez-Scantling had his first touchdown with the Steelers, really his lone highlight so far with the Steelers. DK Metcalf had a touchdown. Jonnu Smith had a touchdown. Pittsburgh got everything rolling in the second half of that game. It was a very clean and efficient performance from Aaron Rodgers, 23 of 27, 224, and 2 touchdowns. Kenneth Gainwell ran for 80 yards on 13 carries in the game. He also caught 7 passes for 46 yards in the game as he continued to build what I think is an MVP season for the Steelers. Then they go to Detroit after that, and again, I was on board with thinking, okay, they've beaten Baltimore, they've beaten Miami, they're 8-6, they're in a pretty good spot. I don't think they are going to win a game against a desperate Detroit Lions team on the road, a team that has a very explosive offense. And when I say this was the game of the year on the Steelers' schedule, this is one you won't forget for a very, very, very long time. Maybe I will be biased looking back. This is the road trip that me and my college buddies took this season. We certainly made it count. This was one of the best football games on the NFL schedule all season. It had a little bit of everything. Surprisingly low scoring in the first quarter, really in the first half. But then Kenneth Gainwell hauling in one of the best receptions, one of the best catches you will see from a player in the NFL all season. And it was on a pass interference play. He catches the ball. Nobody in the stadium except for Kenneth Gainwell realized that he caught it. He waltzes into the end zone, 45 yards. Steelers make it even at the half against the Detroit Lions. You get a safety in the third quarter. It was 12-10. Kyle Duggar sacking Jared Goff in the end zone. The Steelers dominated the third quarter, and they only had a 2-point advantage to show for it. They had the football for over 40 minutes, over 14 minutes in that third quarter alone. And then we got to the fourth quarter, and we would get some fireworks. Jaylen Warren, a pair of 45-yard touchdown runs in the fourth quarter to, at 2 separate times, give Pittsburgh a 2-score advantage. They would lead 22-10. They would lead 29-17, but Detroit just kept clawing back. And Jahmyr Gibbs scored a touchdown pass from Jared Goff. And this season, when Jahmyr Gibbs scored a touchdown, the Lions were undefeated until that day. And then it came down to the final 2 drives of that game. Chris Boswell had what to him is a gimme field goal, a bad snap from Christian Kuntz. It hits off the upright. The crowd goes bonkers inside Ford Field. That was a point where I thought Pittsburgh is about to lose this football game. However, with a handful of referee interference, we could say, on that final drive, Flags galore on both teams on the final drive of that game. Detroit thought they won the football game 2 or 3 times, but in the end, it was ruled a pass interference penalty on the game's final play. So the touchdown that was eventually scored by Jared Goff on the lateral back to him from Amon-Ra St. Brown, that would not stand. That will be remembered for me as one of the craziest games that I've ever seen in person. Pittsburgh outrushed Detroit on that day, 230-15. They held that Detroit run game in check big time. Jahmyr Gibbs, one of the most explosive players in football, he had just 2 yards in that game. David Montgomery had 4 carries for 14 yards. Jared Goff's numbers looked good by the end of the game, but it was a lot of catch-up football. He had 364 and 3 touchdowns in the performance. Aaron Rodgers, 266 and a touchdown. Jaylen Warren, 14 carries, 143 yards, and 2 touchdowns in the game. Kenneth Gainwell ran for 50, caught for 78, and had a touchdown. Adam Thielen had 4 receptions for 49 yards in the game. Also, a low light of this game was the interaction that DK Metcalf, the altercation, I should say, that DK Metcalf had with a fan that was in the front row at Ford Field, which would result in a 2-game suspension, meaning Metcalf is out for this game tonight against the Baltimore Ravens, and he also had to miss the game in Cleveland last week. But the Steelers, after that Detroit game, things were good. 9-6. The Ravens needed a lot of help. They needed some luck to go their way. They needed to beat the Green Bay Packers in Lambeau Field on a Saturday night, and then they needed the Steelers to lose in Cleveland on that very next day. And wouldn't you know it, that's what happened. The Ravens stomped into Green Bay. They gave the football to Derrick Henry 30-plus times. He ran for over 200 yards and 4 touchdowns. They took care of the Packers on that night. And then the next day, the Steelers failed to score more than 6 points against the Cleveland Browns, a 13-10 loss in Ohio. The Browns scored 10 early points, a Harold Fannin touchdown from Shedeur Sanders on just a hideous touchdown pass. Chris Boswell made 2 field goals in the second quarter, but then after that, he missed a field goal later on, and all we got in the second half was 1 lone Browns field goal. Pittsburgh was able to run the football in that game. Warren ran for 64 yards, but only 12 carries. They didn't give these guys the football quite enough. Aaron Rodgers, 21 of 39, 168, no touchdowns, no interceptions. But they had a scared game plan, it felt, going into that game against the Browns. So that is how we got to where we are right now. The Steelers are 9-7. The Ravens are 8-8. Tonight, the winner wins the AFC North. Does not matter how things go. Otherwise, Pittsburgh, their routes in are a win or a tie in this game. Something else perhaps of note. The Ravens can only get in with a win. So the Steelers just have to avoid a loss in this game if they want to win their second AFC North title of the 2020s, a division that has been pretty dominated by the Baltimore Ravens. And my thoughts on this game, right now, the Steelers go into it in a game in which the Ravens are the favorite on the road, coming off that big win in Green Bay. Mike Tomlin always tends to play a little bit better as an underdog, especially a home underdog. It's a Sunday night football game where they have not been good this season. The only primetime slot they have won a game in was that Monday night football game against the Dolphins. But this feels like one of those games where the Steelers are down and out, and everybody wants to just assume the season is going to come to an end. But we also find in these spots that John Harbaugh gets a little bit too smart for himself, and we know that for as great as Lamar Jackson is in the biggest games and the biggest moments, sometimes he comes up short as well. Plus, he is a very dinged-up player. This is not Lamar Jackson at 100%. I don't think this is it, folks. I think the Steelers are actually going to pull off this win tonight. It should be an electric atmosphere. It should be a game that comes down to the final moments. I am going to say that Pittsburgh wins this football game 26-24, and they beat the Baltimore Ravens perhaps with a last-second field goal by Chris Boswell to claim the AFC North for the second time in the 2020s. And, folks, they get a home playoff game next weekend. If this is the final time, I want to say thank you to everybody that helps put this show on the air at 93.7 The Fan, all of the guys back behind the glass in Greentree. A thank you to Mark Cabali for joining all season long. A thank you to Jeff Hathorn for stepping in about halfway through the season. A thank you to everybody on site, whether it is at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook and all of the great people here, a couple of shows that we have done at Shiloh Plate and Pour in Mount Washington. This has been a blast for me, so I hope that we can talk again next week for a playoff game. But if this is it, I do want to thank everybody involved in Fan Game Day so far in 2025. We will find out if this is it in just a few hours. Steelers and Ravens, it kicks off in a few moments. But I am signing off for now. Donnie Football on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
How about our weather? Temperatures in the 20s at kick tonight. We're going to hit the 50s this time next weekend. Crazy weather here in Western PA. Fan weather brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable, legal solutions.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins came back down to 3 goals against the Blue Jackets, ending in a game winner in overtime by Sidney Crosby for their 5th straight win. The Pens' next game is Thursday against the Devils. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.